Welcome to Riyadh, the host city of MSC 2024, where legends clash and glory awaits.
Geçen sene MSC'ye eksik olarak katılmıştık. Burada tam kadro ve koçlarımız da tam kadro olduğu için çok iyi şeyler yapmak istiyoruz bu sene.
Nandito kami para patunayan at bawiin ang nararapat sa amin.
Kami tak pernah merasa kekalahan lagi. Masa untuk kami buktikan di pentas dunia gergasi merah yang sebenar.
Wala man kami dito nakaraang taon pero ngayon nandito na kami para iuwi ang tropeyo ng MSC.
Enggak. Itu enggak mungkin.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, salam alaikum everyone. It's Abstract, your caster. Together with me here is Husky here on Stream B, and welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 in partnership with Esports World Cup here at Riyadh. Today we'll be bringing you matches for the first day of group stage at the MLBB MSC 2024. I hope that you guys are all ready and excited because I'm pretty sure Husky and we both are.
Yeah, I was so excited that sleeping felt really hard yesterday. I was getting ready, getting mentally prepared for the games and the teams that we will see today. Like you mentioned, this is the first ever Esports World Cup, and what an honor to be starting off the group stage, for the show. It's the first show as well for EWC. We got all the representatives from around the world ready to show us what they're made of, and the best part of all, we got our representatives that is going to be playing on Stream B as well.
So, with Stream B is the one. Stream B is the one that you are watching right now. We have Stream B and Stream A. But before we even jump on to what exactly Stream A and Stream B entails, let's talk about the tournament format. With the wildcards has already been done, we have got one team, and that is Homeboys Malaysia, that have managed to seed themselves over to the group stage, where we have 16 teams consisting of 4 groups and 4 teams playing in a round robin of a best of 2 series, and in the event of tiebreakers, it's a best of 1, and only top 2 per group will head on over to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that makes it very, very exciting, right? Because there won't be any do-overs, and the fact that it is a best of 2 means that every single game matters for these teams. If you drop one game, if you get a draw somewhere down the road, you might end up in a tiebreaker situation. So I think this is going to really make some of these teams rethink what their strategy is going into the competition. Obviously, they already know what their groupings are, so that would make the job slightly easier. But at the same time, we're coming in at a phase of Mobile Legends Bang Bang where there are a lot of new things being introduced, right? We haven't even gotten into the bigger things, which we will discuss in a bit, which is the patch. And that means that we might see a lot of changes that will affect how the teams perform, because they might not have the most of time to prepare for what the opponents have cooked up for this new era.
We did have a slight glimpse of how that patch update is gonna look like. The wildcards, but this time is gonna be a little bit different. But before we even jump in and talk about Stream B and Stream A and the schedule itself, we do have a short little video lined up for you. So we'll check back in a short bit.
Welcome, Warriors, to the grandest stage of them all, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Here, legends are made and champions rise from the ashes of battle. Last year, we witnessed the meteoric rise of Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia as they claimed the MSC 2023 championship. Their impeccable strategy and relentless drive crowned them champions, but the story didn't end there. At the M5 Championship, Fnatic Onyx faced their toughest challenge yet, clashing with the mighty Falcons APBren from the Philippines. In an epic showdown, Falcons APBren emerged victorious with a nail-biting 4-3 victory, etching their name in history once again. Now, the question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC champion title? Or will the M5 champions, Falcons APBren, continue their reign of dominance? This year, the stakes are higher than ever as teams from around the world converge in Riyadh for a chance at glory. 3 weeks, 3 stages, 1 ultimate champion. Let's dive into the battlegrounds. First stage, the wildcard stage. 8 teams, 2 groups, 1 shot at glory. In this high-stakes round robin, every match is a best of 1, where victory and defeat hang by a thread. The top team from each group will face off in an epic best of 5 decider match. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. Simple, brutal, legendary. Stage 2, the group stage. 16 teams, 4 groups, battle-hardened and ready for war. This is where champions are forged. Each team faces off in a series of 2 matches. It's a marathon, not a sprint, where every point counts. If a tie breaks out, a sudden death best of 1 will decide their fate. The top 2 teams of each group advance to the playoffs. Lastly, the knockout stage. 8 teams, single elimination, no second chances. The quarterfinals and semifinals are grueling best of 5 matches, testing every ounce of skill and strategy. And the grand finale, a legendary best of 7 showdown where only the strongest will claim the crown. As the dust settles and the final moments draw near, the stakes have never been higher. Teams from every corner of the globe will battle fiercely in Riyadh, each one driven by the dream of glory. Southeast Asia's dominance is challenged as teams from other regions rise, ready to upset the balance and seize glory for themselves. The stage is set. The Warriors are ready. Who will emerge victorious? Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 of Esports World Cup in Riyadh, where legends are born and history is made.
We have got games after games after games lined up for you here in the B stream. And I am excited to reveal to you guys what exactly we are gonna be watching today. The stakes are high and we can expect super high octane games throughout the entirety of today. So make sure you guys sit back and relax. And maybe not relax, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of these nail-biting situations and games is gonna get you off your seat.
Yeah, I think Naisu said it really well in the format explainer, right? Every single thing is going to be brutal. This is going to be the beginning of the group stage, so of course we gotta look at what is entailed for all of us out there. 16 teams split into 4 groups. For Group A, we got EVOS Holy, Fireflux Esports, NIP Flash, and RQ Akira. For Group B, Fnatic Onyx, See You Soon, Selangor Red Giants, and Falcons, and Team Falcons.
And of course, when it comes down to all the other groups, we are starting to see them being completely hyped up. We are looking at 1 game per group. And we will just kind of talk a little bit more about the schedule right about now, because we've got different mix-ups, right? So for the very first game here in the group, in B stream, we are going to be taking a look at Cloud9 fighting against Falcon Esports first. And then later on, 1.5 hours later, we do have NIP Flash that's going up against Fireflux. For those people that are interested in Stream A, we do have Falcon APBren going up against XianYou at this current timing, as well as Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcon 1.5 hours later.
Yeah, we got so many exciting matches today happening concurrently. So if you want to support your teams, do drop by whichever stream that is corresponding with that. Because for the 3rd series of Stream B, we have Team Spirit from EECA taking on Homeboys in a grudge match from M5 group stage. And we are going to close off Stream B with See You Soon taking on Selangor Red Giants. On the other hand, Stream A will have Team Liquid Philippines against Twisted Mind for the 3rd series, and EVOS Glory against RQ Akira for their last series. So with that being said, I think regardless of which stream our audience tune into for the EWC group stage, it is going to be high octane, it's going to be exciting, and it is going to, I feel like, be revolutionary in a sense, considering how fresh this group stage is going to feel like for every single player.
Indeed. let me just remind everyone once again that we are looking at a best of 2 games for the entirety of today's group stage, all right? So we will only be looking at 2 games, no 3 games, no 5 games, only 2. And in the end of the day, all of these group stages, we are in all of these groups, only 2 teams will move on to the main stage, and 8 other teams, unfortunately, they will be relegated out of the MSC 2024. Now, we have pretty much talked about what is the schedule for today, and we did talk about the fact that we are going to be looking at Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports. So we have prepared something for you. In fact, XianYou have something prepared for you guys, as he's going to be reporting in to tell you guys a little bit more about this Cloud9 lineup. Take it away, XianYou.
Cloud9, an established esports organization from North America. Used to be BTK, Bloodthirsty Kings, as you guys might know, but now they're under the banner of Cloud9, and this is very exciting. Even for me personally, this is a team that I love to watch. Now, everybody knows about MobaZane and his powerfulness as a jungler, and I think he's going to shine on this patch too. They made waves in M3, and since then, I feel like they've struggled to really make a real move in the international scene, right? We have to see them kind of perform. We didn't get to see them last MSC, unfortunately. So now I think a lot of people, their eyes are on Cloud9 to see how they perform this time around. And honestly, I'm not joking here. I think we got to keep an eye on the GOAT, Mielo, because I've heard some things, man. I've heard some things about their scrimmages, and apparently he is now one of the top players for this team. So let's see if he lives up to it.
With that all said and done, and thank you, XianYou, let's take a look at Cloud9's lineup as we have Milo, MobaZane, Marcuti, Cold World, as well as Basic. Now, Husky, what can you tell me about, and tell me and the rest about the Cloud9 that we see here?
I think, first of all, MobaZane, as XianYou pointed out, the figure of NA MLBB, the one that brought NA onto the world stage, onto the golden era during M3. He did not make it for M5, but now this return is going to be kind of a redemption arc, right? To answer the question, has NA fallen off the world map? Is NA as good as they were, a year or 2 before? I think MobaZane has a lot to prove, alongside the likes of Mielo, which XianYou also pointed out is considered to be potentially one of the best players right now according to scrimmages results. And the current patch also kind of favors what Cloud9 has to bring to the table. When you look at the NACT finals, they face off against Gaming Gladiators. Cloud9 have demonstrated they are very decisive when it comes to punishing mistakes. So I am very excited to see if Cloud9 can maintain that momentum today.
This is the resurgence of the MobaZane effect. We did manage to see MobaZane bring the team up into the world stage and immediately showing impact. But unfortunately, the past few international tournaments, we haven't really quite seen MobaZane. And unfortunately and coincidentally, we didn't really quite see the power of the North American scene as well. So this is definitely going to be one of the questions that we need answered. Is there really such thing as the MobaZane effect? We also do need to talk about Coach Midnight coming in for Cloud9's lineup, right? So I'm super excited to see what they have got here, but we gotta have to move on over to Falcon Esports, which we have Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, KidX, as well as Benny. Now, same thing, Husky. What do we have here?
I think first of all, we have to talk about the last appearance on an international event, right? Which is MSC 2023. And I'm talking about Royal Milk and Benny. They were under Phoenix Esports at the time. Not the best results, unfortunately. And even on the world stage in the M series, the Myanmar representatives were not able to kind of leave a mark that is deep enough to be remembered. So right now with Falcons Esports, I think this lineup has a lot to prove. Even in recent tournaments, their recent performance have shown that Benny in that gold lane it's very, very lethal. And what allows Falcons to have an edge, or Falcons esports to have an edge over their opponents, is when they get put on that red side, when they have the chance to counter draft their opponents. This is where I think they will have an edge over Cloud9. Special mentions out to Dax, because I think this guy at 17 years old has done wonders in the role of the jungler. And with this patch right now that gives a more leeway to assassins, we might see Dax pop off and perhaps gap Mobile Zane. That's something I'm looking forward to.
Now, one thing that might be different, not say might, but one thing that we know that will be different is that Falcon Esports will not rotate their players like what they did in MSC 2023 when they were in Phoenix. So perhaps that is going to be quite a bit of a difference coming into today's MSC group stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's a redemption story, right? For both teams, they have an arc. Cloud9 is looking to bring NA back onto that world stage and tell people that, hey, we might not make it out, we might not have made it out of M5 groups last season, but maybe because Mobile Zane isn't there. That's something that he said himself. And as we talk about the current state of the game with the new patch, we can put aside Jushin because she will not be draftable in MSC 2024. Zas as well, even though he went through some adjustments, I don't think it's too big of an impact. But we do have Skypiercer though, one of the premier, cheapest item in the game right now that allows you to snowball out of control, has an execute effect. But for me, the new effect for the Lord is the most important one in the entire patch, because it does affect how you play the Lord dance, right? You can't just hold the Lord hostage for a century and hope that your opponents grow tired of the tango. The Lord punishes you for holding him hostage for too long. So this, I think, Team Liquid Philippines did mention this before, that it has affected how they play that macro, and I want to see how this translates to other teams' macro as well.
With this new update, it's pretty much fair to say that a lot of heroes are going to be it's just going to be a lot faster when it comes down to reaching their power spikes with the new and improved items, as well as Skypiercer, of course, with a huge upgrade over to assassins. However, there is one thing that is different, which is of course the new tier 3 talent, Temporal Raid, that not only just changes the speed of which heroes goes online, but it completely changes how some heroes are played. As such, coming into this patch update of 1.8.92, I'm always looking out for Temporal Raid. I always want to see what are the kind of creative scenarios and the creative solutions that all of these teams here in MSC 2024 may have in store for us that will shape the meta of MLBB.
Absolutely. I've been doing some theory crafting. I've been trying to test out what heroes work best with Temporal Rain. Haven't been able to find much of it, so I'm looking forward to see if the teams have cracked the code. But Warcry, that's a completely different beast. So much damage from early to late game. But I also want to remind you guys to mark down your calendars, because on the 7th of July, the Soul of Vessel series skins for both Amon and Hanabi will be released. For Amon, it's the Vessel of Deceit, and for Hanabi, it's the Vessel of Rage. They are slated to have a stunning reveal in a couple of days. So if you are a lover of these two heroes, get your hands on it. Hades, I'm looking at you. Better use that Amon skin if you pick him.
Amon, we haven't really seen the skin for the longest time ever. In the meantime, Hanabi has got a plethora of it. It's outright an arsenal of skins that people are just gonna have a lot of problems choosing which one do I want. But for Amon, just like, yeah, Vassal of Deceit, that is what we're gonna be working with. And perhaps maybe in the few days in, something along those lines, we might be able to see a little bit of these revelation of these skins.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this is going to be very exciting. Well, skins aside, this is what we're going to be looking for the first series. Cloud9 against Falcons Esports. Again, it's about redemption. Both have the same destination. They both have the same goal, but kind of motivated by different factors, right? Cloud9 is trying to restore the glory to NA, whereas for Falcons Esports is to restore pride for themselves, especially for certain players. We talked about Benny and Royal Milk, but even PX7 gave a lackluster performance in last year's MSC, and Myanmar as a region, as a whole, has been struggling a little bit. Remember, when M-Series was first introduced, Myanmar was at the top. They almost became champions during M2, only falling short to second place to Bren Esports. So perhaps this is kind of the rise of Myanmar again as a region, but they have to go through Cloud9 first.
Now, this lineup, or rather, the region, the competition between these two regions, NA and the Myanmar side, both of them has been eliminated in the group stage in MSC 2023, and that is one thing that we want to see being changed. In fact, I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of people calling out favorites over to the side of Cloud9. And one thing that we gotta have to look out for, not only from Cloud9, but from the side of Falcon Esports, is I want to look at this one person, and that is Dax, the 17-year-old Wonder Kids matchup against MOBA Zaid. How would that fare? Unfortunately, that is probably only something that we will be able to see once the game actually commences.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment. I want to see how Dax performs, right? Because this is going to be a lot of pressure for him. I think this is probably one of the biggest stages he's been on, and if he's been here before, the stakes are definitely considered the highest right at this point of time, right? Even in terms of prize pool and how you what you need to do to qualify for playoffs. MOBA Zaid, he has shown composure, he has shown a variety of hero pools that a lot of us would deem ineffective, but he made it work. And I know Dax, he plays at Assassin. Skypiercer looks really juicy with its cause, but can the rest of Falcons Esports kind of back him up? I think that is what's going to separate these two teams. Because I mentioned Cloud9, they will punish you if you start making rash decisions, and that's something that I feel like FCon might kind of lean towards if the game goes out of their control. So discipline is what's going to allow Falcon Esports to get the upper hand over Cloud9.
One thing that we also gotta have to look out for is probably drafting stage, right? We have seen a pattern whenever Falcon Esports, whenever they have themselves second pick, they often win because they are just that great at counter drafting. So perhaps that is probably going to be one of the key ways to win for the side of Falcon Esports, but maybe things are a little bit different and maybe they're just going to flip the script for a tad little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put you guys at the edge of your seat for now because we are going to go off for a short little break. And once we are back, we will deliver to you guys the high-octane game between Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the MSC 2024 in collaboration with EWC at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Husky, and we are just about to head on over to the stage to, of course, preview the game between Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I'm pretty sure that NA fans and Myanmar fans are, having on the edge of their seat, considering that this is such an important match, such an important series between both of them. It's a testament of how far Cloud9 has come and whether they are still on that golden road, and whether Falcons Esports can kind of restore the lost momentum that Myanmar used to have. Either way, I think, as we've established, the jungler matchup is going to be very, very important. Mobile Zin against a Dax, Experience, and a Godfather against the uprising star of Myanmar. I just want to see if we're going to get that assassin matchup, which I know Dax would definitely want to get his hands on.
The question between these two games gotta have to be if whether the Falcons could soar above the clouds. Cloud9, they have been showing themselves pretty strongly in the NA region, and for the side of Falcons, they have definitely been showing how strong they are in their own region as well. Albeit they weren't exactly doing all that well in the previous iterations of MSC, as they have been eliminated in the group stage before, and it wasn't exactly that great for the NA as well as the Myanmar fans. But perhaps this year, we are going to be looking at a couple of different stuff, as the matchup and as well as the group that they are in may actually be pretty good for them altogether. With the change of the patch as well, the change of the game, the updates and all this kind of stuff, is it going to be that big of a difference over to Cloud9 as well as Falcons Esports?
I believe it is. There are going to be changes. However, how major it is, I feel like it is not going to be, just world-ending, right? It's not going to completely change the dynamics of these two teams. Again, I feel like it affects the jungler the most, but at the same time, this new patch also changes not only the junglers having assassins being more viable, it not only makes lord dances a lot more technical, but it also changes mid lane priority in a way where the minions now have low resistance. It's easier for mid laners to clear them, as stated by the patch notes, and that means that mid lane priority becomes even more important, right? Being able to clear the mid lane and support the rest of your teammates is going to be the focal point that has been the fundamentals of Mobile Legends Bang Bang for a very, very long time. And I want to see if this is going to kind of change how fast the teams play in that early game.
Yep, in turn, high-octane games is one thing that we are definitely going to be seeing as a recurring event for the entirety of MSC 2024. Now, of course, when we're talking about patch notes and all that kind of stuff, we gotta have to look at the format itself for those people that have just came into the stream. As you know, and as you can see from the title, this is Stream B. With Stream A, that means that there is Stream... with Stream B, that means there's also Stream A. And both Stream A and B are featuring two very different games. So you guys gotta have to take a look at both of the schedules and see which one suits you the most and which are the teams that you would want to support the most and tune into the stream altogether. Otherwise, if you'd like to support both streams at the same time, we highly recommend you to do that. Now, also, the games that we're going to be looking out for today is, of course, since it is group stage, this is a best of 2 format. And by the end of the entirety of group stage today, that in the next few days rather, that means that we are going to be looking at quite a bit of teams that will be relegated out of the tournament, which means 8 teams, unfortunately, would not be able to head over to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, it's also a very good moment to bring up the coach of Cloud9, which is Midnight. This is his first time on an international stage as a coach, and of course outside of his own region, right? Because we know Midnight is from the Philippines, has been a caster for ML for the longest of times, and now kind of transitioning into a coaching role and bringing Cloud9 out of NACT and onto the MSC stage. Direct invite, nonetheless. They don't have to play through wildcards because they don't have the slots, unfortunately. But either way, this, I think, is going to be a moment for Midnight as well to prove his mettle as a coach and how much he understands about the game. And when we talk about Cloud9 and the restoration of their glory days, the golden era that Mobile Zane might bring back, I don't think we can count Midnight out of this because he has contributed to a big part of what Cloud9 is today. They even bootcamped in the Philippines before MSC itself. So I think this is it's actually a bigger storyline than what a lot of people might imagine it to be.
Now, of course, as we're just kind of preparing for the game to be starting, because we are definitely going to be focusing onto the ping test first. As you can pretty much see, both teams, they are ready and are ready to go, but we're gonna have to ensure that all the technical stuff is gonna be handled effectively. So what do we gotta have to look out for to between these two games? We have definitely talked about the fact that the teams, their history, right? The history in MSC 2023 coming into 2024. What are going to be the differences? We talked about the patch notes as well, but I suppose play styles of these two teams is definitely going to be super important as well. As I look at Cloud9, right? We have definitely understood that Milo is going to be one of the key players to look out for, but we also cannot we also cannot forget that Mobile Zane utility jungle pool is pretty much relied on throughout the entire series while they will play in their own qualifying stages, right? The team revolves around the shot calling of Mobile Zane, and he's pretty much a master at utilizing Fredrin, Akai, Barats, and pretty much any other frontliners that is meant to displace enemy formation, just kind of breaking apart all this kind of team fight situations coming in from the opponent side. And just so happened that the patch notes actually do favor these three heroes, Fredrin, Akai, and Barats coming into.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, if you have watched any of Mobile Zane's live stream when he plays ML, regardless of what region he plays in, I know most of the time it's in the Philippines region, in the Philippines server, you can see that Mobile Zane, he's definitely a special kind of jungler, right? Which makes him unique in a good way. We talk about utility junglers which are going to be in favor of this patch, especially when Lord dances are so much harder. The Lord hits you with true damage after 10 seconds. That means that tank junglers like Baxia, Barats, especially Fredrin, even more valuable in these kind of scenarios. And when we talk about the Lord Pit, we also have to start talking about one of the minor changes in this new patch, which is the current that kind of spawns, that kind of occurs before a turtle, before objectives, pre 8 minutes. The duration has been extended by another 5 seconds, so it means that these cross-map rotations are going to be a lot more convenient, are going to last a lot longer, and teams are going to be able to move a lot faster when they wouldn't have possibly been able to do in previous patch. And that itself, I think, is going to allow objective-based teams to not only reach objective faster, but also give them better priority over the turtle in the first 8 minutes.
So it's all about a macro game now. And speaking of macro game, right? We know that when it comes down to regions, PH, and ID, their macro game is always immaculate. So when we are looking at teams from other regions, we always want to draw some differences, similarities, or perhaps draw a couple of connections between these two regions. And as for Cloud9, we have found out before that we have seen before, or rather not seen before, we have heard that Cloud9 were actually boot camping in the Philippines. So I think that during their time in Philippines, during the boot camp, they should be able to pick up a couple of meta or perhaps change up their strategy a bit to really focus on the PH style of play.
Yeah, I mean, they also have two players from the Philippines, right? I believe for Cloud9, you have Mielo and Basic in the XP and Gold lane. It is actually a very interesting dynamic because the closest reference I can draw is from Selangor Red Giants, where the side lanes, right? Yes, you have self-sufficient laners, whereas the holy trinity of your jungler, mid, and roamer are kind of from the same region. It does make things easier, and I think Cloud9, they have the exact same dynamics where your side lanes are basically imports. And we've seen Basic and Milo, they have held their own ground. Even Basic in the NACT finals against Gaming Gladiators, he had this moment, I believe in Game 6, where his Roger is basically the Roger Great Escape that allowed Cloud9 to come back from a game that felt impossible. And that could have been GG's, a trophy moment, but Cloud9 said no. Basic was able to turn it around. And when you look at FCon, who are essentially a full Myanmar team, it does make you wonder, what can FCon kind of bring to face off against Cloud9. We know Naisu pointed out that Mielo is in its own league, but then when you compare to his counterpart on the other side of the ring, Royal Milk, that does worry me a little bit, because Royal Milk, he has great moments, but there are also moments where you feel like he is inconsistent and not able to deliver that impact. And I think that the lack of consistency is what's going to set apart the XP laners.
Now, noting that Royal Milk doesn't really have a lot of impact in what we have seen before, I think that is definitely going to be one of the questions that we are going to be looking for when we go into the game, right? Because Royal Milk, he's traditionally a tanky frontliner EXP laner, right? He likes Xbox, CC, Terizla over what we have always seen in the EXP lanes nowadays, whereby they have good sustainability, they have great damage at the same time, such as Paquito as well as Yuzhong. So if he plays heroes like Terizla, CC and Xbox, they definitely need to play a lot more high octane, and he definitely gonna have to mold himself over to work with the mid trio, Dax, Kidax as well as PX7, to constantly apply pressure and to create space, which is their primary strategy coming into most of the games that they have played thus far. So Royal Milk definitely gonna have to step up quite a bit, and the moment that FCon is able to find their way into winning the EXP lanes, or even allowing Royal Milk to have his own way of the game, I think that Falcon Esports is definitely gonna take away one game from Cloud9 with that.
That's actually part of my prediction as well, right? As much as I feel like Cloud9, they have definitely ascended in a way when you compare to the NA region as a whole from last year, I still feel like Falcons Esports, they might be able to kind of take a game away just in terms of the draft. In the BO2, I assume that they would take on red and blue side once per game, and if Falcons get that red side, this is where we are going to see if Dax or Royal Milk gets a priority in that second pick phase, because you do have the last pick on that red side. Though I would say for Falcons, we have kind of established that they can get a bit angsty, they can get a bit over-aggressive when they are in kind of a state of desperation. That's something that I feel like can be Falcons Esports' strength and weakness at the same time. I'm not sure how used to Cloud9 is when it comes to facing off against a team that just wants to go. But if they get caught off guard, maybe that's what's gonna allow Falcon Esports to overwhelm Cloud9.
We also have to look out for experience, right? Cloud9 definitely have got a lot of stage experiences, and they know what they are going for, especially with a figurehead like Mobazane leading the pack. I'm pretty sure that Cloud9 will be very decisive in the things that they do, and should be quite aggressive in the approach coming into fighting against Falcon Esports. On the other side, Falcon Esports has pretty much been seen as more of the dark horse of the MSC 2024, and their younger players might be that wildcard factor. It might be just that wow factor that may be a problem, right? Because they're gonna have to work with stage fright. They're gonna have to work with a large stage per se. But luckily in this case, you know, they're not exactly on that big stage. They're not having, you know, those lights and those live environment with audiences cheers and all this kind of stuff. So perhaps that problem is out of the equation already. Because we know that the management, they prepared a mock simulation to emulate live environment for the Falcon Esports players to ensure that they are well prepared for the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to that point of time just yet, right? Like, you gotta be able to make it out of group stage, and then we can talk about the lights and the crowd. But like Naisu did say, this is a marathon, not a sprint. As much as the stakes are very high, there's no do-overs in this format, you still have to take it one game at a time. And considering that the only way to truly lose is to go down 0-2, a draw doesn't really feel that poor of a result if that's what it takes. So for FCon, not just FCon, I feel like for a lot of these teams, counter drafting is one thing, but this is where you want to bring out your best, because this is what's going to get you to that group, through that group stage. And even then in playoffs, we have single elimination, so that means that you don't have a second chance. This is where it really pushes the teams to the limit. What is your best, and how long can your best hold out for you? And I feel like there's a lot more pressure on FCon in that regard, considering that Cloud9, they just feel a lot more prepared in terms of the environment, in terms of what they perform in NACT. And even when you look at the atmosphere, Cloud9, it feels like they are ready to rumble, and it's just a matter of time before we hop into the draft and get the game going.
I mean, looking at the stage, right, we can see that from the side of Falcon Esports, they do have the sideline support. We can definitely see coaches as well as analysts that is going to be part with them. But I actually don't really see that kind of support coming in from Cloud9 that predominantly. In fact, from what I know, Midnight is probably coaching them remotely.
No, Midnight is there. That's Midnight.
Okay, never mind. He's there.
That is Midnight. Oh boy, yo. You see, I'm gonna drop Midnight a message.
I'm blind. No, I'm blind. I'm just totally blind.
You see, his name might be Midnight, but it's daytime in Riyadh. All right, he's standing behind the players. Midnight is doing fine. I'll help you say hi to him, even though I've never say hi to him. But I'll send him this clip. We'll see. We'll see if Midnight gets the message.
Pardon me for I am not wearing my glasses. I mean, contact lenses. I mean, the same thing. But perhaps maybe not having an analyst, would that make a difference? I'm trying to look out for management side of influence, right? How much do they have from the analysts, the coaches? How is that going to put an effect into this upcoming game? Is it really going to be the battle of the junglers, or is it actually going to be the battle of the coaches? Because understandably, Midnight is definitely a strong coach, and we have seen from the way that he analyzes things on desk. But in the meantime, we're also going to be looking out for the side of for Falcon Esports, right? When we are looking at the Kyoch Nocho, I hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly, or we can call him Kalama, Isa as well as God Level. They have a lot of inputs that they can probably put into Falcon Esports' lineup.
I think I think at the end of the day, it's about the foundations of what the teams have to bring overall. If we have to look at the way they draft, I feel like Falcon Esports draft is slightly more predictable overall. And this is just based off of recent performances, right? I am not entirely sure whether they made adjustments coming into MSC groups, but prior to that, in the past month or two, you can definitely see the playstyle that Falcon Esports have been trying to perfect prior to the current patch, right? For example, PX7, Controller Mage, Valentina is always a very important pick. It feels like you will always go for it whenever she is open. And on the other hand, your Marcuti on Cloud9, who is not shy to go for that. So there are some similarities in terms of hero pool, but if you look at Falcons Esports, I feel like there's a more direct way to shut them down in the drafts compared to Cloud9, who has the option to kind of throw a wrench in the plan by giving Mobile Zanes like an alpha every once in a while, or the Akai when you least expect it.
One thing that we also need to tell everyone is the fact that we have Cloud9 that will be on first pick, first ban. So remember the strategy that we were talking about initially, whereby we would want to see Falcon Esports to be on this second pick, second ban, because they are just that good at counter drafting. And finally, we are in. The very first match between Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports, we are now observing the draft, with Faramis as well as Loyi already thrown into the banning pool.
Yeah, so far Valentina still open. The Faramis is a PX7 special, so Cloud9 doing their homework and giving a lot of respect to PX7. The Roger for me is a must ban because Benny QT from Liquid Philippines showed you give Roger a good game with Warcry, he absolutely tears you to shreds. So we don't want none of that funny snowballing business. Falcons Esports go for the chip. So far, despite this patch being new, a lot of the bans are still very, very similar, right? For example, Falcons Esports taking out the chip and Loyi just to prevent global presence, and Cloud9 taking out the Angela to stop the enabler for Dax.
Now, with all of that said and done, I'm pretty sure that Cloud9, they already have got the junglers that they want in their minds, right? Because we quite literally don't really see any of these junglers being banned. In fact, not exactly something that we want to see being banned out per se, but if Cloud9 will want to focus onto Mobile Zane's picks, then I'm pretty sure that picking up a... Okay, so Valentina is definitely going to be the first one they pick out, but that also means that Fredrin is definitely going to be possible for FCON to snatch it away.
Not entirely, right? We've established that Dex does play the assassin. They might forego the jungle pick for the first 2 phase. I like the Valentina pick. I've said that Mark QT, he's going to get his hands on that, if not PX7s, and blue side gives you the priority. So Moskov does go over to FCon. That is one of Benny's signature. He has been playing an excessive amount of Moskov, and I believe he was also one of the few guys who does not care too much about whether he has a Flicker or Purify. He goes Inspire and he hard carries his team, and they pair it up with the Edith, which I think is also a very good pick to start it off, because Edith is a very great flex pick in this current meta, so it doesn't reveal too much to Cloud9. You can put Edith wherever you want.
Now, on the other hand, when it comes down to Cloud9, they are looking at a with an alpha being straight out being picked up from them, as well as a carry. So picking up a carry pretty early in here. I believe that they're not necessarily looking out for carry to just kind of focus on bringing down all the tanky heroes in the front lines, because it's pretty early, right? And that pretty much solidifies even more for the jungle pick to be an assassin, because I mean, if you're able to go over the back lines to deal with the carry, why not?
I mean, it does make me happy, because I also pointed out the Alpha could be an option, something that Mobazane has played a lot of times across the tournaments he's in, and Alpha carry basically means that they're prepared for this very moment, right? You did mention that Frederick can be a choice. Up to this point, I think Cloud9, they're more than ready, because if they don't pick carry right now, it's going to get banned out 100%. It is one of basic signature as well. He's played a lot of carry, but with the Alpha and Toad, it means that if FCon goes for tank junglers, we already have a double jeopardy to deal with it. But if he goes assassin, we can melt him down in an instant. So either way, I think Cloud9, they have done their homework with this first 3 picks. We go into the second phase, Cloud9 looking to shut down Royal Milk, because we said FCon on their red side, they can prep for Royal Milk. CC gets banned out right off the bat, and the Grok taken out by Falcons.
Terizla is definitely going to be one of the other possible bans from the side of Cloud9, and just kind of whittle down Royal Milk's amount of heroes that they can work with. Xbox is definitely going to be one of the other choices that Royal Milk could potentially go for, but I'm pretty sure that if they would really want to, they can pretty much flex it. I honestly don't think that they will want to pick a Yuzhong for their side, though. It's definitely possible, but we predominantly see Royal Milk preferring more of a tanky EXP laner.
Yeah, I think it depends on whether they want to reveal where this Edith goes, right? I agree. I feel like you can keep the XP lane for the last pick. That's something that Homeboys does a lot as well, to just give Sabat a great lane, and you kind of build your momentum off of a good start in the XP lane. You don't ban out, so it's not like FCon will get a chance at all. Good read from Cloud9. Now FCon, they still haven't revealed their mid laner, right? I think mid laner right now, no Faramis, no Valentina. You can consider the Novara is always a decent option. And then Novara, then you can put a Terizla in the top side if you want some setters. If not, then I suppose Eve is not bad of an option as well. We've seen a couple of Eves being picked up in recent tournaments from multiple teams.
In fact, the current core 3 heroes that Falcon Esports have picked up for themselves doesn't really quite hint to us what kind of playstyle they are really trying to go for, right? So they are all very strong in their own regards, and very likely I'm just expecting that Edith will want to be flexed over to the roam role instead. In fact, having the Novara as well as Terizla, as you said, is probably going to be one of my favorite picks coming in for them. But
I was thinking about a possible Aurora, because I know that SRG, they do pick Aurora, but not a lot of teams would go for this pick. So FCon with this Aurora, not that bad of a choice, right? Like, you want to get into my face, and Aurora not only sets up great tower dives, but has incredible crowd control, and the passive basically gives you a free life. If I want a Nana passive, but I don't want to be Nana, I take Aurora.
I mean, when it comes down to Aurora, it's definitely going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, right? When it comes down to the mid-rotation, so on and so forth. So now we are also looking at a Barat's pick, as well as a Mathilda. In fact, it's kind of surprising for me that Mathilda has been leaked all the way to the final pick.
Yeah, no longer a prio ban, so I can understand there's just a lot more heroes that needs attention compared to a Matilda, which is good, right? Because Matilda was perma-banned for so long that now Matilda getting her freedom, I feel like it's just a breath of fresh air. Now FCon, you're going to decide where this Edith goes. Personally, I feel like Edith XP isn't too bad, but export also works as well, because you can directly put him into a Baraz, and he just makes Baraz life extremely hard to deal with, and you get some die potential against a carry. But they go for the Arlet, which I think is completely fine as well. You have good setters, good counter engage, and it essentially tells Cloud9, hey, you can't just run into us, we have ways to shut you down.
Well, with that all said and done, we do have the entire lineup coming in from Cloud9 and Falcon being out there. So, Husky, tell me what you feel. Do you think that Falcon has got that counter draft that we are looking out from them?
I think what Cloud9 is looking for is a fast game, right? Like when you have a Matilda, it changes the dynamics of your draft. Look at their hero. They're not the most mobile, but Matilda makes them all mobile. And they have big tank shredders. You have Alpha and Carry. If they get a good lead, it does make FCon's life very hard, especially when they're primarily relying on Dax on this Fredrin to be the front line. Baraz makes it 10 times harder because now objectives is going to be a tough contest with the Daytona's welcome. For FCon's side, they just gotta make sure that C9 doesn't move too fast.
I worry about the crowd control from the side of Falcon Esports. Definitely has got quite a lot to work around. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be finally jumping into the very first game of today. Day number 1 here in Stream B. It's Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I think right off the bat, we're seeing that Cold War is going to get some info on where Dax is, forces out the red tree at the purple buff. That is kind of the protocol, what you want to look at, but I also like that Kid X is trying to get priority for PX7. As an Arlet at level 1, you have incredible base damage with your Vengeance, and you just want to give as much pressure to the enemy mid laner as you possibly can, but Cloud9 able to stem the early aggression and keep this mid lane under control.
So coming into looking at lane priorities all across the board, right? We're definitely gonna be expecting quite a bit of movements in the middle lane with a dual setup from the middle lane. We've got the Valentina definitely always have got great priority over many other mages out there, but having an Arlet that's just constantly in the middle lane definitely poses quite a bit of threat for the Valentina before he can just start roaming around again.
Yeah, and I want to quickly point out something, right? I talked about Benny being one of the few Moscow players who just goes Inspire. Look at him. He has Inspire as his battle spell, and he did try to go for the Inspire cheese at level 1, where you just try to win the lane by man-fighting your opponent. Unfortunately, basic is not affected, so Benny, you just have to take it as it is. I can't push him out of the lane, so I'll just have to play it normally as I possibly can. All things considered, so far, whatever we've expected from both teams is true, but with Dax being found out, that means that Cloud9 have sufficient info. Falcons, they're waiting for PX7 and Royal Milk to hit level 4, and then it's about the turtle contest.
With the Aurora already heading into the top lane, they want to assist as much as possible. But Cloud9, they have jumped themselves onto Kid X and showed themselves in the middle lane, allowing Falcon Esports to actually take the priority off of the Lord. But we are expecting a 4 versus 5 fight as Royal Milk immediately jumped right in with the Earth Shatter, followed by a flicker as the turtle will be taken by the hands of Boba Zane. They have came here for what they wanted, and Kid X is going to be falling down as the first blood. Falcon Esports, they are losing 3 men right off the bat. Cloud9 looks at this game smiling.
Yeah, this is the worst possible opening. I mean, PX7 keeps his passive, I believe, loses the flicker, all battle spells used by the side of Falcon Esports. That turtle fight really felt like it shouldn't have gone that way. I think Falcons, you just need to give it up. Kid X has already lost his flicker. You realize that Mark QT stole the Primal Wrath, so that's just extra damage from the side of Cloud9. And when you look at this replay, Benny, he was thinking whether he wants to show up to the fight, but thankfully he didn't, because that would have been kill number 4. We've established that Cloud9, they have tank shredders, they can play fast, they have good objective control, and the fact that Falcons took that fight and lost Tree and the turtle is just a disastrous opening.
Definitely not the early game setup that they are trying to look out for. I mean, having 3% just going down, despite having the turtle priority in the initial phase, it definitely looked like Falcon is gonna be super prepared and wanting to go for that. In fact, I think it was a 4-man Earth Shatter coming from Royal Milk. I thought that was actually pretty darn good, but perhaps it took a little bit more time for the rest of the members from Falcon Esports to really respond to that. And fortunately, it also boils down to Cloud9 being able to retaliate pretty effectively.
Yeah, and I think what Falcons failed to recognize in that situation is the fact that not only I feel like there was a bit of disconnect in their calls, and effective. I believe Fredrin Dax didn't even get to use his Appraiser's Wrath for the entire fight just because he was crowd controlled so hard. And sure, you got a good final slash, but the next question is, where is the damage going to come from FCon? And unfortunately, they just do not have enough output. With that start, Cloud9, fantastic position, but for FCon, you might have to start considering slowing down the game, just trying to recover in terms of controlling the lane and getting the farm, the resources for your teammates. And maybe when the next turtle comes, you just have to consider giving it away to Cloud9, because if another team fight goes awry, I fear that Cloud9 would go out of control.
Definitely feels like a game of attrition for the side of Falcon. They can lock down for quite a bit of time, but unfortunately, when it really boils down to dealing damage during all this lockdown duration, it is primarily absent. So Falcon, they need a little bit more time to actually ramp up, and definitely with this first 3 deaths is not gonna be all that great. They're gonna have to slow things down a bit, as you have said, Husky, and they're probably gonna stay back in their lane for for a bit as well. But unfortunately, this also enforces the very fact that Cloud9 is a very aggressive team, and the fact that they will literally pull any game plan that they want very effectively and without hesitation at all, with the leadership of Mobazane.
Yeah, and another thing that Cloud9 has in terms of advantage over FCon is something that I did point out earlier on, right? The mobility that the Matilda provides. And then when you look at the chase potentials, if FCon loses a fight and wants to retreat, it is incredibly hard because you have the Matilda Express from Cold War. He's going to bring his teammates to try and chase you down. So that's something that FCon needs to eventually take into account as the game progresses. If they fall behind even more, that's where this draft from C9 becomes utterly deadly. And not only is good at shredding tanks, but when the Lord comes around, as much as we say Lord dances are a bit more technical, Cloud9 just have so much true damage to shred through the Lord. And remember, Lord right now has a 30% increase in max HP when it's summoned, which means it just takes it just takes a bit longer to take it down, even when it's just the first Lord.
Yeah, I mean, since we are on that topic, right? I also pretty much want to look at wave clear coming in from both Cloud9 as well, Falcon Esports. How good are they when they are actually playing from behind? Whenever they have their back against the wall, definitely when it comes down to Falcon, they have Benny, right? So if you want to go for a couple of split pushes here and there, or you're trying to clear up the waves, I don't think that they might have that big of a problem. So Cloud9 getting themselves the early start and having the great aggression in the early game, I think that this pretty much paves the way for their entire strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a 2k gold advantage for Cloud9 just off of that first interaction, right, at the turtle fight. So that's something that I think is not too big of a lead just yet, but definitely something that Cloud9 is going to feel happy about, because all your core targets, all your core members got the kill. Mobazane got one, Milo got one, MarQT got one, and he's also sporting the MSC 2024 edition Valentina skins, which I absolutely adore. But you look at this fight, I feel like Cloud9, they want more.
Yep, as Dax was hoping that he'll be able to run away, but unfortunately the final slash is just going to be connecting on Dax. But immediately after that, the Appraiser's Wrath connects. He gets his HP back a little bit, but it's not going to help too much. As Cloud9 with the guiding win, Cold World managed to bring Mobazane right out of the team fight, and they're going to be pretty much safe and sound with only a 1-for-1 trade.
Not enough damage from Falcons for the second time, and that one is a lot more apparent. Dax survived for long enough, lands a 3-man Appraiser's Wrath, gives his life away, only to not have Falcons get anything in return. I believe they only took down
Basic. Got Basic though.
That's okay, but in the grand scheme of things, Cloud9, they're fine with it, right? The kill from Basic went over to Kid X, which you would have loved it if it went to anyone else. Even Milo is a full level ahead of Royal Milk. Second turtle is on the up.
As we have the turtle currently going down, Dax is going to be the one that claims the credit for that. And for now, Falcon Esports, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be responding in kind, as they're just going to be focusing down on MarQT, but Mobazane goes right in with a quick little ultimate. Unfortunately, Dax is going to be caught up in the middle of all of that. As thus, he's going to go down together with Kid X, and Cloud9 secures 2 kills and a free orange buff.
Turtle taken by Falcons, but for the 3rd time in a row, not enough damage. Dax didn't even get to use his ultimate. That fight because he was gobbled up by Milo right before that, and that puts Mobazane 2 levels ahead of Dax. A tragedy for the Fredrin. This is the exact situation you don't want to be in as a Fredrin into a lineup with, Carry and Alpha.
Indeed.
if you can't survive in a fight, you are basically ineffective. Not to mention that Mielo has been keeping his gears locked onto this Fredrin.
Especially since Fredrin really plays around with HP. You really want to bring yourself down low enough to get a lot of that grey health in order to unleash that one big Appraiser's Wrath. But as we talked about it before, right? We're looking at the carry and the alpha. It's not something that this Fredrin will have all the time in the world to just bump up in the amount of HP that he have and really just play possum. He gotta have to react fast enough and really try to go for it. In fact, you see, Dax was really holding off on his Appraiser's Wrath, and only at the final seconds he tried to put it out, but a little bit too late.
See, they want to find the jungle again.
Yep, it doesn't seem like things are going to be looking very well for Falcon Esports, as the Deadlands Welcome just going to be connected down onto Dax, dying down once again, 4th time in a row. We did have the final slash that did connect onto Mobazane though, but it's not going to be that big of a difference.
I don't think there's enough damage from Falcons. In fact, Mobazane, if he wants to turn, he can.
Ouch.
Even use the conceal. Unfortunately, KidX gets swiped to the grave. Cloud9 pumping up the tempo. This is Falcons Esports' worst nightmare.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be great at all. Cloud9 with currently with 8 kills and Falcon Esports with only 1. And they're now even going to be focusing down the bottom lane. But Benny turned things around a tad little bit. He did manage to bring the Mathilda down, but unfortunately the main guy, Basic, is still alive.
Best case scenario, I suppose. You could have asked for a better trade, at least as a 1-for-1. Would have loved to take down Basic, but Falcons arriving at the third turtle.
Without the Moskov coming in, Dax still somehow did manage to take the turtle away from Cloud9. Mobazane definitely not happy about that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Dax, as much as this game is still going horribly for him, he's won 2 retry fights under level compared when he went up against Mobazane. So that's something good for FCon, right? They are almost close to the 3,000 deficit mark, but all things considered, this is still recoverable for Falcons Esports. They've managed to stem the bleeding a little bit, only losing the bottom tier 1, all things considered, and Royal Milk just broke the top tier 1 of Cloud9. And that means Falcons, they've gotten some space for themselves, and this is beneficial, especially when you want Benny to start.
They're really definitely gonna have to bide their time and find the right opportunity to really just jump right in for an all-out team fight. But we gotta have to look out for the main playmakers of Falcon Esports. Is Benny really available, and is Benny really ready for those kind of fights? And in the meantime, PX7 as well. He's currently been stuck in the middle lane for quite a tad bit and unable to really come in for being very pivotal in fights. We don't really quite see that much of an impact, unfortunately. For now, we're just going to be looking at the middle lane. His HP is not looking good. PX7, not looking good. Recalling, and as for the side of Cloud9, I think that they're more or less ready to try to bring down this Facility defense turret.
Yeah, PX7 lost the flicker, has no more passive to work with, but Falcons arrived just in time to defend this tier 1. Both sides did trade their final side lane tier 1, so far, state of the game, even Falcons Esports not letting Cloud9 get too far
ahead. The side lane game is done. And everyone is probably going to double dip themselves into the middle lane to try to bring down the first defense turret. This is a game of river control. Whoever's able to bring down the first defense turret here is ultimately going to get a big boost in commanding the opponent's jungle.
We talk about the setup that Falcons Esports have with this Arlet, right? That's something that Cloud9 would need to be constantly reminding themselves of. Glowing Wana purchased by PX7, that's going to severely impede Cold War's effectiveness with the Matilda. We'll see if this Lord fight is going to turn out in their way.
With the Lord currently being pulled out, Falcon Esports itself, Cloud9 understands that it is very scary. This Lord is very daunting, and holding on to the Lord for as period of time is not going to be good, as the final slash is going to be connecting down on the 2. He wants to get himself in the heart of the battle, as now they're just going to be focusing on the Kid X. He went in a little bit too deep, and unfortunately, Falcon Esports wasn't able to help him too much. With Royal Milk coming in on the second part of the fight, he's going to be whittled down to the all-time low too. And Cloud9 succeeded in this fight against Falcon Esports without losing a single one.
I don't think Falcons can even attempt to steal this Dax. He might just have to give himself away. He might even go down.
I'm surprised that they even tried to try to challenge for this, as the rest of Cloud9 focuses onto Dax, brings him down immediately while Mobazane stayed behind to bring the Lord down.
Look, I think Falcons, they gotta start cleaning up their communications a little bit. Kid X got sold out by his team. He got an incredible engage, and all he needed was PX7 and Royal Milk to press their buttons at the exact same time. But you saw the delay follow-up from Royal Milk's onwards basically allow Cloud9 to have time to react to that engage, and the rest was history. Benny, he wanted to put out damage, but the synchronization just prevented that from happening to FCon. So the synergy from Falcons, they gotta clean it up, because Kid X, he's been getting some good sets, but his teammates isn't pulling their weight.
So they always have got the great initiation, but when it comes down to following up, it's not quite that. Despite having a lineup that has a lot of crowd control coming from the Edith, and even the Fredrin himself. And perhaps we are even taking a look at PX7. In fact, every single one of them have got a crowd control of their own, as long as they manage to get the communications up and running. So Husky pretty much got the nail in the head, right? We need the communications coming from the side of Falcon Esports to be a lot more precise, and they gotta have to call out each of these shots and all of these skill shots.
Yeah. Luckily, they still defend all their inhibitors. That's the least silver lining. 6k gold behind Cloud9 at this point in time. We know for a fact that Benny, he's gonna have damage for sure. He's been able to farm up a storm this entire game, and he is going to be the linchpin of FCon as this game progresses, right? We're gonna head into that late game pretty soon, but again, it comes down to whether Falcons can get that perfect set, give Benny the space to dish out the damage. Kid X and Royal Milk, they gotta start working on the synergy a little bit, because Kid X, he's been doing his job, but the rest of the team, they gotta be able to follow up. They recognize that Dax is not easy for Dax to survive in a face of basic Mobazane and Mielo, but they have an idea on how to pull it off, and it's now a matter of executing.
I think that right now, even if Dax has been constantly sacrificing himself for the greater good of FCon, I think that FCon gotta have to look at another way of playing. Like, even if Dax is gonna go down, they gotta have to trade it out one way or another. Because Benny, yes, he's been farming quite a bit, but perhaps he just don't have enough of those items to really execute anyone in Cloud9 just yet. And we are coming into 12 minutes of the game. I believe that once we hit about 15 minutes of the game where Dax is able to contest for Lord when both junglers are level 15, that is probably gonna be FCon's game.
Yeah. And something that I think Cloud9, RQT has been doing well as well is that multiple choices of ultimates, right? It's either I steal the Final Slash, Primal Wrath, or even I steal Aura's ultimate if FCon wants to run at me. Because Cloud9, they have the priority looking for another fight.
Yep. It does seem like Overworld trying to go for the Circling Eagle, working with Milo for their guiding win. Unfortunately, it's not exactly what they wanted. Milo got stopped halfway through and wasn't able to follow Cold World all the way through. So, missed out the initiation, but that's fine. It was not that much of a committal Circling Eagle from the side of Matilda. So that's gonna be fine and dandy for now.
Best case scenario, well, he did hit someone with the second half of Circling Eagle, right? So the cooldown reduction did apply for Cold World. Side lanes in favor of Falcons, especially top part. FCon has set up the top lane, so this is definitely a lore that they can try and juggle, but Cloud9, they have a lot of damage to run through it if they want to. We'll see if FCon can manage to find the cash. Royal Milk and Kid X on different sides of the pit.
Still trying to contest for this. Falcon Esports, they are going and raring to go. As the Daedalus Welcome just going to be connecting down on the Fredrin. Dax still manages to take the Lord for himself. Cloud9 now just going to be going on for an aggressive front. They want to bring Dax down as much as possible, but he just immediately jumps himself forward, but wasn't able to do quite much.
Benny.
As Benny, he brings himself and jumps back, and he's going to be safe and sound now. Royal Milk and Dax may have went down, but they have the Lord.
Oh my goodness. Dax, despite under level, constantly 2 levels behind Mobazane, has won 3 consecutive red tree fight. And Cloud9, they had the right idea, right? Like Mielo, he gobbled up Dax, they control him, and somehow he got the Lord for his team. Saving grace for Falcons. Sure, they might not be able to make a lot out of this, but at least Falcons have found a lifeline in this game. They only have 3 kills overall, but who cares? Benny, he's coming online.
Dax really have got his eye on the prize, constantly winning in all these challenges. In fact, I wouldn't have thought that Dax would be able to win. Like, how in the world did that even happen? Probably Royal Milk jumping all the way into the four man probably bought them a lot of time, and probably just made Cloud9 just tunnel vision onto Royal Milk as much as possible. So every single one of these deaths definitely contributed to the cause of Falcon Esports wanting to get themselves the Lord. They did manage to bring the inhibitor turret in the top lane down to half health. That gives Falcon Esports so much more room to breathe.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly talk about the deficit in terms of gold. Majority of Cloud9's gold lead actually comes from the jungle gap, right? Mobazin has like what, a 5k gold advantage over Dax. That's pretty much it. Everyone else is on this almost the same level in terms of net worth. So that means that Cloud9's net worth can be considered as inflated. They want to look for Dax.
They're all just going to be jumping onto Dax once again. They are not going to be stopping until Dax is finally dead. But Cloud9 realizes that all of their skill shots is just not connecting and immediately retreated out of that.
Yeah. I think Cloud9 needs to start understanding that only Mobazin has an advantage in terms of net worth, and that is not going to matter as much at this point of the time. Everyone else on Falcons, they are keeping up. So this total kill is a bit deceptive for those who don't look at the individual net worth, which means look at Falcons Esports. They're starting to take up more space. They're starting to get a lot more confident, and that means that Cloud9, one mistake could lose them game number
6,000
1.
gold lead definitely looks a lot, but how Falcon Esports is playing doesn't feel like they are playing from behind of 6,000. Cloud9, on the other hand, though, it seems like they are definitely trying to be as aggressive as they can, but in the meantime, they gotta have to show as much respect as they can to Falcon Esports, because we've mentioned before, Falcon Esports lineup is chock full of crowd control. The moment that they position themselves wrongly, that is probably going to be a game for Falcon Esports to immediately turn around on.
Yeah, it's all about looking for Benny. If they can catch Benny and take him down, then Falcons just runs out of steam in an instant. Malefic Raw just got purchased, I believe, by the Smoskov, so he's basically decked out. Even went for extra attack speed on the boot, so Benny is all about damage. Royal Milk out of position.
And does seem like he's not gonna be caught out just yet. And such, certainly Eagle is gonna be taken away. Cloud9 probably don't have a lot of utility or any skills to really catch up to Benny, which might actually be one of the main problems that Cloud9 might experience in the later parts of the team fight. The Kid X did manage to connect onto the final splash, but it's pretty much just gonna be a little bit of harassment as Benny focuses himself onto Coldwell. Exactly what I'm talking about. No one is there to really deal with Benny as such. He's just gonna be jumping in, and he's gonna be focusing on the Mobazin next. Mobazin immediately goes right in with his ultimate and tries to go for a kill, but unfortunately, he's gonna be taken down. Benny picks up a double. Well, basically just gonna be continuing on to go on for a rampage. But now Benny is focusing on to kills after kills after kills, picking himself with a triple. He might want to go for Milo, but he flickers himself away. He just
oh my goodness!
Hoping to do something to Benny, wasn't able to at all.
MarQT tried to save his team, but Benny is just too strong. They should be able to defend this inhibitor, I think. Maybe Benny would just power through it. It seems like MarQT keeps the structure alive. Lord, I believe, was taken by the side of Falcons in that chaos.
Again!
So Cloud9, they have essentially lost whatever lead they've gotten. We talked about the only net worth advantage that they have was from Mobazin. Look at this fight, right? Royal Milk goes and engage. He sacrifices his life to get Mobazin, but Benny uncontested the entire fight. Basically, he was put so far behind by Kid X, and when he rejoins the fight against Benny, he just loses out on the one timing, the Winds of Nature being used by Benny afterwards to survive that one-on-one. And Falcons have completely recovered from that early game. This right now is Cloud9's turns to experience a nightmare.
Sheer discipline from the side of Falcon Esports, having the priority over the Lord and being able to just burst down the Lord with that tiny bit of health is definitely possible. However, they dragged it on a little bit longer than expected, and they forced Mobazin to go into a very unexpected position as he just jumps right in with his ultimate, hoping that he will be able to go in for the last hit with the Retribution. But with that all said and done, Falcon Esports did not touch the Lord at all. As such, they did manage to force Mobazin in a bad position, bring him down, then subsequently get the Lord for themselves and clean things up.
Yeah, Falcons Esports in the driver's seat right now. Cloud9 wants to look for more. They did find Royal Milk with the help of the Daytona's welcome, I believe. But either way, net worth don't matter at this point. We've reached critical mass. We've reached the late game for both teams, and right now Falcons, they just gotta wait for Royal Milk to come back, but C9 doesn't want to wait.
Focus on Benny. That is probably gonna be the game plan for Cloud9 at this point in time. Does Mobazin want to reserve his ultimate just for Benny, or do we want to see the Circling Eagle being reserved for Benny at all? Because with the great amount of mobility that Benny has in his kit, I think that Cloud9 will definitely have a lot of troubles just reaching out.
I think Falcons FCON have also figured out that no Daytona's welcome means Cloud9 loses basically their only guaranteed crowd control, right? Their only suppression of a sort. So Mielo misses that out. Falcons, there's so much space for Dax and Kidax to navigate around, and even Royal Milk. And again, Benny, if he's untouched, then Cloud9 is gonna prepare for a world of hurt. And Basic, he experienced it in that third Lord fight where he walks a bit too far forward. Kidax basically displaces him. So that is something that Basic also needs to take into account for next Lord spawning on the top side.
Even though we have the inhibitor turret at the top and the middle lane taken down from the side of Cloud9, this doesn't immediately say that Cloud9 is out of the game just yet. In the meantime, Dena's welcome, connecting down onto Royal Milk. He's still gonna be alive though. He does an immortality, flickers himself right out of that, and all things said and done, Falcon Esports didn't lose anyone but immortality.
Yep. Both XP laners lost the immortality, but Falcons Esports gains priority off the Lord pick because top wave was pushing in. So Basic needs to deal with that. But Lord is pretty strong. Falcons Esports is going to bum rush through it, not a problem. Lord number 4 for the Myanmar representatives. And this could be the death sentence for Cloud9 if Falcons, they just need one last push. And only one inhibitor stands for Cloud9.
We mentioned this in the early stage of the game where Cloud9 doesn't exactly have very good wave clear as compared to Falcon Esports. Falcon Esports is a lineup that can really play from behind very effectively, especially since we're looking at a Moskov versus a carry kind of situation. Sure, you might be able to burst down the Lord pretty effectively for this out of Cloud9, but when it comes down to the rest of the wave that's just going to be marching in, you may have a lot of problems essentially dealing with that. As such, the Lord marches in, ready to pillage everything that Cloud9 holds dear. The Deadlands welcome still going to be connecting it. It slams Kidax into PX9, PX7, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do much as Falcon Esports focuses onto the throne and the core gets destroyed. Falcon Esports takes game number 1 away from Cloud9.
Yeah, crystal shattered. Falcons Esports manages a incredible recovery off of the efforts of everyone, right? The adjustments from mid to late game in terms of how we take the fights. Sure, early game was a bit sloppy, you know, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Kidax getting sold up by his team, but Benny farmed up Dax, basically retreat gapping Mobazane from mid to late game, winning 2 out of 3 turtle fights under level and even Lord retreat fights as well. So props to Falcon Esports on keeping a cool head, because when you look at the first 6 minutes, you think that this is over for Falcons, right? Cloud9 was so far ahead. How did it all go so wrong? But Falcons just were able to find opportunities to readjust their gameplay and punish Cloud9 for not respecting the power spike that Falcons have.
It's definitely difficult for the fans of Cloud9 to be watching this game, as they have got clearly the lead. EXP lead, gold lead and everything, but Dax just comes in to just steal everything that Cloud9 absolutely holds dear and true. And looking at EXP differences, how is he even supposed to be able to take all these Lord dances, and how is he even supposed to steal things away from Cloud9? That's not supposed to happen. So Cloud9, they gotta have to... Right now, it's more of the communication with Cloud9 now. Do they want to focus on the Lord? Do they want to call things out together so that they can time the retribution together with some of the other burst skills? What exactly is Falcon doing so right? It really boils down to discipline for me.
I think the beginning of the turning point for this game was definitely second Lord, right? When Dax basically stole the Lord somehow. Watching that replay, I felt like maybe Mobazane was stuck in the animation of his ultimate and wasn't able to get the retry. Either way, that kind of gave Falcons Esports a way back into the game. But the true moment where Falcons basically cemented their spot in game 1 was the third Lord fight, where both junglers went down. Benny completely just tear apart the entire C9 roster, and amidst the chaos, PX7's Aurora secured the Lord for his team. So, you know, a lot of things went right for Falcons for sure, but you have to commend, I think, Benny in game 1 just performed immaculately to drag his team across the finishing line and put them in a state where they can finally fight C9 with impunity.
I say is sheer willpower coming from FCON. whatever that they did in the early game, it didn't quite work out, but they still have a game plan that they want to focus on. And one of the core strategies have already been leaked out from the side of Falcon. Whenever they have the priority of the Lord and they know that they can force the opponent's jungler to jump into the midst of the action, they will eventually do that. They forced the Spear of Alpha from the side of Mobazane for the third Lord, while none of the Falcons members touched the Lord even when the Lord is literally at its sliver of health. There is definitely that level of anxiousness that is poured onto Mobazane, whereby he will keep thinking, if there's a gap between me and the Lord, how am I supposed to react in time? As such, he did react. He reacted by going in with Spear Alpha and hoping that he will be able to stay alive long enough for that final retribution, but it didn't quite work out for them, because the moment he went in, everyone from Falcon focused him down.
Yeah, and I think it's just a very good spot for Falcons to be in. Great momentum booster for game 1. I'm just looking forward to see if they can keep this up.
I'm excited to see game number 2 now. Is it going to be a 2-0 in favor for Falcons, or will Cloud9 be able to clap back? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go off for a short break, and once we are back, we will bring you the conclusion of this series between Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the B stream of the Mid-Season Cup 2024 here at Esports World Cup at Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. We've got game number 1 of match number 1 that has just concluded with Cloud9 unfortunately losing over to Falcon Esports by 1 point, as we are about to jump in for the second game very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think game 1 has already defied a lot of expectations, right? We've set it up, both teams looking for redemption, a few by their own agendas, but Cloud9 letting the ball slip a little bit, and Falcons managing an incredible recovery at the very end to take down Cloud9 in game 1. That's the morale boost that if you are FCON, you're definitely going to try to hold on to moving into game number 2. Even the headline for this series is, can the Falcons soar above the clouds? And they are 1 game away from being above Cloud9.
I think that they are pretty much gonna be flying on a par with Cloud9 now. If whether they can go above, that is all dependent on game number 2. A quick recap as to what pretty much went on in game number 1. We've got immaculate draft coming in from both sides. We've got Cloud9 with a draft that pretty much stretched through Dax throughout the entirety of the game, putting Dax in a really tough spot with lack of gold, lack of health, and pretty much lack of EXP and everything. But somehow, Dax and his entire team, through sheer willpower, still managed to soldier on and steal turtles after lords, and they eventually got themselves a win after a very disciplined game from the 3rd lord onwards.
Yeah, I mean, Dax won 4 out of 7 objectives against Boulevard. That gives you a very good idea of kind of the disparity we see in game 1. But now it's time to switch sides. FCON on blue, C9 on red. We're getting almost the exact same opening bans with a bit of deviation, right? FCON opting to take out the Arlet instead.
So now with the Loyi Arlet chip as well as Harif being thrown right into the banning pool, does C9 want to go for a little bit of a respect ban here? Do they identify that the Fredrin is gonna be pretty annoying, or is it all just the fact that Dax is just doing Dax's thing? Or do they want to look for some proper answers over to the Moskov? Because Moskov have pretty much got free reign in team fights as long as Cloud9's Matilda ran out of his Circling Eagle. So Cloud9's lineup for this upcoming game might actually focus a little bit more over to the backlines of Falcon, because they don't really have an answer to that in the previous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the PX7 actually is not going to get Faramis again, or FCON, they're the one that takes liberty in banning it, but they do have access to a Valentina first pick if they want, right? Roger is also left open if this Angela bans go through, and it will from C9, which means right now you're looking at Roger, you're looking at Matilda, looking at Valentina. Roger becomes the option for FCON. Great hero in this meta with the war cry, and on top of that, great flex pick.
With the very first pick coming from FCON with a Roger, we definitely have the idea that Cloud9 might want to retaliate with a Moskov onto their side. Understandably, for the side of Falcon, they are not that afraid of Benny. They already have probably an answer that they want to have onto the side, and probably just more on a backline kind of team comp for the side of Falcon. Do they want to go for a little bit of a dive kind of game? Because maybe they just want to focus on early game and try to snowball out of control.
I suppose we have to see the rest of the draft right now.
Backline jumps.
At least for the side of, yeah, I mean, for C9, right, at least you have some late game insurance, right? You have a Swiss Army knife with the Valentina, you have the Moskov, which you kind of took away from Benny if this is going to be a Roger jungle, but instant Terizla and Ruby. So FCON, they're not hiding anything, right? Terizla XP, Ruby roam. I've seen examples of certain teams putting Terizla mid, but I would hope that's not the case. It is a very honest draft of FCON, but it also means that they have an abundance of setup to allow this Roger to kind of activate in team fights.
So going on with the first 3 core picks from Falcon, they have already established that they definitely want to play for a lot more team fights, right? They want to look for crowd control. They will want to look at all that kind of jazz. So for Cloud9, they will probably want to respond with mages that plays in an AoE view, or perhaps someone with immaculate high ground. Heroes such as Yves as well as Fasa, which we have seen a resurgence of, might be one of the few priority bans from Cloud9.
So we see the alpha again for Mobazane for C9. Right now, FCon still have not picked their mid laners yet. We are not really sure if this is going to be a Dax Roger or it's going to be a Benny Roger. If you want to ban heroes right now, I think Cloud9 will be probably looking at mid laners, trying to limit what PX7 has. I'm looking at Novaria right off the bat because Novaria for FCon is such a good pick with the Astro Echo. You magnified hitboxes, not just for Terizla, but also for Ruby, enabling great catches. But they are also forced to ban out the Aurora because Aurora in their previous game is just so annoying, stopping dives from people like MobileZane and stopping C9 from playing this I run in your face and I roll you over. It is not possible when the Aurora is there to freeze you.
So lane priority is definitely something that we have talked about pre-game of game number 1. And with a Valentina right here from the side of C9, Falcon, they do have quite a bit of choices they would want to go for. They still have a little bit of flex options, as Husky has mentioned, with the Terizla in the mid being one of the possible thing. And if that's actually gonna be the case, will Ruby also gonna be flexed over to EXP, or is it already solidified over to the roam role?
I mean, if you have a Terizla, it's probably roam, right? But with this Either ban, it does kind of play into what my speculation is. I believe that Falcons have played Terizla mid before. It is, I wouldn't say it's an ideal pick, but it basically acts as a sandbag, right? You just allow Terizla, I'm not going to go down early on. I can rotate easily to join fights, and I do the exact same thing while setting up for team fights. So Baraz is going to be the choice. Now the export gets banned out by FCon. Baraz is still one of the few picks that has a guaranteed crowd control, and the suppression allows you to easily win objective fights and keep targets in check. But the Farsa actually is the choice. So Farsa mid, we're going to get the Roger jungle, and that means it's a Ruby gold
Honestly,
lane.
I'm kind of surprised that Cloud9 didn't focus on a high ground mage that excels in team fights. In fact, going over to the ban on Edith is definitely something relatively surprising from me. But Falcon picking up the Fasa is definitely fits into their MO, and when it comes down to picking out the Florin, it works perfectly when it comes down to for the Terizla as well as the Ruby. We're not really just looking at the fact that there is global presence, but the shred away of anti-heal potential from Cloud9 using those glowing wands or dominance eyes, shredding all of those debuffs. Definitely great to see.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also the fact that Cloud9 hasn't picked their roamer just yet. They're keeping it for last, and Florian would have been a great option for heroes like this Alpha, right? You basically allow the Alpha to stay alive a lot longer in team fights in the early phase, and just enable that snowballing capability. So I think FCon, they definitely ran into this very well. And if this Roger gets a hit, it is going to be quite a mess for Cloud9 to deal with, right? Because I don't think Valentina and Moskov would want to deal with a raging Lycan that is ahead in that early game.
Yep. I mean, I think that Cloud9 may not be that afraid of this Roger this early into the game, right? I mean, his claws definitely would not be as sharp as later into the game, especially since we are looking at the Roger going up against a Moskov, which understandably would have a lot of a tougher time to actually just snowball out of control. But okay, I completely forgot about this possible thing.
It's a Ruby,
Yeah.
it's a Ruby goal. Yeah, it's a Ruby goal. I mean,
yay!
yeah, I mean what the Ruby goal wants to do is just a sandbag, right? Like it's like a
Terizla mid
Terizla.
kind of
Basically,
thing.
side lanes for FCon. Yeah, I mean even Terizla side lane, right? Like both side lanes for Falcons is just sandbag. You know, you don't leave the lane, you don't take me down. I keep my structures alive, and that's the modus operandi. Of course, Cloud9, they're gonna take priority over the Little Wanderer. Good coverage early on. It's all about to see whether MobileZane gets ahead first, or it's going to be Dax, who is going to Quantum Charge instead of the Warcry. MobileZane taking killing spree of all things.
I actually, now that I think about it, it's actually pretty nice to see that Roger is going over to the jungle instead. Especially since if he's going to be paired up with this Moskov, he's definitely not going to be getting that snowball factor into the game that early. Especially since their team definitely goes around this Roger and the Fasa for damage in the early stages. So getting this Roger out of the gold lane is definitely going to be fine. And especially since we are looking at the roaming trio of Florin as well as Fasa, this Roger can stay alive throughout all of these situations, and he can still deal some mean damage, as you can see in the middle lane, already threatening Marcuti 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game.
Very good patience. Dax waited for Marcuti to walk as close as possible. Forced out the flicker. Would have been nice if he got first blood, but either way, Dax himself is single-handedly taking out space in this bush. It's not the easiest for Cloud9 to walk up forward, though Mobile Zane has the experience advantage. So if he drags this long enough, he's going to be at level 5, and that's going to give him the edge in securing this turtle fight. Both teams, they want that level 4 on that mid XP lane.
I feel that Cloud9's lineup right now have pretty much the same kind of problems in the previous game, right? When it comes down to jumping over to the back lines of Falcon. Can they even catch anyone at this point? But for now, that is welcome from Milo, connected down onto Royal Milk. And unfortunately for them, Royal Milk finds himself taken down. Dax is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, while Cloud9 does the same thing as game number 1, bring good amount of people down while taking the turtle.
Very well executed by Cloud9. Falcons Esports again, tunnel visioning, and Spear of Destruction connects from basic as a free kill delivered to the Moscow. Best case scenario for Cloud9. Just like game 1, they're off to a great start. 2k gold advantage just like that.
Especially since we want to see a Roger steamrolling out of control. This is not the game. This is not the result that Falcon essentially would want to see. We want to address a couple of we definitely want to address a couple of issues for both teams and what they want to initially achieve in the stage, right? Falcon Esports, they won their early game using the Roger as well as the Fasa, but in the meantime, Cloud9, they want to completely destroy the side lanes, right? Especially when it comes down to Moskov going up against Ruby. Moskov is definitely gonna have a great time, considering the fact that he's currently 2.3k gold on 2.3k gold in terms of economy, and Ruby somehow still managing to get 2k for himself.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ruby Benny is going to be a sandbag this entire game. As long as you don't lose that top tier 1 and you are able to lock your opponents in lane, that is good enough. Although for basic, he has the ultimate, so he can navigate cross map if he is needed. Right now, I think they've been... I'm not sure if they were able to steal the purple buff away from Dax, and if they were able to, then it means that Dax is just going to have a rough time just like the previous game, right? Mobile Zane is 3 levels ahead of him at this point of time.
Are we going to be seeing a repeat of game number 1? That is always gonna be the question for now. As 15 seconds, as we are gonna be looking at the total in 15 seconds, Cloud9 readies themselves up by getting quite a bit of control in the river. Down at the bottom though, Royal Milk with a nice little flicker though. He makes sure that he's gonna be out of sight and out of mind from Cloud9. Milo himself also expended his own.
Yeah, but
oh wow.
PX7 in the jungle. The rotation from Cloud9 is just on point, and the fact that Mielo got out means that Falcon Esports, they used all that for nothing. And even losing their own mid laner in the process. Second death for the Farsa. Turtle is now up on the top side, and I don't see a way for Falcons Esports to contest this.
Not at all. I think that contesting this is going to be a death wish, and especially since they are not getting control of their own jungle as well. As you can see, the Spear of Destruction connects down onto Florian, brings him down preemptively. PX7 hides himself right under the nose of the turret, and he's going to be safe and sound while unleashing his feathered airstrike. Cloud9, they readies themselves for the turtle, albeit with Coldwell having only half HP. He should still be dominating enough to eventually jump right in if he really needs to.
Yeah, this Grok is a big problem. It's the wall, it's the crowd control.
I'm offended, connected down on the Mobile Zane, brings him down almost immediately. Dax takes the turtle and managing to contest for that. Cowell immediately flickers himself out of the way and is going to be safe and sound for now, or maybe not, as PX7 unleashes death coming in with the airstrike. Base is going to be the next one on the chopping block as well, as Dax brings him down preemptively too.
What a turnaround from Falcons. First of all, Flicker, I'm offended, takes down Mobile Zane, secures the turtle for Falcons, and a feather airstrike underneath the tier 1 to secure 3 more. That's recovery. Falcons are completely negated the lead the Cloud9 got after the first turtle, and Daxi wants
lead
more.
Means nothing to the eyes of Falcon Esports. In the meantime, the Spear of Destruction is just going to be connecting down to Kid X, while the basic is just going to be focusing himself on Dex, but somehow Dex is going to be running away just fine. Hey. But Benny, he actually went in for the unoffended, which actually pulled the enemy closer to make Dex die. So unfortunately now, Benny went against the world. Cloud9 managed to clap back in that small, tiny little problem of Falcon Esports.
No, Benny saved Dax, but Mark QT chased him down. He stole Dax's ultimate. He became the Lycan himself. to get the kill. So Cloud9 again punishing, but this is the replay after the second turtle fight, right? Very good coordination from Falcons Esports, just letting Dex get the cleanup, letting him recover, catch up to Mobazane, at least making sure that the deficit isn't too bad, and then Cloud9 responds in kind. MarkQT chases him down, Mobazane again cashes in on some kills, and Basic was able to find another one with the Spear of Destruction, something that FCon gotta pay a bit of attention to, though. The global presence from the side of Cloud9 is not to be messed with. But at least FCon's deficit isn't that bad. They still keep it under 3k.
I mean, immaculate position coming in from PX7 thus far throughout the entirety of that fight. But for now, it does seem like Cloud9 is just going to be focusing on Royal Milk again. But Mobazane got pulled in, but I'm offended. And the aggressors, in turn, has been taken down instead. Mobazane now suffers a 20 seconds death timer onto themselves. And Falcon Esports focuses themselves in the middle lane, wanting to bring down this first tier defense turret in the middle lane. But MarkQT is going to say no as much as possible, trying to whittle down all that ballista as fast as possible. While that push in the middle lane happened, Dax focuses on the turtle and gives good economy to the rest of the team.
Both teams just running it at each other with no impunity, with no regards. They just want to fight. This bomb tier 2 should go down to FCon. This Mielo can clear it, well, with the help of MarkQT, definitely so. Again, Falcons keeping it within an arm's reach. In fact, Lycan form stolen by MarkQT of all ultimates available.
Always ensuring that there is a nice gap between themselves and Cloud9. Falcon Esports is just pulling all of these gameplay as well as all this macro play just very effectively. They make sure that trades are trades. If they lose anyone, they will want to find something to recover from it altogether. So Falcon Esports, even from the previous game, right? We have seen before time and time again. They lose some members, but they will find another way to get themselves back on track.
Yeah. And Cloud9, after that skirmish, realizes that, man, we cannot one-shot Royal Milk anymore.
No way.
They're gonna try.
But looks like they are still definitely gonna be trying after all. They used quite a bit onto Royal Milk though. But now Royal Milk immediately jumping in for his quick little ultimate, but doesn't seem like the penalty zone actually couldn't do anything at all.
Mielo misses the Daytona's welcome. Cold War's power of nature basically makes him CC immune to the penalty zone. So both teams just have to call it quits. You know, we tried, but nothing worked out. Probably it's time to get ready for the first lord of the game. It's going to be spawning on top side, which will be taken care of by Royal Milk. Teresa is one of those few heroes that, yeah, you can kill him 10 times, 20 times, but eventually he is going to scale. He is going to be useful regardless, because he is the guy with the body of the Smith after all. So we'll see. His first Lord fight is going to be very, very important for both teams, especially if Falcons get their hands on it.
Now, what is the game plan here for Cloud9 though? Because we have constantly been seeing Mielo going in to initiate using the Dana's welcome. But time and time again, they don't have enough damage because they don't really quite seem to have that kind of battery to work with this kind of pick-off comp. Because Cloud9, they're just focusing on that time and time again and just not working. But we'll get back to that in a short bit, as Basic just went in ham against PX7.
I was about to get to that as well, right? Having a Moskov gives you sort of global presence. Split push is very strong, and with PX7 down, Cloud9 would definitely get this lore. I don't see how Falcons can contest this. They don't have the floor out. But at the same time, Cloud9's draft has a lot more clock control compared to game 1. Seems like Falcons, they still want to fight.
Does seem so. Mielo flickers himself out, but in the penalty zone, he did manage to connect a little bit on Coldwell, but he's not going to be caring about anything because he does have the power of nature. He's going to be fine for now. Royal Milk is going to be the first one onto the chopping block, and Cloud9 understands that that is probably the most that they can get from this, and they are going to be backing off and waiting for the next 11 seconds for the Lord to come out.
Yeah, they need PX7 to be around. Dax himself does not have enough damage. You can see he was trying his best to try and get someone into execution range, but they couldn't do it. And while all of that was happening, Basic just took down the bottom inhibitor. So Cloud9 not only got the Lord, won a team fight, picked off crucial targets, but also gets an inhibitor under 10 minutes, under 11 minutes. This is gonna solidify them in the driver's seat for this game for sure. Definitely a lot more solid compared to game 1.
I mean, it's a very solid back and forth game. Like Falcon Esports as well as Cloud9, it's very clear that both of these teams are pretty much on par with one another. And unfortunately, only one team will prevail. It's either a 1-1 in this best of 2 format, or it's a 2-0 in favor for Falcon Esports. But at this point in time, the script is writing for Cloud9 to be able to get themselves that one game against Falcon Esports to tie things up. The Lord is going to be marching in the bottom lane, but Cloud9, they want want to merge the lanes. They want to ensure that the inhibitor turret in the middle lane will be destroyed. As such, PX7 focuses onto the feathered airstrike. He clears out the wave as much as possible and manages to defend. The rest of Falcon Esports now focuses on the top lane, but Cloud9, they want to get a little bit more. The Terizla just going to be jumping in, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much from here at this point on. Mobazane is going to be the one that goes down second, but perhaps we'll get a third one, as Falcon Esports, they're not going to be stopping just yet. They get Milo down, and now another one when it comes down to it. I'm offended. We'll be able to connect on the basic as well as Marcuti. Basic was hoping that he will be able to turn things around, but Marcuti, he completely ditches him and goes back home.
Have you seen the Florian engage? Little Kid X flickers and throws out the soul to stun both Basic and Marcuti, and allowing Benny to get the second I'm offended, pulls Basic back, kill him off. Falcons, they still lost to Inhibitor, so that's a win for Cloud9 nonetheless. But again, Falcons refusing to go down, refusing to stay down. Manages a recovery. Unfortunately, they will not be able to get the mid-tier 2. Silver lining for Cloud9, but you look at the net worth for both teams, it's even.
Dead even, wow. Falcon Esports, they are definitely going to have a lot of problems when it comes down to the macro gameplay, needing to juggle the top lane and the bottom lane while trying to score something in the middle lane. Because understandably, the middle lane second tier defense turret, it will do quite a bit, right? But yeah, pretty much the replay gave us a very good idea of how the previous fight went through. But now we're going to be looking at the next one, as Royal Milk just going to be jumping in for the second hit onto the opponents, and he did manage to put out a pretty good penalty zone. Boba Zane is going to be the first one taken down, while Falcon Esports is just going to be marching in the middle lane. Cloud9 completely spread out. No one can see where exactly Basic is. He's going to be fine and dandy for now, but I don't think anyone want to fight back again.
Yeah, and in Cloud9, the plan is very straightforward, right? We're going to start split pushing lane. We're going to start forcing you to come back to defend the base, because if you don't, we're going to tear it apart. Falcons, they're going to try to rush down the Lord as much as possible, and Cold War sees this. I think Benny just got caught, so Benny's going to go down.
Quick little terrifying. Marcuti brings him down. The Lord, 75 HP. Dax still managed to get it in his pocket in the end of the day. But they want more. They want blood. And they're swimming in the waters. As Marcuti is just going to be going for the IMU, taking away the ultimate of Dax. He's just going to be focusing down onto him as much as possible. Deadana's welcome just going to be connected. But in the meantime, the front lines, we do have Coldwell as well as Basic. They are focusing onto Royal Milk. But Basic's HP is not looking good. He immediately jumped himself backwards, and he's going to be fine for now. The penalty zone connects on the Royal Milk. He's just going to be stuck in there. And he's probably gonna go down, and the immortality pop. Cloud9, they're marching in. They will be able to take this core down if Royal Milk is not gonna clear things down. But where's the damage? They're unable to clear the core down.
No damage.
All alone to try to bring this core down, and he's probably gonna go down to the hands of Benny. Cloud9 tried to end this fast, and unfortunately wasn't able to do that. And now they face the Lord marching in the middle.
Yeah, try to take a sip of Royal Milk, people. He comes back, Festival of Blood, plays Mighty, one man fights off the entire Cloud9. And he healed up so much that Cloud9 just did not have the output once Basic got absolutely splattered by his hammer. And without Basic, there's no way Cloud9 can end the game. And especially with the lore, right? Your empowered minions allow Falcons to survive for a bit longer. Another lifeline game by Falcon, and Cloud9 coming so close for the second time in a row, but just not able to close it. And Falcons have managed the recovery 2 times in a row.
So close to tasting that sweet, sweet victory for Cloud9. They want to go for the 1-1 so bad, but it wasn't able to. So we're just going to be focusing on the present now. Cloud9, they did manage to make sure that the Lord did nothing to the middle lane at all. As you can see, the second tier defense turret is still standing up really tall, and they're completely they're gonna be a-okay about that. There's still about 1 minute until the Lord eventually appears, so both teams, they might actually want to play things a little bit more safe while still testing their distances against their opponents.
Yeah, the only advantage Cloud9 has over Falcons right now is that they have the silent inhibitors taken down. That is what's gonna, prompt Falcons to defend their base every once in a while. That's something that I feel like Cloud9 should really start taking advantage of. And every time Falcons wants an objective, you force them to deviate from that, right? Push the silent in, threaten with your split push potential. You have a Moskov, one of the best structured destroyers. And Cloud9, they've been able to set up the side lanes for now, which means that they've given themselves control over the entire map.
At one point in time, Falcon Esports is definitely going to have a little bit of a difficulty when it comes down to clearing up waves. But it does seem like we do have Ruby that is just going to be picking up a couple of good items here just to solidify more damage to actually clear waves out, because he did manage to pick up a Sea Halberd on himself instead of the typical kind of Dominus Eyes to get a little bit more defense whatsoever. So Benny as well as Royal Milk, they're going to be a-okay. When it comes down to clearing wave, they got an AoE, that's all fine and dandy.
Yeah, the lack of wave clear definitely is going to be a slight detriment for Falcons Esports, right? It's why you see Bombazine just got the Endless Battle and he's working on that Lord. This Lord could help Cloud9 basically win the game over Falcons Esports after so long. And Falcons, they know that they have to contest this.
If they don't contest for this, it is probably going to be game over. But Falcon, they're testing the opponents. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity. But the quick little reset from Cloud9, even Cloud9 themselves understand what kind of threat that they're looking out for. This game could quite literally go to anyone here.
Yeah, and Benny knows this, right? Which is why he's waiting to see where Basic is. But Basic has used his ultimate. This is the chance. Falcons, let's see if they can make this happen.
As Royal Milk takes his first stand in the front lines, he's going to be holding on to the Lord for a tad little bit. But there's the flicker as well. That as well coming in from Milo, just going to be connecting down. But oh, the heals coming in from KidX ensures that Dex will be able to stay alive for a little while longer. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much.
Basic!
Now it's just going to be Marcute. He's just going to be holding on to the back. But basically, he's just going to be jumping over to the back lines and focusing down onto the core as much as possible. They push in. It's all left with KidX. Royal Milk and Benny is nowhere to be seen. Never mind. Royal Milk is now here. Is it really even going to be enough? Basic is just dealing immaculate damage over to KidX. They want to end this fast enough, but Basic is just going to be jumping around with a slip of health. Both of them, they're going to be fine though. All of these lanes just going to be pushing right in. Even with the Lord, Cloud9 have got nothing that could help bolster the damage of this Lord to help them to even end this game. The split push is tried and unfortunately wasn't done right.
At least Basic got the last inhibitor down, but with Dex back in the game, Basic no help. They cannot end the game just yet. Falcons still hanging on. And you would think with everything that had happened, Cloud9 would have at least a goal lead, even at a point where it doesn't matter. But no, Falcons Esports are just resilient. It feels like they defy death themselves. And again, Cloud9, the only advantage that they have is that they got the Lord. Good control from Mielo, the Flicker, Daytona's Welcome to literally stop Dax from having any effectiveness in that fight. If Dax got the Lord, it would have a completely different story. But Falcons Esports truly trial and tested and now put in the most damning disadvantage that they've ever faced in this BO2 against Cloud9. But it really feels like recovery is just a stone throws away.
It's all about that split push potential that Cloud9 could potentially just throw over at Falcon. Especially since Falcon wants to play team fight. They want to go all in as a death ball. But Falcons, I think it really boils down to information. Can they even grab all of these information? Can Benny and Royal Milk even brave all of these finest warriors in Cloud9? Walk past all of them and see, is Basic even there in the team fight? Because if Basic isn't there, they can expect that Basic will be coming in from the side lanes and try to end the game sneakily.
It's starting to be a bit difficult for Falcons to take care of the waves, and you're seeing it, right? The wave clear isn't exactly the best from Falcons Esports. They're feeling the heat right now. All inhibitors down, which means these minions are going to be incredibly durable. Immortality onto Mielo as well. This last Lord, Cloud9, have priority from start until finish. And if they can catch Dax one more time, I think Cloud9 surely will win this game. But what am I to say, right? Falcons have defied the impossible for so many times.
Time and time again, they showed us what exactly that they are made of. But looking at limitations, Falcon Esports definitely have got all of that limitations put onto them as to how they can clear the waves, right? Even Benny focused on more offensive scenario, or rather offensive alternatives from the Dominus Eyes. It definitely managed to help them in clearing up the waves in the later part of the game. But 20 minutes onwards, trying to clear all of these mega creeps, I think that is definitely going to be tough.
They want Dax bottom side.
Doesn't seem like
Dax gets away. Hey, they still
nice
want him.
Flicker coming in from Cold World with the wild charge, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to isolate anyone at all. As such, Falcon Esports, all 4 men, is just focusing down onto him as much as possible, bringing the Grok down. Royal Milk, though, he puts himself at the top lane to give more information. But Cloud9, the main part of the game, is down in the bottom lane. As Marcute is going to be taken down now. The offenders are going to be connecting down on basic. As such, the Immortality is going to be taken down. And that is going to be him going down right now. Cloud9 did manage to bring the Lord shutdown, sure, but we have a full 4-man from Falcons that will be knocking on the door of Cloud9.
Yo, Kidax with the Winter Crown baited Basic and MarQT in, allowing Dax to turn it around. But again, like you said, Cloud9 got the Lord at least 21 minutes in. This is straight up an evolved Lord. Falcons, they gotta deal with the wave. This is not gonna be easy, but at least Dax gets the mid-tier 2. And I mean, Falcons was able to buy so much time because Royal Milk sacrificed himself to stall out the Lord take as much as possible. They should have time to whittle down the Lord at least and give PX7 space to clear out the side waves.
I don't think that they will be able to bring the game to the end at this point in time just yet. But it is all just pretty much going to be a wet noodle fight. As now Benny is just going to be going with the armor feather with quickly flicker coming from Star Milo. He's going to be safe and sound for now. But Benny is just healing up so much. He's not going to die at all. As now Falcon Esports, they do have PX7 coming in now. The wall charge doesn't seem
Milo misses all.
Milo, he didn't go for the dead as well. Did not connect with anyone at all. Dax gets himself a mega kill. Brings Milo down. That is one of the tough front lines coming from Cloud9 that would really help them to defend this upcoming push from Falcons potentially.
I cannot believe what I'm watching right now, Abstract. Benny, the damage from the Ruby stacking up. Milo misses Daytona's welcome. Basic misses the Spear of Destruction. Crucial ultimates that Cloud9 needed to land to stop Falcons. Again, good news, Cloud9 has not lost an inhibitor
Yet.
It's crazy. It's crazy to look at this and be like, the only reason Cloud9 has not lost the game yet is because they got an early inhibitor early on, or else I think Falcons would have closed up shop like, what, 10 minutes ago?
Probably.
But we get to see another potential Lord fight between these two teams, and Falcons continues to defy the odds.
They're breaking every rule out there. Falcon Esports slated to lose a couple of these team fights, but somehow still managed to come back time and time again. But now Falcon Esports, they did seem like they will want to get a hit down on the MOBA Zane, as now Royal Milk jumps in. His penalty zone connected to MOBA Zane. A very crucial take. They manages to bring 2% down from Cloud9, and with the Lord that will be popping up in 40 seconds with a death timer of 1 minute on Cloud9, this is gonna be detrimental to Cloud9.
Absolute cinema from Falcons. Kidax, another Winter Crown. And Milo had to use his ult to get away. Basic not able to get a split push going. I don't think Falcons can get an inhibitor, but they sure as hell have been able to manage the minion wave the best they can. One cannon still remains. Penalty
Jumping
zone.
onto MarQT, but it doesn't seem like MarQT will be phased at all.
Basic zone landed.
Down onto the Terizla, but Royal Milk immediately popping up with the crown, and he's gonna be safe and sound for now. With this one ballista, will they be able to make the dream work and bring down the first
Oh my goodness.
inhibitor turret for this game?
A comeback of a century. Can you imagine? Can you believe this? Day one of the MSC group stage, and we're seeing this on Stream B, graced by Falcons Esports. This is what, Lord number 5. Cloud9, Mobile Zane just came back to life. Can they make it there in time? I don't think it's possible. Falcons should have this in the
Constantly
bag.
playing from behind. Falcon Esports, they are well versed in play from behind, and they are not afraid of anything at all. In the meantime, the trades between Ultimate, between Milo as well as Royal Milk is just going to be ensuing, but that is not going to be the catalyst of starting a new fight.
Unyielding spirits from Falcons. Now Lord finally in their hands after a grueling almost 25 minutes. Just beaten and battered, but not down just yet. Lord will be on the bottom side because that's where the inhibitor is down. Falcons looking to take up as much space as possible, and it's Cloud9's turn to be on the defense, to stick together. Falcons is just going to let the Lord auto escort the wave, and that's going to give them openings to start threatening the remaining structures on the side of Cloud9. And I think Royal Milk just got his immortality back. I mean, the cooldown has already come back up. That means another life for Royal Milk, who is just man-fighting Mobile Zane.
Doesn't seem like Mobile Zane's damage output, all those true damage, is really doing anything at this point in time. We're not looking at a lot of a lot of high HP heroes from the side of Falcon Esports. In fact, it is just so sustainable, and we are amplifying that with Kidax, with his ultimate, and they're not afraid of anything. But for now, Grok comes in from behind. Coldwell was hoping that he will be able to get a final with the wild charge, doing nicely, but 4-man penalty zone! Coming in, Royal Milk! They clean things up, and Cloud9, they suffers another defeat to the hands of Falcon Esports.
And the Falcons soar above Cloud9 into infinity and beyond. The sky is no longer the limits. Myanmar putting a mark on the MSC stage, completely shattering the hopes of North America. Can you believe it? And what a nail-biting game. We thought that Game 1 recovery was cinematic. Game 2 was just for the record books. Will never be replicated, will be immortalized as Falcons Esports, the only team to pull something as magical as this Game 2 off against Cloud9.
The fuck?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The Falcons is now in the stratosphere, ladies and gentlemen. They are not stopping by the clouds. They want to go all the way up to the moon, as a matter of fact. So honestly, this highlight just pretty much brings down so much information and just shows us the beauty of what Falcon Esports has managed to encapsulate for us in the very first match of the day.
I'm speechless. I literally am speechless.
This is game one, dude.
Is this the definition?
I mean, match one.
This is match one. I mean, is this the definition of willpower? Is this the definition of the power of friendship? Like what the Falcons just completely defying expectations, right? I mean, I urge everyone who missed the game or tuned in halfway. You have to watch this game from start until finish. You would not think that this is the conclusion of this game. Game 1, understandable, but Game 2, can you even call it a blunder from Cloud9? I suppose you can, but sure, Cloud9 made blunders, but FCon went against the ties, right? All inhibitors down, loses 4 lords in a row, and still somehow pull it off.
I don't even know what to call it. I mean, game number 1, sure, blunders, sure, MobaZane unable to land all these retries and so on and so forth, sure. But game number 2, it is evident that Falcon just knows what they're doing and they just knows what is going on. And I applaud them for that. They played from behind all the way from the start to the very end, and it seems just so methodical in every single part of their approach.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like MVP, I feel like everyone is MVP on the side of FCon, right? Like the decision making, like Royal Milk stalling out the 4th Lord take of C9 to enable his team to get kills in the bottom side. You know, KidX baiting Cloud9 with the Winter Crown, not just once, but twice. At least the ones that I've been able to count. And just overall FCon making sure that they know their priorities. And you know that if you're on Cloud9's side, I feel like they know that they messed up. They had ample opportunities to close out the game twice, in fact, right? Like Basic, he really, like you can see, he really wanted the game, but he just did not have what it takes to end it. It never felt like it was his time. And Dax, our MVP for game 2, for sure. He was absolutely shut down in the early game. And no better way to serve out revenge ice cold by making a recovery.
What can I say? The 17-year-old comes up against MobaZane. And unfortunately for MobaZane and friends, they are unable to take away a single game away from Falcon Esports. So with that all said and done, game number 2 that lasted a grand total of 25 minutes, in fact 26 minutes. With so many of these lords that actually went over to Cloud9 in the early stages, and only the final 2 from FCon that solidifies the game.
Unbelievable. Even FCon, feel like they couldn't believe it as well, right? You look at objectives taken, everything citing C9, except for the turtle. Like C9 got 3 lords out of the 5. I think FCon got like the 2nd or the 3rd lord as well, but it didn't really matter too much because they had to sacrifice a lot. But the sacrifice was worth it in the end. C9 was in the driver's seat the entire game, but they just could not cross the finishing line. So close yet so far, but this is the farthest they come. And unfortunately, just not able to keep up with the wings of Falcons. And this is a good start for Falcons as well, right? We look at the grouping that Falcons Esports and C9 are in this Group D. And C9, they're in the woos right now because they still have another Falcons team that they gotta face up against eventually, which was Falcons APBren. For now, Falcons Esports from Myanmar. What a show.
What a show indeed. Both of us, Husky and I, completely speechless and unable to really say too much about this game because the game speaks for itself. And we really highly recommend everyone out there, if you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen the game, please go over and watch the entire series. All right, so we're just gonna be cleaning up the battlefield a little bit for now, as we are gonna go off for a short break, and then we'll be back with you guys again for the second series between NIP Flash versus Fireflies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again, and we have got one banger of a series just now between Cloud9 and Falcon Esports, but that is done. That is done. We move on to the next game now. My name's Abstract, and with me here is Husky, and we are gonna be your caster for your day number 1 B stream MSC 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. I still have trouble getting over the first series, but like what my mom says, if you have a bad ex, then just get over it as fast as possible. So I'm going to get over Cloud9's loss being come back by FCON 2 games in a row and focus on what we have ahead, right? Because I believe this one is very close to our hearts and even closer to yours, NIP Flash against Fireflux Esports, something that I find very, very exciting.
Yep, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping in over to the video to really introduce the teams that we have upcoming in here, meaning we have NIP Flash versus Fireflux Esports. So let's take a look.
Fireflux Esports, established in 2023, took the majority of the core players from Incendio Supremacy that we saw in M4, and they're looking to replicate or emulate what they did in their local championships, the MTC. 3 seasons in a row, they've won it, and now they're here for the Mid-Season Cup 2024. They love to fight. The gameplay, their play style, they like to be aggressive, and they bring very unique hero pools, wide hero pools between Alien and TNZ, Rosa as well. We could possibly see, I don't know, a Terizla mid, Fovius mid again for this team, as they are a team with probably one of the most unique gameplay styles and hero pools to bring to the table. The question is, have they calculated their aggression for them leading into this matchup here? Because the group stages, I feel like what we saw from the wild cards are also going to be wild in a sense. Let's see if Fireflux Esports can pull through.
Fireflux Esports, the 3-peat MTC champions, and we have quite a bit of a roster here. So Husky, let's break this down.
Yeah, I mean, for Fireflux Esports, we got Alien, we got TNZ, Rosa, Apex 47, and Sunshine. And if memory serves, they are one of the few teams that has not really gone through any roster changes, including the staff as well, Osprey being the coach. And I think it's a very monumental moment for Fireflux Esports for MSC, because this is the first time, I believe, in history of the team that this roster is able to play with the coach physically being there. I believe Osprey wasn't even there during M5, at least not physically in the Philippines. So this must be a very, very good feeling, right? Your coach being there in person, guiding you along the way. And this is also a morale boost for Fireflux Esports, who has shown us some incredible feats back on the M5
Indeed.
stage.
I mean, they have definitely shown a lot before, and we are just asking for more and more from Fireflux Esports. On the other hand, from my country, Singapore, we have NIP Flash that's coming in. Let's talk about this, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, MIP Flash, we got the one and only, we got El Diablo, we got Hades, Curtizi, JPL, Vanix, obviously 2-time champion for MPL SG, at least 2 seasons in a row. They also made it to M5 last year with a slightly different roster. At least Diablo wasn't there at that point. They finished 9th and 12th compared to Fireflux that finished 7th and 8th. But I know I've been hearing a lot of good words from you and the other MPL SG casters at Vanix. He is showing up big time in that gold lane.
So understandably, we have a bit of a change coming in from the Romans, right? Because when the 5-man team that we see from NIP Flash for MPLSG, right? So they had Lolzy instead, and we haven't really seen JPL coming in to play at all. But they came in to MSC 2024 with their very first starting roster, putting JPL in. So what exactly is the kind of change that we might potentially see? Because even in MPLSG, we have never seen JPL with them in a proper game. Because the regular seasons, they were just goofing off. We don't have a proper idea of how NIP Flash is playing actually.
I think the first thing that is easier, well, that's very direct to talk about when it comes to NIP Flash is no longer Hades Gaming, right? It has been kind of a meme for at least 2 seasons ago. In season 7 for NPL Singapore, everyone was looking at Hades, and he's the poster boy. He's the reason that NIP Flash even won a trophy in the first place. But it's good to see that in season 8, the adjustments made in the roster, and they were able to kind of break free from that moniker. Now everyone pulls their own weight. But regarding JPL, I feel like you haven't seen him in MPL SG. I haven't seen him in centuries. So maybe the dynamics change. I want to see how JPL works together with Hades in that jungle. How JPL works with the mid laner, with Cortese, because that is what's going to set NIP Flash up for success, especially when Hades has always been a pivot point for the team.
One thing's for sure that I gotta have to get out of the way first is that JPL is a well-seasoned player. Way long ago, he's already been competing for major tournaments, and although he hasn't been seen that often the past few years, or perhaps past few years, he's now in NIP Flash, and I know just how in general he plays. He's a very methodical player, and as compared to Lolzy, they are polar opposites. Lolzy is a very aggressive player, but tends to miss. While in the meantime, JPL very methodical, and he is very calculative. And when he actually makes a move, they are genuinely very smart plays and very good plays.
Yeah, and I think talking so much about NIP Flash, I think Fireflux Esports also deserves the equal amount of attention, right? We have Rosa, Thorn Queen on the other side. Last year during M5 in the Philippines, Rosa has definitely made a name on that main stage as being able to demonstrate kind of the prowess you want from a mid laner, from being a utility and being able to go aggressive whenever needed. Something that I feel like Fireflux has not only consistently shown, but also redefined what the Turkey region can do when up against teams from other regions. And speaking about the Turkey region, I think another thing that is slightly different is the fact that BO2 formats is a norm in that region. Compared to us, we play a lot of BO3s in the group stage, but for them, it's all BO2. This could be an innate advantage for Fireflux Esports when we head into the start of the series later on.
One thing that I really want to see from Fireflux is how they cater themselves to NIP Flash, because Fireflux is that very adaptable team. They can play early game, mid game, or late game, whatever that is needed based on their enemies. And I think that is very scary. If their enemies want to play early game, they will respond in kind, and they can take almost any kind of challenge. And not to forget, they are drastically different from the previous appearances because they have essentially widened their hero pools drastically. In fact, we probably don't really have a lot of ideas as to what are some of the key factors that Fireflux may have for themselves. Sure, we may have known a little bit of their pocket picks and some of the known picks, like for example Amon, Alice, Fanny, or TNZ, this kind of stuff, and perhaps something a little bit different such as Leomord as well as Martis from him. All in all, it is all about the hero pool now. Rosa used to be really out there, right? But because of that small little hero pool, we tend to say that, okay, Rosa is super good at what he's doing, but perhaps widen up the pool. But right now, 8 to 9 mid heroes, and I think that is scary.
I think you can say the same for NIP Flash, right? Like, for example, Diablo, he has definitely widened his own hero pool as well. Back then, people look at Diablo and it's like, wow, if he doesn't get Badang, he probably doesn't win the game. If he doesn't get Khalid, he probably doesn't win the game for his team. So it's good to see that the transformation that both teams have kind of went through. I mean, Diablo against Alien is also another matchup that I feel is going to be explosive. But at the end of the day, it's fair to say that kind of the fulcrum, the most important people on the side of Fireflux, probably Rosa first and then Tianzi as the second in command. And for the side of NIP Flash, I'm looking at Hades and Cortese, right? The double imports from the Philippines, and see if they can work together to kind of stop Fireflux's momentum, because I think NIP Flash, they are in kind of the all-star era right now. This is the best form we've seen them in a lot, in MPL actually history, but they gotta somehow get through Fireflux Esports, right? You gotta be able to draw blood, at least get one game off of Fireflux to be able to really cement themselves as a contender.
Indeed, I think that this game against Fireflux would really change the ideas of many, right? How others would look at how they look at NIP Flash, if whether they are still looking at the same Diablo, if we are still looking at the same Team Hades moniker. So I don't think that it is that way anymore. Every one of these players holds their lanes very well to the extent whereby in MPLSG, it's mostly a game of micro, because they are just so good at what they do, and they just completely destroy their enemies in many different ways. So coming in to fight against Fireflux, I think that this is going to be one of their main real threat in a long time. And I just want to see what they have got in store for us and what they have been practicing for. Are we really going to be looking at just Diablo playing super aggressive heroes that he used to before, such as the Yuzhong, Paquito, and so on the Benedetta? Because, funny speaking, those were actually his real signature heroes, not Badang nor Khalid.
I mean, it's a good smoke screen, right? If I ever seen one. Though I would say, I think for NIP Flash, they are in that uprising era. If they can kind of make a revelation happen, is probably on this stage right now. Even when you look past the opponents that is Fireflux Esports in this current moment, and then you look at the rest of the group for Group A, it is a pretty volatile group, right? You have EWOS Glory from Indonesia, you have RQ Akira from Latam. I think getting a lead in your first opening match is even more important just because of the volatility of the group. And I think a lot of people have been setting up for that role matchup as well, like Lozy into Apex 47. Like, how is that gonna go? But now instead of Lozy, we get JPL, and I'm thinking, how is that gonna go, right? JPL against Apex 47 is going to be such a different experience, because I remember last year at M5, was it Homeboys or SMG that went up against Fireflux, and then Apex 47's Hilda at that point in time was incredibly deadly. They were the reason that I think they beat SMG, one of the Malaysian teams. So that could be something that NIP Flash needs to look out for.
Now, a quick little recap, or like a quick history lesson to everyone, right? So at least what NIP Flash as well as what Fireflux Esports is, right? So for NIP Flash, they are the back-to-back champions of MPLSG, while on the flip side, we have a three-peat coming in from the MTC champions, Fireflux Esports. While in M5, Team Flash and Fireflux both went in. However, Team Flash ended at 9th to 12th place, while Fireflux Esports, they ended at 7th to 8th place. So in terms of previous season, or rather previous M5, it is very clear to people that Fireflux would be the favorites coming into this series, provided if both teams did not make any improvements. As such, coming into this game, that is the main question. Do we have does the improvements coming from these teams become so impactful and so apparent that they will now threaten many of these other teams in the MSC 2024?
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion, I think, but this discussion behind the scenes where we'll ask, what is our prediction going to be, right, between Fireflux Esports and NIP Flash? You know, I had to let you down. I feel like Fireflux definitely is the favorites, but after the first series, you know, after seeing what FCon did to Cloud9, I'm looking for an underdog run again. I'm looking for an upset. I think that's what makes the competition even more exciting, right? Expectations being defied, tournament favorites, or at least series favorites getting defeated. NIP Flash, they have a mountain ahead of them. And again, my attention goes back to the Hades-Curtisi combination. Jungler mid, can they work together well enough to stop Fireflux Esports, to stop TNZ and Rosa?
Very scary game coming in, and to all my fellow Singaporeans, you guys know what to do and who to support. But I gotta have to say though, Fireflux definitely has been very scary, and they have a huge fan base as well. And I gotta have to acknowledge that Fireflux Esports is one of the teams that NIP Flash would very potentially lose to, especially since that Fireflux Esports, they are well versed in this best of two fashion. They know what they're trying to go for, and they very potentially may have very specific drafting strategies to work against an IP Flash here. So honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if Fireflux Esports were to take away one game or two, but I will be rooting for my boys here in NIP Flash.
Let's see what the draft can tell us about both teams, because Fireflux Esports are going to be on the blue side for game 1, and with NIP Flash on that red side. Of course, we're looking at prio bans, your Loyi, your typical Loyi, Chip, Arlet, Roger, Harif. These are all kind of the common names. At least Matilda is not really on that list as often. I know Angela was banned both times in the first series between FCON and C9. You see, Fireflux being on that blue side means you generally want to go for big prio picks, right? So this first ban, if they want to shut down NIP Flash, probably be looking at something like a Roger ban, or even like a Valentina if you want to.
They miss out a ban.
Oh,
Did they miss out a ban?
You know, I'm inclined to think that it's probably going to be a remake, Rafaela. Yeah, it's 100% going to be a quick remake. Yeah, so we're going to speed run through the draft.
Just get that out of the way as soon as possible. Imagine that would be a funny game to actually go through altogether. But
it would be hilarious.
Well, throughout this entire series, right, I just really want to talk a little bit more about the teams itself. What are their general tendencies, or how do they go up against one another? Well, Husky, what would you say when it comes down to looking at these two teams going against one another, like their play styles and such?
I think I definitely am looking at Fireflux to be the aggressors. I feel like Fireflux, at least from the impression that we got from M5 and from recent tournaments, right, in their own region, I think Fireflux is going to be the one that takes initiative first. They're going to be the one that tries to put on pressure onto NIP Flash. You know, kind of poking the sleeping bear a little bit, right? See what you get out of it. See what reaction NIP Flash is going to have. Are they going to fight back, or are they going to start running away when they see Fireflux Esports? And from that point onwards, if NIP Flash starts to get overly reactive, I feel like Fireflux is going to take advantage of that, especially when you have a mid laner that can go ballistic when needed. I mean, Rosa, he's not afraid to fight, not afraid to kind of make these aggressive moves. So you give him an inch, Rosa's going to take a mile.
So one thing about Rosa is that Rosa is definitely going to be that superstar of Fireflux Esports. And in the meantime, here I am looking at NIP Flash. Sure, Katizi may not be one of the few key players that everyone will always focus on, because we have Diablo, we have Hades, we got Vanix. Boy, there's so many people to look out for in MPLSG. But Katizi has always been a very consistent player. Formerly an Echo and Omega Esports player, he definitely knows what he's doing coming into the mid lane. Very sound micro gameplay. So when it comes down to dealing with Rosa and trying to mirror Rosa as to what Rosa is doing, I think that Katizi should be able to keep Rosa in a very nice spot, whereby Rosa would not be going too crazy when it comes down to gold or EXP lead. Katizi should be able to catch up pretty nice and dandy.
Yeah, I think for NIP Flash, at least if the expectation is that, okay, Fireflux Esports, they're going to be the one that is fast, they're going to be the one that runs at us. I think the least that NIP Flash can do is kind of what we saw from FCON. A little bit of that, right? You kind of stem the bleeding, you try to drag the game out, and there is a difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. I think FCON demonstrated that very well. The intention to win the game instead of just turtling against C9. Something that I feel like NIP Flash might have to go through as well, because Fireflux, they are not going to let go of the lead. If you recall back to M5, they've even taken a series off of Blacklist International of all teams. So it does tell you that this team is capable, and when a team stays together for another year or another half a year from M5 timeline, you know that they can only get better.
Now it makes things a lot scarier for NIP Flash, my boys. But one thing that I don't get to see is Lolzy and that Katizi duo combo, right? Because they have been playing around so much in MPLSG, and we are unable to see that today. So it puts up a lot of questions. It becomes JPL becomes that X factor for NIP Flash. And perhaps there could be a chance that even for Fireflux, they may have to just resort to the original game plan resort to the original game plan they have prepared to fight against Lolzy, for example. So what exactly is it gonna be? Because it's a very distinct playstyle. We've got JPL, slow, methodical, but very serious when it comes down to actually initiating. He knows what he's trying to do. While for Lolzy, he would catch. He would just keep on going for catches over and over again, and he's super aggressive.
I think there's a chance that, you know, we see JPL in game 1 and perhaps Lolzy in game 2, depending on the results. I do like how, you know, for NIP Flash, if we're playing with a more methodical roamer, at least we have someone to keep the team's head cool if we fall behind, right? Instantly, we're seeing the Cho ban out. Mad respect from Fireflux given over to JPL. You don't really ban Cho in the first phase if you don't respect it. Angela Valentina ban, we've kind of talked about that, the usual namesake, especially Valentina, which is the Swiss Army knife for most mid laners nowadays. Loyi chip still up on the table. We'll see if that is going to show up on the ban feed anytime soon.
Well, in the meantime, the gold lane heroes are not exactly attacked just yet. Fireflux still have got either the Roger or the Moskov that is currently available to be picked. And Fireflux might not actually just want to focus on any one of those, and perhaps want to focus on some of these other key players, like maybe banning out for Diablo or Hades in this instance, such as Guinevere would always be nice.
And Guinevere is also a pick that we haven't seen for a very long time. Pocket picks, I think that's what's gonna make a difference, right? Pocket picks for both Fireflux and NIP Flash. I feel like NIP Flash definitely has a lot up their sleeves if they want to go down that route. A little bit early. Roger banned out, that one's, it's a very Roger banned out, I think, no, not a problem. Basically just means that Fireflux doesn't want to prioritize that. NIP Flash going for the chip ban, not that they have much of a choice.
So coming...
The Harry does get let through.
Wow!
Whoa!
First pick onto the link? Damn!
Yeah, gotta show Hades who's boss, right? Gotta take the ling opener. That is definitely something that I didn't expect. Moskov, Harith, they're both up on the table. You know, the Fredrin, you have Matilda, some great picks available for both sides. In fact, I want to see assassin matchups right now. Right? TNZ gets the link, give Hades his ammo or something, and then let's see the assassin duke it out.
When it comes down to the jungle, pick for NIP Flash, he has always been the X factor. But coming into this game, I think it would make proper sense for them to actually put Vanix onto the Moskov, especially since Moskov is so deadly against Ling. You will not miss the stun onto Ling. You will always dethrone the Ling from the high ground, no matter what. In the meantime, this looks like we are looking at a Moskov and a Grok pick. And looking at things before, that is definitely a Grok that goes through Rome.
Yeah, JPL Grok, I definitely missed that instant response from Fireflux. They definitely have this planned out. They didn't even second guess what they're going to pick. Instant locking the Terizla and the Farsa. So you kind of get a good idea of what Fireflux is going for, right? Big AoEs, I catch you, good night, bye-bye, sleep tight. So something that NIP Flash would need to kind of remedy now that there's no Valentina, which means that you can't kind of steal the penalty zone or the Feather Airstrike. If you want more utility, probably look at the Novaria again as an option for Curtizi. The Faramis is not that bad as well, but it would be a more defensive approach to what Fireflux has.
Yuchong seems like a very obvious pick for NIP Flash, but it feels kind of orchestrated from the side of Fireflux. Like, oh,
wow,
okay, it still does the same thing essentially, which is jumping over to the backlines and really deal with the Farsa. So immediately just putting Diablo onto the Benedetta with the Petrify is going to be the main answers for reaching the backlines for this Farsa. I find that great, and it definitely shows quite a lot of flexibility in the lineup thus far, having Moskov and Benedetta both being capable of doing split pushes, while in the meantime still very deadly in team fights.
Literally just doubling down on having a way to hit the backline, right? If somehow Vanix lands a great Spear of Destruction, you can also find the Farsa at her most vulnerable state. But this is where the ban is going to get interesting. Start to ban the Paquito, because I believe we've heard Naisu say early on in the Fireflux report that there's a tendency for Fireflux to run a Terizla mid.
Oh
wait, no. Wait, hold on. Wait. I would understand if we are missing like a Ling or a Farsa, but considering that those picks have been shown, Paquito, where's Paquito gonna fit in?
Huh.
The Paquito ban definitely stumped me a little
Huh.
bit. Either NIP Flash knows something we don't, or they
I mean,
forgot.
Could something. I'm not too sure about the how viable it is, but Terizla in the Rome feels like something that I have kind of seen before. But
No,
isn't it?
I feel like it's.
It feels kind of like a
I feel like
far-fetched
it's more of a
idea.
Terizla gold, I
Can't be.
guess. Yeah, it's so far-fetched. Oh, well, I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Because this is definitely not the dry run. Guinevere banouts, I think
That's
it's a
a
ban
good
that you did point out for Hades. Carry's going to be the next one to go. So, to eliminate that from Sunshine, I think you're probably going to start clamping down on Hades' hero pool.
Is very likely going to be Hades' hero pool at this point. The mage is still currently available, so I would say that NIP Flash would want to focus a bit more onto the mage, because when it comes down to the roam, when it comes down to the jungle, they still have a lot of possibilities as to what they want to play around with. I highly doubt that they would want to play an assassin at this point, especially since they have a Benedetta onto the side of Diablo already. They would need a bit more of that tankiness to sustain in order to really hold on to team fights and really just dance around to ensure fights actually go on longer for this Moskov to really pop off.
Think of a Baxia jungle or Fredrin. Yeah,
Oh.
Fredrin also not too bad of
Okay.
a choice. The all-rounder jungler. Regardless of the patch, Fredrin has always been the all-rounder. So yeah, not that bad of an option for NIP Flash. Very straightforward, keeping Curtizi's pick for last since they've already seen the Farsa. So no need to worry about the matchup at least.
As for the roam now, I would say that for Firefly, they are already very more filled onto an already comp.
Or you could. I think Arlet, what I'm looking for the side of Apex 47. I would say Hilda if
Oh, Tigreal!
thing just full
Team
on
fight.
AoE team fight,
Wow.
Claude and Tigreal.
This is a pretty good counter pick against NIP Flash. They all is pretty much a mirror, as I can see here. Both teams are great when it comes down to team fight, while in the meantime, they have heroes that are just as effective dealing with split push and lane conditions, putting Claude as well as Ling onto the map, going for those kind of global presence game. Now, NIP Flash now, they gotta have to look out for that X factor for their mage now. Especially since Fireflux, they do have that high ground potential. NIP Flash, they still have Novaria that they can pick out, but have decided to go for it for Ramis instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even right now, we see the Faramis. I mean, for Curtizi, at least it's something that we did pointed out early on, right? Like, it's a slightly more defensive approach to Fireflux Esports, but nonetheless, if Fireflux wants to just press 5 ultimates at a single time, the NetherRealm is always going to be a good solution to that, to kind of draw it out and exhaust the important resources of the opponent. So, the draft, Fireflux, very straightforward, team fighting, I catch you, I take you down. Whereas for NIP Flash, it's not as one-dimensional, right? Not as linear. I can split push with my Benedetta, I have decent team fight, I have decent utility to keep my team alive, and I have cross-map movements, at least better cross-map movements compared to Fireflux, who will rely on the
So
lane.
with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be jumping into the second match of today's Stream B between NIP Flash versus Fireflux Esports. We are jumping in to see how exactly this is gonna pan out.
Super excited. I mean, I'm excited and nervous at the same time. Especially, I mean, Fireflux showing that Link first pick just oozes confidence, right? We know that TNZ has played like Leomord, he's played some pretty crazy aggressive picks. Martis as well, that was also a thing. We're seeing kind of the talents right now, the Warcry on the TNZ. So easy to proc on a hero like Ling for the extra 8% damage that lasts 6 seconds. And for a hero that wants to go for Sky Piercer, oh, the extra damage is going to be very juicy.
Of course, very interested to actually find out from both sides is actually gonna look. Because one thing's for sure, whenever we're looking at JPL playing the Grok, get information. This guy will always be in the enemy's faces. But this time, things are starting to look a little bit different, because it doesn't seem like he wants to go that aggressively, because the early game of NIP Flash just can't really seem to supplement the amount of aggression that he would want in the early stages.
I think at the same time, you also want to keep the lane for Curtizi, right? Like, sure, the wave's going to be pushing in, but Faramis Ghost Bursters takes care of it very fast, so nothing much is going to be lost for NIP Flash. But now, they got to get Curtizi his nether realm before the first turtle spawns. And Hades, he's already taking point there. And while he's doing that, TNZ is going to start farming up more camps. Hopefully, it's going to hit level 5 for the turtle, and yeah, it's going to be a level ahead of Hades.
Challenging. Yeah, definitely more challenging. Not at level 4 just yet, but they understood.
Yep. Yeah. TNT doesn't really mind too much. It's like, oh, I can give away the turtle, but as long as I'm power farming and I'm getting my resources, is good. In fact, I even attempting to go for the invade on the jungle of NIP Flash, trying to take the purple buff away, but unsuccessful.
I guess quick little understanding as to where the Ling is. And it's all up to NIP Flash to figure out what.
Yeah, even the bottom lane, right? Some Trace Diablo basically winning out the lane in a very minor manner. In terms of XP, it's definitely ahead of Alien. And it's going to be a headache for Alien. It's the same matchup as Terisla into a Paquito, right? You just cannot match up the mobility of either the Paquito and the Benedetta, so it means Diablo will always have the liberty of moving first if he manages to control the minion
So
wave.
with that all said, we do have a little bit more of an aggression from NIP Flash in the river. Hades is always wanting to put himself first and trying to get himself more aggression in the top lane as much as they could. But Sunshine immediately popping the Purify, so now we know that not on Sunshine's Purify, as now Hades is still around. Another taunt.
What?
Top lane, as now they do have the Lecter Final Blow plus invades on the opponent's side, finds TNZ, focuses down to make sure the Testament of Blade has been used as well. Alien joins into the fray. Diablo gets himself out of the final hit coming in from the Alien's last shots, but Diablo, oh, he's not gonna be going down just yet, because Curtizi, he is gonna be coming in with the nice little ult to make sure that Diablo stays alive.
Yeah, absolutely saving Diablo. Oh my goodness, Diablo was literally on the edge. Was on his last leg, and Curtizi saved him. Big NetherRealm, NIP Flash, taking the purple buff away from TNZ. At least TNZ didn't go down. He saved the Tempest of Blaze for the very last second, but Fireflux, bit of a blunder. Sunshine really believed that his teammates would back him up, throws his life away despite not having Purify. NIP Flash, this is where the turtle becomes a lot more valuable just because of what damage they've done to Fireflux.
But I mean, TNZ is still at level 8, so he do have that level advantage after all. But with the lack of purple buff, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult to work with. As now Hades takes the Lord, takes the... He can burst down the turtle fast enough. Phoenix focuses on the Apex 47, brings him down almost immediately. But here we have another one when it comes down to the Shadow Stampede. Curtizi pulls in onto Alien and subsequently brings him down with the rest of his team.
There's 5 kills for NIP Flash in 5 minutes. 3 of them on advantage. You could not have asked for a better start if you are a Moskov. Not only did you win the lane, not only that you're on a killing spree, you are ahead of Sunshine, who is on the Claude. NIP Flash already establishing a solid lead in this early game. And that makes the life of TNZ so hard because NIP Flash, they're going to keep invading.
Yep. That is the power of this Grok over here, constantly giving information and is not even afraid of that of Apex 47. And yep, well charged, connecting on TNZ, and sure, don't get the purple buff.
Well, Hades did have to use the retribution. The purple buff on the side of NIP. One thing is for sure. completely away from his turret, which means NIP Flash, they're going to be able to take the...
Yep, and unfortunately Fireflux is unable to find any alternative trade across the map. Losing the top lane first tier defense turret, they can't find anything in the bottom lane as well, as they lost the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane too. NIP Flash definitely will be looking out for another kill, or perhaps bring down the middle lane too. Apex 47 pretty much stuck. He's forced to use the flicker, but a Spear of Destruction connects down to Apex 47, allows Manic to go over to the front lines, and indeed, Alien didn't manage to put on a very big penalty zone, but because he wasn't able to do much from that point on, they don't have the damage.
Let's talk about Diablo and his Petrify. He Electro final blows and immediately cancels the Blazing Duet with the Petrify, completely just squandering Fireflux's damage capability. If Sunshine had a bit more time to do out his ult, that could have been different. So Diablo right on the mark with his battle spell. NIP Flash looking for the third turn of the game.
I have to say that NIP Flash's Diablo may actually have a lot of job on his hands when it comes down to his Petrify.
What?
The Electro Funnel Blow allows...
He got Sky Piercer,
It allows him
man.
to just go over to the back line so much, so he can actually look out for or to deal with Rosa or to pretty much deal with Sunshine. But for now, Rosa immediately pops down with the Feathered Airstrike. Was hoping he will be able to do much, but with no ultimate for this upcoming fight, things are definitely going to be bad. And the Nether Realm is just going to be popped. TNC is just going to be losing out his Nether Realm by the hands of TNC, but it's not going to be that big of a deal, as Diablo with Electro Final Blow brings Alien down, and the rest of the members from the side of Fireflux now forced to move backwards.
And this is where we finally start to see the problem of Fireflux's draft. The glaring weakness, right, is so one-dimensional. I press my ult, my teammates press their ults, we win the fight. But if we don't, we just don't have the resources to continue fighting extended fights.
In the meantime, TNC was hoping they would be able to do something!
Petrify!
What? What was the Petrify? Out of absolutely nowhere, he knew he can bring TNC down. And with that combination together with the Wild Charge, boy!
Wow, El Diablo in the house, baby. This man is clearly reawakened on his main stage. NIP Flash 9-0 over Fireflux Esports, 7k gold lead. We gotta look at this replay because this was after two major ultimates were used by Fireflux, and NIP Flash knows that they've got Fireflux by the throats. Fireflux just does not have the resources to fight Diablo with a fat flank. They shut down Fireflux Esports and they get more afterwards. Kurt Teasy, 7 assists and a glowing one under his belt. NIP Flash in full control.
We're looking at close about 6,000 gold lead in favor for NIP Flash. And all of the money bags all around the Land of Dawn is slowly flowing over to the side of NIP Flash because they're just bringing down all of the available turrets that they can. They're trying to choke out onto TNZ with all of these buffs and making sure that he's unable to do anything at this point in time.
Oh my goodness, if only Diablo had Petrify, he would have 100% locked TNZ down. But still, Diablo completely out of control right now. They're gonna try and catch him.
Oh, eye for an eye!
He blocks it!
Out of the implosion and fights
Oh my
back at
God!
Apex 47. What a play!
Diablo is on point today. What do you do? This guy is a monster. Even almost, he burst in the glowing one and the lethal ignition. This game is completely out of control for Fireflux Esports. Still a perfect streak for NIP Flash. Lord in the hands of the Singaporean representatives, looking to just put a mark on the stage.
This is one thing that no one would have expected. Coming into 10 minutes into the game, Fireflux not getting a single kill, a single objective, and everything has been one-sided over to NIP Flash. I mean, of course, it's still too early to say anything because we saw what Falcon Esports did to Cloud9. But would that be a repeat of what we see in this new series, though?
I mean, I said that Fireflux are the favorites. I stick by that, but I love to see upsets. But this one, NIP Flash, they came more than prepared. It felt like they're in a league of its own. Let's see how much damage they can do with the first
they
Lord.
still have the holy defense that is available in every single one of these lanes. So how much push potential do they actually have all across the board, right? They are going to be catching on to the Alien. He did manage to put out that penalty zone at his final moments, though, as now Hades just going to be jumping in with a quick little taunt as well as putting Apex 47 under the Electro Final Blow. He manages to bring down Sunshine as well, one of the main core damage dealers for the side of Fireflux. They walked right in, casually just walked right in. They cleared the core, but they did manage to give Fireflux one kill, though. What?
Clean.
What?
way too clean. I mean, Diablo, 100% my MVP for this game one. This guy on that Benedetta is just a swordsmith. Completely unchecked, completely undefeated, untouched. He is a shadow in the land of dawn. 14-1, that one last kill, complimentary prize for Fireflux Esports. But goodness me, NIP Flash showing a side that I don't think anyone has seen before. Not even in the local league, not even last year during N5.
No way at all. Like I said, in the regular seasons of MPLSG, they've just been toying around. We have no idea what is their peak performance at that moment in time. So coming in to fight against Fireflux, this is our chance to really understand how far they have become, what this dream team really is.
We say that this is their superstar era, and definitely they have proven that, right? Every single member on the side of NIP Flash pulling their weight, shutting down Fireflux Esports, identifying what is going to be the Achilles heels of Fireflux, and just putting a wrench in it, just stopping Fireflux before they even came online. I mean, Fireflux, the way they drafted, they had practiced this draft multiple times. They did not hesitate, but NIP Flash's response to stop them, that one, you have to really give props to them.
Well, definitely a big game for NIP Flash, and definitely a sigh of relief for many Singaporeans out there and people that support NIP Flash, because we all know at least how strong NIP Flash is in the local scene. But when it comes down to the international scene, how would that fare? In fact, this is probably the first time I'll say that Team Flash, or rather seeing Team Flash being able to win Fireflux in such a convincing manner.
Yeah, I mean, we even said that BO2 format is, you know, kind of the Turkey regions, how they run it, right? So it might favor Fireflux a bit, just by a bit. But NIP Flash completely defied that. Again, the fastest game we had so far up till this point, 10 minutes and 58 seconds. But you look at the stats, Fireflux, they get nothing. They literally get nothing this game. No laurels, no objective, no turrets. NIP Flash played this game to perfection.
To the T. 10, 11 minutes into the game, and they won the game outright with quite a bit of lead at that. 11,000 gold lead, completely made sure that TNZ wasn't able to do much with that link, right? So I think that this definitely did humble Fireflux a tad bit by telling them, don't pull off a first pick link against us because we are well prepared. So perhaps I think that for game number 2, Fireflux should be a lot more reserved and trying to find out how they will want to bring that X factor of their lineup into the game. Because if they drafted the link for the final pick, I think that the draft coming in from NIP Flash would be vastly different, and they might not be able to be that well prepared for a link last pick.
Especially when Fireflux Esports, they're going to be on the red side for game number 2, so they do have the counter pick potential, but they really got to switch it up because game 1, they kind of revealed an iteration of the draft. Did not work at all. They need to change.
With that all said, we have match number 2, game number 1 that have just concluded, and we are gonna be cleaning up the battlefield again. You know, wipe a little bit of those blood, and of course making sure that the monsters are still gonna be there. Bring up, erecting all of those turrets as well. So we're gonna go off for a short break, and we will be right back with you guys for game number 2 between NIP Flash versus Fireflux Esports. See you in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. We have just witnessed the conclusion of match number 2, game number 1 between NIP Flash versus Fireflux Esports, with an astounding victory coming in from NIP Flash with a 14-1 scoreline. And now the question is if whether Fireflux will be able to bounce back after being humbled with that first pick Ling, which probably threw themselves off guard, I guess.
I feel like if I'm a supporter of a Fireflux Esports, I want to see them bounce back, right? Because that definitely is not the Fireflux that we are used to.
Likewise.
But I want to give you guys an update on today's schedule so far. Again, Stream A is running concurrently. We have Falcons APBren. They got a 2-0 over XianYou Gaming in their first series. And right now, as it stands, we had FCon defeating C9 just now. Fnatic Onyx just took the first game over Team Falcon. And NIP Flash took the first game over Fireflux Esports.
So, of course, when it comes down to the very first series of the day, it has been a 2-0. Now, the question is whether the second series of the day is going to be a 2-0 for both Stream A and Stream B. A quick little recap of what has happened in match number 2, game number 1 between Fireflux Esports versus NIP Flash, with Diablo coming in hot with the Benedetta and very amazing petrified plays that we have seen time and time again, being able to, number 1, stop the blazing duet of the Claude just in time, number 2, being able to stop the Ling right after coming out of the Tempest of Blades to ensure that he stays alive, and of course coming back with big hits, and time again also being able to stop Rosa onto the Farsa's feathered asteroids.
Yeah, I gotta say, Diablo's portrait is looking slick, looking hella slick with that fadeaway. You know, just Just give you a short glance before he sends you to the nether realm. You know, Diablo looking pretty fine and dandy after all these seasons. But yes, game 2, like I said, Fireflux most probably going to be on that red side because they were on blue in game 1. I want to see changes, right? Changes in how they draft. Now they get the advantage of looking at the draft, at least a full draft of NIP Flash first before they go for the last pick, which means there's some room to wriggle around. There's some room for them to kind of plan for a pick that can give them an advantage, that can stop NIP Flash. But you have to diversify your win conditions, right? Game 1 was plain and obvious after the first 3 picks. It's all about pressing all ultimates at the same time, and if I don't win the team fight, I'm going to get a roll over. That has to change.
And especially when it comes down to some of these micro plays as well that we have mentioned before. MPLSG for NIP Flash, they focus a lot on micro plays. They want to win in their lanes, they want to stomp their lanes, and thus being able to get themselves that lane priority to start roaming around and contribute in team fights time and time again. And that kind of seems like it was the strategy coming into game number 1. But if whether it's going to be the same thing for game number 2 remains to be a question. Game number 1 definitely didn't really quite shown Fireflux being the all-star team of the local MLBB competitive scene in Turkey. So I truly hope that in this upcoming game, they will be able to show us exactly what that means.
And they have only one more chance to show it, right? So the best they can ask for is a draw in this match. Faram is banned out. Fireflux still back on the blue side, which means NIP Flash are going to be on the red once more. Again, having the liberty to look at what Fireflux has to offer in the draft. We'll see if that's going to be the case though, because I think if you are Fireflux, not only do you have to look at the conditions, the win conditions of your own team, but at the same time, you also have to figure out what makes NIP Flash click. And I don't think it's the Benedetta. I think it's what the Faramis provides for the team, right? Enabling NIP Flash to build a snowball on top of a snowball. Maybe taking out that Faramis is going to kind of put NIP Flash or put a doorstop on it, prevent NIP Flash from running away with the lead.
NIP Flash has always been very aggressive in the early game. As such, heroes that have very high lane priority naturally comes into mind when NIP Flash wants to play it hard. And as such, I'm pretty much expecting that if Fireflux esports understands that, they will start to ban a lot more of these heroes that focuses on early game power spikes, early game lane priority, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, what NIP Flash show definitely is that they have the capacity to kind of snowball a lead if given, and Diablo, he is just outclassing his lane opponents. It felt like it wasn't even close. I mean, it was a matchup thing as well, you know, Benedetta into a Terizla, but Alien just could not provide any impact thanks to Diablo's early shenanigans, you know, just incremental leads. And not to mention, even Sunshine was having a really, really tough time after the first death because he was just straight up punished by the combined efforts of Hades and Vanix. So a lot of things definitely didn't go the way of Fireflux esports. I think that's something that we were looking at Fireflux esports to be the aggressors, but NIP Flash, they completely flipped that script around.
And I gotta have to say, having JPL in the team definitely gave them a lot more of the information that they so much needed. Having a Grog that completely resists a lot of these crowd control, NIP Flash, they have a strong idea how they want to play the macro game too. Despite winning in lanes such as the EXP lane as well as the gold lane, they're very sustainable players, both Diablo and Vanix. The moment you give the two of them the power of the lanes, they are just going to be absolutely dominating the lane. And for Diablo, he will start to appear in all of these fights so often, especially when we are looking at Kha'Zix that is super consistent and hardly ever gives a lead over to the opponent mage. I would say that we are looking at a trifecta of a laning scenario coming from NIP Flash.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for NIP Flash, on top of that is also if they are playing kind of a draft that is self-sufficient, but at the same time, they can always kind of back each other up. I think the one thing that we talked about in Game 1 is kind of the cross-map mobility that NIP Flash have, right? With Benedetta, with the Moskov, and it allows them to not only play the map, but also pick Fireflux Esports apart, something that needs to be addressed. There's no one shoe fits all solution, of course, but I think Fireflux can start to consider get priority for the mid lane first, because that is how you kind of unlocked assistance to the rest of the game, to the rest of your teammates.
So coming in, I think that the draft is more or less gonna be starting real soon, or perhaps we'll be getting that that information real soon as well. But coming into game number 2, I think that we haven't really quite talked about what Fireflux Esports is supposed to do, or what they should be looking out for. Like, what were their mistakes, or what is something that they gotta have to do better in order to win against NIP Flash in this game too?
I think conditions to win, as mentioned, you gotta diversify your
more
your
win
wins.
conditions.
Yeah, win condition. But I think I think that's primarily it. If I have to nitpick, probably that early to mid game management did look a bit messy from Fireflux Esports. You know, we did see them kind of really dropping the ball incredibly hard right off kind of the first blood onto Sunshine. So that also needs a bit more of polishing as well. But I can understand it's brought upon by the nature of their draft. So if game 2 is going to be any different, I think tank junglers, you fall back to something basic, right? A tank jungler that does not get affected too much if snowball upon, you know, compared to a Ling, have mid priority with your mid laner, and now that you know that Diablo has access to Benedetta and Paquito, maybe you want to go for a direct matchup, or at least go for a sandbag, right? The Arlet, Ruby, not that bad of a choice.
Or perhaps we could also see the Yu Zhong coming in from Alien, right? Also one of the signatures for Alien, being able to really destroy lanes, and as such, you might not, you would be able to get that lane priority away from Diablo. Just keep Diablo in lane, and that is something that I would say would be important if they would want to win in these early game objective taking, right? In the meantime, I would say that Tigro might also be something that is a little bit one-dimensional, I suppose. It is, yes, indeed, a signature for Apex, and it has definitely worked before. But with a hyper-aggressive lineup from NIP Flash in the previous game, especially with with Eye for an Eye from Benedetta, for example, or with very aggressive, sorry, not aggressive, but with high mobility team comps such as NIP Flash's previous game, it's understandably very difficult for Tigro to actually do much work. If anything, it really relies on counter engage more than just engagements.
Yeah. I got a glimpse of Diablo's screen just now. I think the Cho was picked up by NIP Flash. So this is going to be a JPL Cho for sure. And there it is, finally seeing it. So we got the Cho, Roger, Farsa, Arlet. We talk about it. I wanted it for Fireflux, but Fireflux is going to ban it out. So it is, you know, NIP Flash on that red side again. In a Fireflux on the blue. We got the Harif, which was completely ignored in game 1, by the way. Picked up by Fireflux.
So we are looking at a first and second pick of the Cho as well as the Roger. Actually picking up the Cho this early is actually kind of surprising for me from the side of NIP Flash. Although I gotta have to say JPL has been rocking the Cho a lot in his previous days. I absolutely love to see that. It is a very obvious kind of game plan for JPL. He has one thing that he always go for, is roamers that allows him to take to walk away from cloud controls. Heroes such as Cho as well as Grog were perfect for JPL because he can just casually walk away from all of these cloud controls whilst giving in JPL. Just give information. He show so much of the map.
I mean, we see the Ruby getting picked up by NIP Flash as well. This can still be a flex, right? I mean, Hades can play a Roger jungle and Vanix plays that Ruby gold. So it's not really set in stone just yet. NIP Flash keeping the options open. The fact that they're on red. Seems like TNZ wants to give the Ling another go. And we also have Aiden hovering over the Yuzhong. I definitely like the Yuzhong a bit more, regardless of matchup. So Yuzhong gets locked in. We get the Ling. Second round for the side of Fireflux Esports. But this draft definitely looks better than what we had in game 1.
I haven't seen Diablo playing both Ruby nor... In fact, I don't even know which one he's actually going to be picking. But one thing's for sure, we are looking for the jungler over to the side of NIP Flash. At this point, yeah, they have a Cho, they also have the Ruby, so they have a way to really lock down someone in the opposite side and really just go for pickoffs. So I believe that this jungler that they have gotta have to be someone that can work as a battery together with the Cho in order to really burst that one person down fast.
The Bane! Oh! Wait!
Oh,
wait.
Bane,
I had... Is the Bane go? I've had this in my mind for the longest of times because Bane was popping up in certain regions. For example, like Cambodia, I think Myanmar as well. We've been seeing a couple of Banes, but if there's one region that wants to, you know, go a bit bonkers, I mean, MPL SG seems like the perfect breeding ground. So Bane for Vanix. This is going to be very interesting.
I've never seen that before for the side of Vanix. How is he going to fare as a melee hero in the gold lane against a Harif? Understandably, when it comes down to Harif, he's super strong in lanes considering the fact that Synchro Fission just outright pokes the enemies while also giving you a chance to wave clear. But one thing that Bane is able to do in the lane is that he's got sustainability. He's able to heal his HP back, and he does have pretty annoying poke abilities as well, which kind of takes away some of that lane priority that we know of so much coming in from a Harif.
Can't wait to see this game just kicking off. I mean, for the Bane, so one change that this patch did bring upon for one of the talents, aside from adding 2 new talents, is also Impure Rage, right? Now it no longer deals flat damage that scales with level. It deals max HP damage, a constant 4% max HP damage, if I'm not mistaken, which means the value just goes up. It scales way better into late game because max HP is always great. Some pressure onto Alien
does
also.
Seem like Alien's HP is going all the way down.
Goodness.
Diablo flickers in forward, and we have JPL coming in with a quick little help. That's Alien going down that early.
That is a straight up disaster. Absolute disaster. That should not happen with a Yuzong. Usually Yuzong is the one that forces you away, but this Yuzong got first blooded, right? He had petrified, there's no way of running away. Yeah, I mean, Diablo just absolutely cycled him. This mind game's too strong. Wow.
And okay, so we know that there's a winning lane in the top lane for now, right? In the end, even if Yuzong goes down, he can still come back into the game pretty early, pretty fast, and he will be able to catch up in terms of gold and EXP in just matters of time, because Yuzong just doing Yuzong things, right? But NIP Flash, we are looking for that information, and you see, take a look at the minimap. Cho is constantly just mirroring where the opponent's roamer is going. He's constantly just giving information to the rest of his team so that whenever NIP Flash goes for the gank, they know if whether the Grok is gonna be there or not.
And JPL is doing a very good job just, you know, as we call it, manning Apex 47,
like
making sure that wherever this Grok goes, basically, right, just playing tag, the man-to-man defense from NIP Flash, and also tracking what Tianzi is going to be. Ideally, you want to force him to use the Retribution to secure a turtle for your team. We see JPL. He's going to hit his ultimate soon and making sure that he delays this as much as he can.
Not sure if whether he will be able to do much in the bottom lane, but for now, top lane though, TZ did manage to use the Feathered Airstrike, did manage to do a chunk of damage away from Alien, but no, quick little Terrify to ensure that Hades will not be able to do much, and it's Rosa with the Feathered Airstrike stolen away from TZ. They managed to bring Hades down into the ground, facing flat. With a 1-1 scoreline right now, the turtle is currently available for Fireflux to take.
Incredible save by Rosa, and the Stolen Feather Airstrike combined with the wild charge from Apex 47 as he hit 4 on time to take out Hades. So Turtle still open up, but the flicker from Rosa actually gets him out in a flash. That could have been deadly.
Now I'm just really looking out for the battery between Cho and someone else. I'm not too sure if whether NIP Flash have that potential to really burst that one person down in the early game, even if JPL has managed to isolate this one player. So that is probably my only concern for NIP Flash. No battery, no bueno.
And I mean, this is a way better start for Fireflux, right? Stolen Feather Airstrike used just to clear the wave. So NIP Flash, they definitely are not gonna have the snowball that they, you know, kind of experienced in game 1, and Apex 47 forcing Vanish to go for an even bigger rotation, which means the plating on this bottom side is gonna go over the Sunshine. I mean, Vanish is already put behind in terms of experience as well. So I mean, you can see that this Bane into Harry matchup not really the best Vanix holding his ground pretty well, and even game so far.
Yeah, when it comes down to theory, I thought that with the sustainability from skill 2, he should be able to kind of stay in lane for an extended period of time while still being able to poke the Harif as much as possible while still clearing out the wave a tad a little bit. But it doesn't seem like he's able to get close to the waves enough to really do anything anything good to the Harif.
Hades shows up, right? They find Apex 47. That's the wild charge
Oh,
use. And the flicker.
Wait, that's not a flicker from Diablo though. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, a flicker from Apex. Okay, my bad.
From Apex.
So at least they did manage to take that flicker away from Fireflux. So they are pretty much in a pretty good stance for the next total fight, which is coming up in about 35 seconds. While NIP Flash is posing themselves down in the bottom lane with putting JPL. I believe that he already used his Way of the Dragon, but immediately after that, Sunshine popped off with the Purifier to ensure that he's not going to be caught out that easily.
And no watch out for Apex 47, unfortunately. Did get the Purifier out of Sunshine with the Way of the Dragon. That's what NFP Flash wants to look for, right? Some crucial resources for Fireflux Esports, making sure that they are always lacking something. For TNZ, and bring out the Temple.
Immediately just jumping in to try to steal away the purple buff, but the Tempest of Blades just lands on top of Hades, brings him down almost immediately, and NIP Flash losing control of their jungle. Katizi forced to go for a flicker to get himself away from the hands of Alien.
Even Vanny's getting finished off down bot as Rosa and Sunshine work together to take him out. All things considered, Diablo did get the top tier 1, so NIP Flash, they might have given up a couple of kills and eventually the second turtle, but they're not too far behind, I suppose. Fireflux, you can see that, you know, when you have multiple win conditions, when you have heroes that don't necessarily have to be together, they are self-sufficient, this is what you can achieve. It's a more comfortable early game.
An easier game to play, I would say, if you have side laners that just naturally win in the lane. And you just have to execute your game plan as per your trading. So Fireflux definitely do have the luxury of doing that. In the meantime, JPL tries to go for an engage onto Rosa, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much, as Katizi, being the anchor of the team, popping out with the Feathered Airstrike, essentially saves the rest of his team, allowing them to run back to the first tier defense turret.
Apex 47 even cancelling the recall of JPL. You see Fireflux Esports are definitely slowly but surely getting the lead. They're turning their attention to the top side, so that tier 1 is 100% going to fall. And if you Flash, they need a lot more time for Vanix and Hades to skill up. And Fireflux are trying to kind of shrink at that time frame. Don't want to let NIP Flash have
a way better game for Fireflux Esports. They definitely have a better grasp of the game now, especially since TNZ is able to farm pretty effectively. In the meantime, Rosa down the bottom lane finds himself taken down, and the rest of NIP Flash seems like they really want the blood of Apex 47. But I don't think that is going to be all that simple though, as Alien is just going to be hiding around the brushes. But I don't think that they will be able to catch anyone, except for the fact that Diablo with the quick little armor fended onto Apex 47, but not enough damage to really do anything good. Yeah,
not yet at least. I mean, NIP Flash, they got the kill onto Rosa, so that's good. I believe the kill went over to Kurtizi. Even see Alien in the mid as well. JPL was fishing for a kick side against it. NIP Flash, I think they don't really need to rush.
Immediately with the armor fender, did manage to collect down onto Alien. And the battery of having the Feathered Airstrike being used to make sure that they bring Alien down. I guess that is one of the batteries that we can look out for, but is after all going to be an ultimate that's being used. As now Way of Dragon connecting on TNZ, Hades takes down the Ling, and they have also managed to steal away the purple buff. The next one on the chopping block, they want to go for Rosa, but Rosa, he did manage to steal the ammo fended onto Diablo, and he did manage to connect onto that, allowing Harif to drop down the Zaman Force, brings him down. But NIV Flash, they're not going down without a fight, as Vanix and Katizi joins into the fray and immediately take him down. That puts Fireflux with 3 men down, and NIP Flash have got the Lord.
So much damage from Vanix. Flickers, Deadliest Catch, and a crap wall cannon. And even a passive splash in the face of Sunshine, who evaporated just like that. And NIP Flash getting the first Lord. Lead now falling towards them, and this is a magic bane. They get a Holy Crystal Lightning Truncheon. No wonder Sunshine evaporated just like that.
That explains. Having a Mage Bane onto their side. Boy, oh boy. Definitely a lot more annoying to deal with. So now, now Fireflux, they really have to do quite a lot of itemization to really work with that. Now, looking at that. Boy, oh boy, the deadly catch. Indeed, real deadly.
It just rips through Sunshine. I don't think Fireflux can hold on to this tier 1 anymore. Not with the Lord on top. JPL is going to conceal to look for some angle. In fact, he postures himself in that pixel bush just so if Fireflux shows up to defend, they can get even more picks. And IP Flash setting themselves up for success.
But it may be a little bit too early for us to say that, as I'm pretty sure that Fireflux, they are posturing themselves for something. But Vanix gets a kill down on the alien with the big help coming in from the side of JPL to really go for the catch. Unfortunately, Hades is just going to be suffering a fate similar to Alien. But Sunshine takes a kill down on the Vanix. JPL focuses himself onto Sunshine. Oh!
JPL! All things considered, Fireflux only losing Alien in the process. We felt like, well, good counter engage from Apex 47 once more with the Flicker Wild Charge to disable Hades and Vanix in that fight. But I gotta say, Vanix's damage is out of this world. Almost two-shotting Sunshine if he didn't have the extra shield from the Chrono Dash. But at least Fireflux Esports still keeping the game even.
Jumping onto Katisi, but I don't think that Katisi will be that easy of a kill. But now the Wild Charge misses out on the Diablo. He will be able to clear out the wave just so easily. And IP Flash managing to defend their middle lane first tier defense turret.
The fact that NIP Flash didn't even get top tier 2 is good news.
And now JPL with a Dragon connecting on Rosa. He does have Ammo Fender though, so look out for that! As now we have Sunshine with the Furious Dive, manages to connect on the 2. As such, JPL and Diablo is gonna be taken down while Alien puts himself in the Black Dragon form, really zones away the rest of NIP Flash as they say, we are done, we've got the 2 kills that we need.
NIP Flash getting a bit impatient with their plays. JPL went for the kick, but unfortunately his teammates do not have enough damage, and they even ate a Petrify in the face as well. So, I mean, NIP Flash got to slow down a little bit, right? Vanix has a lot of damage, but he still, at the end of the day, needs to get up close and personal. Fireflux Esports taking control of the map, but NIP Flash at least still have the mid-tier 1
And because
up.
of the mid-tier 1, I think that is a lot more difficult for Fireflux to really take control of the river at this point in time. With Dragon connecting down on the Rosa, and that was a pretty fast kill. I would say that the Vanix with the Mage Bane is the battery of the show because of the massive amount of burst that we weren't expecting at all.
Some people might not realize, but Cho got a slight buff on Jit Kundo. It covers a lot more distance with his dashes right now. That's why JPL moved across half the screen with his full combo.
Pretty scary, I gotta have to say. But now the Black Dragon form emerges, and Apex 47 emerges as well. What was that deadly catch? What was that damage? And now TNC hoping that he'll be able to run away. He will not. But the Lord was taken by Fireflux in the end, so that is a little bit of consolation. But unfortunately, there's only Rosa available to defend against this middle lane raid. Will Rosa be able to stay alive long enough though?
I don't think they can keep this alive, unfortunately. Feather Airstrike as well.
But he did manage to get that kill! And even for the Lord, he's going to be bursted down almost immediately. Alien and Apex 47, they are going to be back here in the Land of Dawn. And NIP Flash understands that this is as far as they can go. Taking the inhibitor in the mid, that's all they want.
This is a negative net gain from a Lord. You get the Lord, but you lose it in an inhibitor, and I don't think they can even get the top tier 2 because Diablo is gonna clean it up in a flash as well. And NIP Flash almost 3k a hit. Definitely not the big lead just in like game 1. In fact, top tier 2 eventually did go down as Diablo didn't have enough damage to clear it out.
Oh
but Vanix, my goodness.
Oh!
He is online, this man.
What items? My goodness. We don't see Mage Bane all that much. So honestly, having to see him on the stage right now and the massive amount of damage that he's able to deal to the rest of the members from Fireflux, that's definitely very scary to see.
Incredibly scary, in fact. I think NIP Flash getting a bit of control of the game already, and the fact that mid inhib is down is a big deal for Fireflux Esports. Because now the side lanes are going to be a lot more threatened. Top tier 2 goes down. The conceal from Fireflux not bearing any fruits. Rosa just got the Blood Wings, but NIP Flash is setting up for an ambush.
I'm thinking about one of the new item change, Fleeting Tide. Would that actually make any sense for Vanek to pick up, because we know that daily catch is pretty darn scary after all. But for now, Katizi with the feathered airstrike did manage to get a kill down onto Rosa. That is one of the main core players from the side of Fireflux Esports has taken down. The second core player, TNZ, is also down. But it is not all sunshine and rainbows for NIP Flash, and it is a 2-for-2 trade after all.
I gotta say, the magic burst damage.
JPL catching down on the Apex 47, but I don't think that they have enough damage for all of that at all. He immediately Jikundo, or rather Shumpo himself out of that. Sunshine looking to get the final kill on JPL, but the main fight was actually onto Vanix because he focuses down onto Alien, brings him down, and the Zoni wasn't able to do much, but Apex 47!
Wild charge!
Oh, big wild charge coming in, being able to ensure that JPL and Katizi goes down, leaving Vanix all alone. Apex 47, the man!
Absolutely savior, Apex 47. Literally saved this team. NIP Flash did not expect him to still be in that bush. And this not only kind of balances out the skill, Fireflux Esports, but also opens up Lord possibility for them.
Oh boy, 14:16. Let's look at things in the grand skill, right? In the grand scheme of things. We have a total of 1 Lord that is taken by the hands of Fireflux and 1 Lord taken by the hands of NIP Flash. But this is quite literally what we want to see from Fireflux. All the adaptability that we were talking about. Apex 47 going in with that wild charge. Chef's kiss.
Yeah. Even Apex 47 just got the immortality. So second life, and a second Lord granted to Fireflux Esports. Of course, NIP Flash, they gotta kind of look out a little bit, right? Like, you have better airstrike, you have a lot of damage, sure, but all your damage dealers are pretty fragile. Like, if TNZ gets his hands on you, if Sunshine gets on top of you, if you get crowd control by Alien and Apex, a lot of things to consider for NIP Flash. You can't just go for the cookie cutter play of, I pull someone in with the I'm offended and hope to burst them down without any repercussions. It just does not work like that.
In the meantime, as the Lord postures itself up in the top lane, the rest of the members from Fireflux focuses onto the middle lane because that's the only tier 1 that's available. In the meantime, we do have the wild charge coming from Apex 47, but the Crown did manage to make sure that Vanix is gonna be A-okay for now. Diablo walks away with not a lot of help to work with, but never mind, because NIP Flash, they did manage to take quite a lot of ultimates away from Fireflux. In fact, 4 ultimates. While NIP Flash, they still have quite a bit to work with. Most importantly, the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, the fact that Vanix saw particular incoming gang and instantly Winter Crown before the wild charge was even remotely close to him. Him staying alive is very crucial because he's one of the main damage dealers that's going to help deep push the lane. And look at that.
Oh,
Lord JPL
flickers out, but TNZ, he did manage to ensure that JPL is taken down for now, as now we're just going to be looking at Alien, just going to be connecting down onto the rest. Diablo and Vanix is just going to go back for a tad little bit. They did manage to bring Apex 47 down. Sunshine, before backing off completely, he manages to take away the inhibitor turret at the top lane, but Katizi with a feathered airstrike flickers on forward to do additional damage over to the side of Harif, but now the Winter Crown connects down onto Sunshine, but unfortunately it will only keep himself alive for a tad bit longer, but he still goes down in the end.
What a call from NIP Flash. Katizi committing his flicker just to cover more ground with the feather airstrike, telling his team that, guys, we can go, we can beat them. Takes out Sunshine and Alien in the process, as they did not have the battle spells or did not have the resources left. So NIP Flash clapping back, both teams losing an inhibitor. I don't think NIP Flash can end the game, but they can definitely do some serious damage.
At least try indeed. Tempest of Blaze is going to be used. We do have the deadly catch that unfortunately did not manage to connect onto anyone. They're just going to be focusing down, but unfortunately that is going to be the wall charge that's going to be connecting onto the main front lines. And such Hades is going to be taken down, terrified on the Diablo as well as Vanix. But now the Winter Crown is going to be used from the side of Diablo, only leaving him alive for a tad little bit longer. Katizi hoping that he'll be able to stay alive. He pops in himself his own Winter Crown, but that pulled Alien backwards just so that both Vanix as well as JPL will stay alive a little bit longer. It's time for Fireflux to clap back.
Critical mistake from NIP Flash. I'm not really sure what the calls were, but that definitely was not an endgame angle. Not with Rosa around, the terrified crowd control. Oh, so important to stop NIP Flash from dealing more damage. They try to kind of blitzkrieg the crystal, but end up giving up their life, and even worse, might end up giving up this Lord as well.
It's unfortunate for sure. The greediness from NIP Flash thinking that they can really end the core like that. Didn't really quite... I'm pretty sure that they expected Apex 47 with that wild charge, but probably not exactly that well prepared for it. As such, losing so much out of all of that this is definitely a really tough pill for NIP Flash to swallow, as the Lord, the 18-minute Lord, will now be granted over to Fireflux to fight for their cause.
Yeah, the third Lord of the game for Fireflux. So far, all the Lords were uncontested. NIP Flash, they know that they had to give it away and just play it from behind. And this is the opportunity for Fireflux to potentially crack open the entire base of NIP Flash or even look for an endgame angle. JPL needs to catch up his life.
We're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. But even if JPL did manage to go for the catch, the question is always if whether Vanix will be able to burst that one person down, or if Katizi will specially use his Feathered Airstrike just for that one-man catch. But looks like the answer is to use the Feathered Airstrike to wave clear in the middle lane as they prepare themselves for the Lord to push up in the top lane and the Mega Creeps down in the bottom. This is definitely a lot tougher for them to even recover from.
Staggered wave as well, so NIP Flash.
What was that from Diablo? They
engage.
did manage to connect down on the two-person, but they didn't really want to go all in for that. NIP Flash playing things a little bit slowly to ensure that they bring down the Lord nice and just pretty much just going out for that. In the meantime, Katizi is just going to be popping out with the Feathered Airstrike while Alien pops off with the Black Dragon form. Boops away that ultimate from the side of Katizi, but unfortunately out of all of that, Fireflux did lose TNZ and NIP Flash is just going to be running it down onto Alien as now JPL manages to land the Way of the Dragon right on top of him. I don't think that they will be able to connect anymore from this point onwards. So NIP Flash, they're just going to be running in middle lane without Alien and TNZ. This might be the chance that they are looking out for.
That could be the second win. Can Rosa do it again? Just slowly, I'm offended.
It needs to be a big catch. It needs to be big, but now the deadly catch is just going to be tossed right out. Rosa did manage to connect on quite a lot, but Hades, he focuses on the core. NIP Flash clinches a 2-0 victory away from Fireflux Esports, the dream team of Turkey.
Unprecedented performance from NIP Flash. Game 1 was dominant, Game 2 was scrappy, but at the end of the day, Fireflux, despite the lead that they got, despite being gifted 3 lores, they just got a bit too anxious at the very end, committing everything to try and take the mid inhibitor down and end up getting not just nothing, but losing the game. NIP Flash keeping their composure at the very end. This game definitely a lot closer compared to game number 1, but I gotta say NIP Flash left a mark on the stage today.
At least this game really showed us what Fireflux Esports is made of. Not that easy to be bullied by NIP Flash, because game 1, yeah, we can just kind of say that it's not a good game for Fireflux Esports, but game number 2 definitely showed so much more promise. That back and forth situation coming in from these two teams definitely made that game such a nail-biting experience, and I gotta have to say, indeed, what a show coming in from Fireflux and NIP Flash.
Yeah, so definitely, you know, I don't think any series can top what we had between Falcons Esports and Cloud9, but this is a close second as well. The relief on the faces of the NIP Flash's players, I think this is definitely kind of a new heights achieved by the Singaporean team, right? A 2-0 to start off the group stage, and that can only mean that they are ever so closer to that playoff slot. They will put, at least it will put Singapore on the map as well, right? When was the last time that the region has been able to reach a top 8? I think it's been quite a while.
Quite a while indeed. And I just gotta have to say that they showed what a Singapore Dream Team really is all about, and taking a 2-0 out of Fireflux, it answers a lot of those uncertainties, because a lot of people have projected for Fireflux along with EVOS to be able to be the top 2 of the group. But now, day number 1 and and match number 2, NIP Flash getting the 2-0 from Fireflux, I think that's gonna flip the script quite a bit.
Yeah, 100%. I think right now, for the side of Fireflux Esports, it's back to the drawing board, right? Like, game 2 definitely was a lot better than game 1. They were given some pretty insane power picks, like Ling, Yuzhong, even the Harith. But NIP Flash just has better control of the game, better control of the game, and at the same time, there's better understanding on how to play when they're at a deficit. Look at the overall stats as well. This one, you know, Apex 47 with the most damage taken, TNZ with the highest GPM, and even Rosa with the highest assist. but nothing compares to Vanix on display. 101,000 damage with the magic
just
thing.
an entire board full of Fire Flux, and then one happy random Vanix popping out nowhere, just smiling right at us because of the amount of damage that he deals to the members of Fire Flux. That's actually pretty comical. But 18-22, this is the final scoreline for game number 2. Vanix and friends, they definitely made quite good work. And unfortunately, I really thought that having lane priority against NIP Flash could be one of the key ways to win in the game. Indeed, it did manage to propel Fireflux to win in the early stages and really give them that space to really work around with. But unfortunately, when it comes down to really closing the game out, it wasn't exactly that desirable, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, no, not at all, right? NIP Flash, I mean, we talk about like potential cheese picks. I guess NIP Flash sort of did that as well. And of course, with the macro play, just completely demolishing Fireflux Esports. We gotta remind you guys that on July 7th, the Soul Vessel series are going to drop. We have the Amon Vessel of Deceit and Hanabi Vessel of Rage slated for stunning review. So mark it down in the calendars. Do not miss out. Get your hands on these amazing skins. And I mean, look at the details. I am already sold. The moment I saw the trailer, I'm like, I gotta get my hands on this. So keep in mind, 7 July, that's the date that you gotta pay attention to.
Make sure you guys mark it so that you guys can grab both of these without question asked, right? Of course, with that all out of the way, and with match number 2 out of the way as well, it is now time for us to clean the battlefield again, as we are gonna go off for a short little break. And once we are back, we do have the next game that will be available for you guys. And I think that this is that one game that everyone has been waiting for, especially for my friend Husky here. Right? We got Homeboys that's coming back. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got quite a game in, and of course, I'm gonna be joined in by Husky, and both of us is gonna be jumping into game match number 3.
Yeah, very, very excited. Match number 3, Homeboys against Team Spirit. It's a grudge match in the making. Felt like fates have weaved these two teams together. Obviously, since their last encounter in M5, they went through some roster changes, you know, patch have evolved, but one thing remains is that Homeboys, we have a score to settle with Team Spirit.
Now, when it comes down to Team Spirit, I would say that we have quite a bit of games coming in. And of course, Hit Bomba has been showing a lot in the previous iterations of international events. While in the meantime, we have Marl, Sunset Lover, Sawo, as well as Hiko coming in with the entire lineup. And I gotta have to say that Team Spirit, they are a team that we gotta have to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Mar and Hiko, they are kind of the changes to Team Spirit when they were in Daewoo, right? Because back then we did have Magister in the jungle, we did have a Carvey in the gold lane. So with this change, I am excited to see what they can bring to the table. Young talents. I mean, Mar has been here for quite a long time, but they're up against Homeboys, one of our national treasures from Malaysia. You got Sepat, you got Chibi, Udil, Nets, and Zorn. Some regard them to say as the Tas team, you know, the recall fanatics, you know, the team that is the spiciest, you know, spices from Indonesia and Malaysia and Philippines combined together. But one thing is for sure is that both teams, they like to play scrappy.
And remember that Homeboys is the team that managed to climb up all the way from the wildcards. So they do have quite a bit of experience coming into MSC 2023 already. And I gotta have to say, there's definitely high expectations for them to win this bracket itself, or rather this group itself, because they are strong. But going up against Team Spirit from EECA, that we definitely have a lot of questions, and we're gonna have to find out what exactly is going to be their strength coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, both teams are in Group C, right? So you have Homeboys, Team Spirit, you got Liquid Echo, well, Team Liquid Philippines, and also Twisted Minds. So I think this win is, again, going to be very important because I think a lot of predictions were putting Team Liquid Philippines to be guaranteed to make it to playoffs, and then the second slot is either Homeboys or Team Spirit. And what do you know? The fact that we are going to see them on day one means that we might have the second team predetermined based off of the results. And for Homeboys, I think this is a this could redefine what in our expectations with Homeboys, considering that losing to Daewoo or Team Spirit right now during M5 group stage really broke their spirits. So they're now reinvigorated. You know, Zorn delayed his retirement for another season just to get to this point. It feels like it's a must win. You know, you gotta go big or go home.
Yep. We've seen before, or rather we heard that Zorn on the MPL MY stage stated that he wanted to stop competitive gameplay for I think indefinitely or something like that. But of course, their run was good. As such, Zorn is back.
Yeah, and of course, just to give you guys an update on today's schedule or the results so far, Fnatic on it got a 2-0 over Team Falcons, and even CW on the Beatrice got a Savage, first ever Savage in the MSC group stage. And just now we also witnessed NIP Flash taking a 2-0 over Fireflux Esports. So that's the first half of the series on both Stream A and Stream B concluded. We're gonna get into the second half. I think right now, stakes, we talk about stakes a lot of times, right? Having, you know, Team Spirit against Homeboys on Stream B and Stream A is going to be Team Liquid Philippines against Twisted Minds. I think they will be excited as well. But I pointed out a little bit that both Homeboys and Team Spirit, they like to play deathball. They like to play hard. They like to play hard and fast. But even more so, Team Spirit's deathball, especially back in M5, was extremely deadly under the leadership of Kid Bomba. So I wonder if Homeboys have found a way around that, because how Team Spirit plays is, it feels like the perfect to punish Homeboys.
To punish Homeboys, huh? Because one thing that we gotta have to remember as well is Homeboys coming in from the wild cards. That means, technically speaking, Team Spirit may not have that much amount of time to actually prepare themselves for what is coming up from Homeboys themselves. So technically, quite literally, the term wild card team will be the wild card of the group, and they may actually be able to completely shock us right into our bones as to how they are going to be faring in this entire group itself.
Yeah, I mean, when back in M5, Daewoo managed to hit the top 4, right? That time Fly Solo was the coach as well. So I think that is also quite a feat for EECA. That's the best result that EECA as a region has ever gotten up to that point. Whereas for Homeboys, we didn't even make it out of groups. But of course, like I mentioned, both went through changes. The roster they shifted 2 players out of Homeboys, and same for Team Spirit. They brought in Nets and Udo for Homeboys. They brought in Mar and Hiko for Team Spirit, and even a coach, right, for the side of Homeboys, antagonist out. They brought in a Coach Jeff or Coach Nobody in, and for the side of Team Spirit, they also had a change in hand in terms of coach because Fly Solo went over to Todak. They brought in Lil and Vren there as the analyst. So all things considered, the fact that Coach Vren is on Team Spirit as the analyst, I think I'm expecting a bloodbath. Right? We haven't seen a draw so far today on both streams. Maybe
True.
this one's going to be it.
Maybe. I mean, I really want to see Homeboys being able to do something about this, right? Because when it comes down to Team Spirit, we definitely have seen how Kip Bomba has been, the star of the previous internationals, right? We have seen him going all and about, but Homeboys haven't really quite have that that advantage, or rather they haven't really had that point in time whereby they are shown on the spotlight, and I want to see that coming because they are my neighbors. Yay, Malaysia! So Homeboys, I really want them to put out some risks out there. I want to see them being able to just go all out and show what the Malaysians are really what they are really made of, because I believe that in MPL MY before, they have definitely pulled some risky plays and handsomely rewarded for it too.
Yeah, I think Homeboys is a team that they put a lot of attention into executing a draft rather than trying to guarantee themselves the best possible draft. Obviously, draft advantage is important, but for Homeboys, it's more important how they execute what they get for themselves, right? So sometimes people would say that, okay, they pick a draft that isn't necessarily the best in that scenario, but they put a lot of emphasis on getting the execution right. But if they messed up the execution, then it becomes an instant a draft troll or a game troll. So that's something that I think has been iconic about Homeboys alongside every other things. It took them like 3 years, or almost 3 years, to win their first ever trophy. So they have established a legacy for sure. But over time as well, I think right after M5, where we experienced one of the worst results for MPL MY as a region on an international stage, Homeboys definitely is looking not just to redeem themselves, but also the pride of the region, because they have been under a lot of flack from people, whether it's locally or internationally, saying that they are dealing more damage by pressing recalls than actually playing the game. So it's here doubters, right? So I personally am really looking forward to Homeboys' performance, considering how they swept wild cards. But again, this is a grudge match. They gotta go through Team Spirit, and I wouldn't keep my hopes at 100%, but I definitely am optimistic.
Grudge match, because they have went against one another in M5. Back then, when Team Spirit was known as Daewoo, I think it was a 2-1 in favor for Daewoo, right? In the group stage, and thus sending them back home. And one thing that we gotta take back from what Daewoo used to be is that in M5, they managed to finish at 4th place. So the Team Spirit now definitely have got improved. The level of gameplay for everyone in throughout the entirety of MSC 2024 have been elevated by a significant amount, and I think that we are definitely going to be seeing that from Team Spirit as well. Their dev ball playstyle is something that we gotta have to watch out for, especially since we saw that in M5. Would that be the same thing for this upcoming game, or do they have a little bit of a difference when it comes down to strategies? Because if Homeboys will want to really just nip it in the bud about that dev ball playstyle of Team Spirit, they might be in for a surprise if there is a change in strategy.
For what I've observed during wildcards, I think Homeboys are still sticking to their guns, right? Still sticking to the identity of, I'm going to snowball you, I'm going to pick fights with you whenever I can. Don't really care if you're strong, I'm going to just fight you and find a way to win, right? That's where the mindset of having the better execution kind of comes into play in full force for Homeboys. Whereas for Team Spirit, I think the way they play can easily be an answer to punish Homeboys, especially if Homeboys starts disrespecting their space, right? That's how Deo's vote in M5 punished a lot of teams. They made a comeback against See You Soon. They defeated Homeboys because they were just so patient. Kid Bomba was kind of the opportunist in their roster, and he still is now. So I would say both teams, they definitely changed for sure, but for the better. And now is Homeboys' aggression more refined, or is Team Spirit's defense more polished?
Oh, will be the question that we want to have it answered for this series onwards. Once again, for those people that have just came in, this is a best of 2 fashion in the group stages. I'm excited, but Husky though, as a Malaysian, what would you say of this game? What's your expectations for this one?
I mean, ideally, we better win 2-0, because if we don't, internet is gonna blow up again. And I'm tired of seeing people bash my Homeboys, right? Like you guys behind, like people behind the armchair specialists. You're never gonna be as good as Homeboys, right? So might as well support your team. That's what I gotta say. But realistically, I'm expecting this game 1. I'm expecting Homeboys to maybe ego challenge Team Spirit a little bit, because that's what Homeboys are very confident, right? When they feel good, they start ego challenging you with the draft. They start, first phasing the Cho. They start, giving chibi picks that just want to run at you and fight you to the death. And if you can get Homeboys into that headspace and give them a good game, that is where they find their momentum. Because at the end of the day, it's all about execution.
So coming into this game, I want to see a lot more about drafting, right? The drafting for both teams, how do they want to approach into drafting for one another, and if whether they will be able to adapt nicely to one another, right? When it comes down to Team Spirit, I want to see what we have been seeing before, because, I mean, if it ain't broken, why fix it, right? As Team Spirit, they love to really prioritize on Hiko's heroes early into the drafting phase. So just get that out of the way. That will be nice and dandy. And then following up to Mal as well as Kid Bomba. Now, Mal, if I'm not wrong, is relatively new to the international scene, if I remember correctly. So I really do want to see what can they bring onto the world.
Instant showban. I love this so much, right? We talk about this. Homeboys, they have a tendency to just first face the show, so I'm really glad that Team Spirit kind of picked that out instantly. But that opens up the link for Chibi. It's done it multiple times. Unstoppable during the wild card, so not surprised that goes over the Homeboys. Though I would say Coach Brent's addition to Team Spirit as an analyst after the departure from RRQ is something that I am very excited about, right? Because I want to see what other dynamics, how can he elevate Team Spirit in terms of drafting, in terms of playstyle.
This is something that Homeboys definitely has prepared for, right? If they want to first pick onto the Ling, they gotta have to get rid of the Moskov, just so that you will be able to assassinate whoever is the goal leader pretty effectively without being too afraid of being slammed onto the wall and just lose out all of the potential assassinations up there. Now, when it comes down to the start of Team Spirit, they are immediately picking up the Roger, feeding onto Hiko pretty nicely. In the meantime, Valentina is up for grabs as well. So great core pickups thus far, and that leaves with Homeboys wanting to play on a more of a death ball position, because Team Spirit, they are more of a death ball team. So I guess this is kind of like an adaptability from Homeboys. They want to play death ball to death ball.
Absolutely. Taking the Teresa away, that's one of Kid Bomba's signature. So you kind of get a steal and even get Nets one of his signature as well, right? Which is the Claude. So Homeboy is finding the prio picks for themselves from the get-go. Arlott goes over to Team Spirit, you get a bit of setup. And what's good about the Roger pick is always that you can flex him into the jungle if needed. So it doesn't reveal all too much to Homeboys, but it gives Homeboys a good idea of what, at least give Homeboys a good idea on how to deal with the Roger, regardless of which lane he goes into. Obviously, Roger into Claude is a lot more deadly for the Claude, because early game Roger just completely shreds him. So we'll see what Homeboys have in mind in the second phase.
Pretty flexible pick coming in from the Arlott. Can potentially be able to see that in the EXP or the Roam. One thing that I thought we might be able to see is probably the Minotaur. Oh, okay, never mind. I've completely forgot the Minotaur is banned. But otherwise, it could also be a Lolita Roam that we would probably want to see being picked up every now and then. But very likely, it is going to be a alert for Kid Bomba. Most of the time, Kid Bomba's picks were usually left for the later half, the second half of the drafting. So perhaps we might be actually be looking at something interesting in terms of the X factor for Team Spirit's draft, as they are now just pretty much lacking the jungler as well as the roamer now.
Yeah. I mean, again, Team Spirit, they have double flex, right? Both Arlet and Roger can be flexed. Though if you want to stop Kid Bomba, I mean, I suppose you could consider Yuzong, you could consider taking up picks like the X-Borg. I think it's not too bad of a choice as well. But Homeboys are going to ban out Rafaela, because I wanted to get to that as well. Remember Savo's pocket pick, which is the Diggy? Diggy that can really make it a headache for the Terizla or anyone with hard crowd control. Rafaela kind of falls into the same category as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Diggy becomes is the last ban from Homeboys.
Honestly, I kind of want to see a Rafaela with Temporal Raid. I mean, it sounds kind of amazing with massive amount of healing as well as just a lot of movement speed through within a short span of time. I will be happy to see that, but unfortunately, tossed into the banning pool, that's not something that we will be able to see anymore. Now, Homeboys, they might want to focus a little bit more onto the roaming bans as much as possible. They have already taken away the Minotaur as well as the Rafaela, so I think that we've pretty much seen quite a pattern here. When it comes down to lockdown and crowd control, we only have one coming in from Kid Bomba's very possible alert, but we can always ask for more here.
Yeah. I like the Farsa ban. It is one of Uyo's signature as well. And, you know, Terizla and Farsa is kind of a classic combination. So Team Spirit reading that very well. The Homeboys' last ban, though, is most likely going to be Aroma again for them. I mean, they haven't revealed Zorn's hero as well, so if they ban out the Diggy, I wouldn't be surprised. And if they give Zorn kind of a big crowd control hero, but no, they're going to pivot to the Alpha ban just in case if Mar wants the Alpha.
So if we are expecting an alert in the EXP lane, I think it's only fair for us to see Marl playing more of the tanky junglers in this case. So Alpha is still okay. Alpha is banned. We have Martis that is still a possibility that will put Team Spirit in a high octane kind of playstyle whereby they have a lot of dashes, they have a lot of mobility to go around, and that will probably get themselves out of the way, out of the Terizla's penalty zone, and perhaps even be able to control Claude during his Blazing Duet. But for now, they are going to be solidifying themselves with a Ruby roam instead.
Yeah, triple flex. Ruby, Arlet, Roger, all flexible. So they're keeping Homeboys guessing, and
but there are tendencies, definitely.
There definitely are tendencies. You know what they say, too many flex picks spoil the draft. We'll see what Homeboys have in response. Clearly, they're looking for Udio and Zorn's hero. Udio still had no Faramis, unfortunately, no Valentina. This could be a Zorn Angela. I hope it's a Zorn Angela. And you know, give Udio a more playmaking one. Like Yves, it's not too bad, I suppose.
Yves sounds good.
Novaria. They go for the Edith, so it is going to be an Udio Angela.
Udil Angela. Oh, okay. Okay, so with an Udil Angela, understandably, will have a definitely slower mid lane presence, especially since Valentina is definitely going to be wave clearing pretty darn effectively. Team Spirit, they will be getting a lot of that river control, and I'm just genuinely interested to see how Homeboys would want to play around with that. Understandably, Zorn will always be tagging along with Angela in middle lane to clear waves as much as possible and as soon as possible, but that also begets the Ruby to mirror this Edith as much as possible. But for now, the final pick is dawning upon us. The 3 flags pick, but understandably, I will always believe that it is going to be a Roger in the gold lane, the alert in the... Okay, never mind. I definitely want the alert. I definitely want the alert for EXP though, but Tigreal is not what I wanted and expected.
I'm telling you, it's a triple flex. In fact, I do prefer Ruby into the Terizla just because Ruby basically works the same as a Terizla, right? We are both sandbags. Terizla is never going to solo kill you. You're never going to solo kill the Terizla, but you keep the Terizla in check. And if not the Tigreal, Arlet Roam would be great as well. So at least I think the draft falls into place for Team Spirit and Homeboys. But want to hear your thoughts though. Win conditions for both teams.
Well, win conditions, I gotta have to say that when it comes down to Homeboys, it's a lot more technically simpler for them to execute all of that point-click, ultimate, just go all the way, death ball scenarios. So, as much as possible, I would want to see Homeboys being able to execute all of that. But, of course, when it comes down to the early game scenario, they might be losing out in quite a lot of that. So, they gotta have to play it slow and steady and wait for the proper time to actually try to contest for a lot of these objectives. Especially since we are looking at Ling, we can forego all of these objectives. Play for the late stages of the game. Don't allow Chibi to lose his position in the jungle. Try to obtain more of the river control as much as possible.
Yep, this is a match 3, game 1, Homeboys against Team Spirit, the grudge match, the revenge series. Homeboys definitely looking to gonna state their name again, right the wrongs from the M5 group stage. Both teams refine in terms of the roster, some changes, some adjustments, but for the better as well. Both teams used to be champions of their own regions. Team Spirit, the recent one for EECA, for the MCC at least. Though, as a start, I personally am gonna look at both a Sabo and a Zorn. Since Roamers, they're gonna have a lot of duty to get the junglers ahead.
So, especially since we are looking at the fact that we do have Sour that's playing as a Tigreal, they do have a pretty good answer to Homeboy's death ball game, and it is indeed going to be that counter-engage kind of gameplay that they want. And with Kid Bomba onto Arlet as well, they do have that initiative factor that they can play around with. So, it's pretty darn scary with what Team Spirit can do in terms of initiating in a team fight. Homeboy's gotta have to really keep an eye out of things and make full use of Zorn's capability to open up the map and really keep a lookout of where Kid Bomba as well as Sour will always be.
Yep. Making sure that Chibi gets fed as well, right? He would have went for the recall, but allowed Chibi to come in. Waits for the purple buff next, because Turtle is going to be on the top side, so slightly favoring Chibi. If they want to go for the rush, they can, but obviously for the Ling, you want that buff first. Zorn will be able to absorb some XP in the mid side.
They definitely gonna have to bide their time a little bit. But in the meantime, Zorn here will slowly get himself to level 4 while Team Spirit prepares himself and postures for the turtle fight.
Zorn's gonna be chunked down low, Retribution, forced out, Chibi, he needs the purple buff, now better airstrike gets used, good penalty zone on a 2, followed by a Tempest of Blaze, and alongside with the Angela, Heart Guard is first blood over to the side of Udio. In fact, Marl control, Primal Wrath use, Kid Bomba, flickers away, and a counter kill for Marl on to the side of Homeboy. Chibi wants to run away, Marl leaps over the wall, transforms back into human form, and just gets a double kill for himself. Supa looking to run away, but Marl comes in, looks for collection, finds the Lycan Pounce, triple kill for Marl.
Yikes! Of course, giving the snowball factor over to Marl is not what we wanted to see, as I was really expecting and hoping that Homeboys would just kind of bide their time and not deliver themselves over to Team Spirit. But now that they kind of delivered the 3 kills over to Marl, it's gonna be a little bit tough for to really stop this Roger in the next few minutes from now.
This is what we call the worst case scenario, right? Marl just got the Wind Talker as well. Gets the Wind Talker, gets a triple kill, gets a turtle. Majority of the gold lead Team Spirit has definitely all in the bank of this Roger.
Yeah, so the Homeboys, yes, they do have the battery. You know, the typical battery between the Angela as well as the Ling. We expect quite a lot. And looking at the replay, we have a very good idea what they want to do. But Chibi doesn't really have a lot of HP to work around with throughout the entirety of that fight. And Udil didn't have a lot of mana to work with as well to really keep Chibi up and alive throughout the entire fight. So a lot of DPS loss. But that was just one fight. Hopefully they will be able to climb back a little bit stronger for the next upcoming one.
Hard guard expiring as well. We've always, at least in MPL Malaysia, we always have this pet peeve of why are we putting playmaking mid laners on an Angela? It feels like one of those moments, right? Like, yeah, you can only kind of protect your teammate. You see Sabo though, good flip, looking for the crowd control, implosion committed. Chibi waiting assistance from the hard guard, gonna get it from Udio right now. Still wants to dive Sabo. Sabo flickers. They commit the Tempest of Blaze and a couple of dashes around. Sabo finally gets picked up, and Chibi also makes a full retreat.
He's gonna be fine and dandy. So That was a very comical play just to get the kill onto Sawo. I mean, it's a good thing because Homeboys didn't lose anyone. In the meantime, it's definitely a lot more aggression coming in from Team Spirit while they want to keep Marl on the curve. As much as possible, he's already gotten 3 kills. He's currently at level 8 as compared to Chibi at level 7. As long as they get themselves a good amount of river control, they should be able to generally push Homeboys away. And as long as Team Spirit makes a good trade and the right trades, they will constantly be able to be snowballing and keeping Homeboys checked.
You also have to be very careful, right? Because they have the final slash, which can always catch you. As I say that, final slash goes wide. So Homeboys at least know that the Arlet doesn't have the ultimate. Not willing to commit to the turtle dance either.
It's a short cooldown, so it's not that big of a deal, I suppose. But 2-3, current scoreline, and Team Spirit, they do have about 800 gold lead on top of Homeboys. With the turtle currently standing up tall at the top lane. Both teams, they are trying to bide their time a little bit. Understandably, Team Spirit is the one that controls the fight, or rather controls the pace of the game for now.
Homeboys, they always have that insurance policy, which is going to be the Claude. When you go to that late game.
Takes time.
Yeah, it does take time. And Hiko sees him. That's going to cut the wave as well. So Team Spirit, they're going to get priority over the turtle again. Both goal laners are going to respectively cut the waves.
I would say that Homeboys, as much as possible, they do have very strong split push potential. But unfortunately, it's not exactly that early whereby they can play all of these split pushes. In the meantime, top lane.
Chibi, again, Hargon on top of him, looking for Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba dashes with the Vengeance to heal back up with the Demon Mark. And his Zorn is forced to retreat. Good penalty zone will Supa to catch Mar and Kid Bomba on the edge, but they cannot get the kill. Kid Bomba still survives, finally dies thanks to Nets. The commitment from Homeboys had to be astounding for that to happen.
Wow! The macro play coming in from Homeboys, and they are just coming in one after another, being a surprise one after another as well. Team Spirit definitely did not expect that, because Team Spirit, it seems like they are able to roll along with it. They're able to get, they're almost able to get Chibi, and then suddenly, boom, Sapat came out of nowhere, and then they are about to get Sapat, then boom, Nats came out of nowhere. Homeboys, they've got each other's backs, and I think that that is just the beauty of Homeboys for that previous fight.
I gotta say, that could have gone a lot worse, right? They only lost Kid Bomba because Kid Bomba survived for way longer than he should have. Homeboy is still getting that kill, I think, going over to Nets. That is always gonna be great. Udio takes care of the bottom wave, can always join with the hard guard. Homeboy is catching up. In terms of the net worth, right, they're under 2,000 deficit, so within an arm's reach.
It's definitely manageable at this point, especially since we are kind of sub 10 minutes into the game. The only thing that we have lost is currently bottom lane for Seer, but in the meantime, Sawo.
Implosion only on the Zorn, pushes him back with a Sacred Hammer. Zorn can't even use the Primal Wrath, so Mega Kill given over tomorrow. Team Spirit able to at least feed this Roger well. 4-0 so far.
I gotta say, the wave clear coming from Homeboys is looking to be pretty nice, actually. They've been defending their middle lanes pretty effectively, especially since Zorn has been up and about all the time, but middle lane...
Final Slash was used. Nets BMI's out, did not have to use the Purify, so not much was lost, but Team Spirit did crack the mid tier 1. That means the map now opened up for Team Spirit.
Right as I was talking about the fact that they could clear waves pretty effectively. Zorn unfortunately lost his life for that fight. As such, they wasn't able to really repel Team Spirit away. As such, all of the first tier turrets has already been taken down, unfortunately, and now Team Spirit will have a very good control over the river. That river domination ultimately is going to help Team Spirit in more of a snowball factor. And Marl haven't seen a death just yet. And unfortunately, I think that this is the point in time where Marl will just continue, keep on going on and on.
They want to full-on commit onto Hiko, but he's healing up. Brace my Festival of Blood. So hard to take him down, and Nets still has the Purify, he's going to use it. Forced out by the Implosion, Maro joins the fight, Zorn becomes the target. Penalty zone, flicker from Supa on a tree! And Chibi is going to jump into the fight. Final slash from the side of Kid Bomba to catch Nets, but Maro has already gone down. Shut down by Chibi. Team Spirit wants to continue fighting, but Homeboys will say hasta la vista, they are out.
That's definitely good initiations coming in from Team Spirit, being able to catch down onto Nets and forcing out the Purify. Homeboys, although they definitely did react very promptly, and they do have very good counter engage kind of answers over to Team Spirit, but the quick fingers coming in from Kid Bomba essentially just stopping Nets right on his feet when he comes down to the Blazing Duet. Homeboys just lost so much damage throughout the entire team fight. It could have been so much more worse for Team Spirit if not for Kid Bomba.
Yeah, Kid Bomba, you know, nothing has changed. This man still the kryptonite for Homeboys with his plays. First Lord is up. Homeboys looking to fish for some info, but the only team that can fish better than Homeboys is Team Spirit with the tools that they have. So they're gonna take the priority over this Lord pit.
The one fishing would be Hiko. The unoffended is the one thing that we gotta have to look out for Homeboys, because the one that can really open up the map is gonna be Zorn as well as Sapat. So do we want Zorn to really engage and be super committal with his Earth Shatter plus Flicker combination to catch someone? Would they be able to even do anything at that point in time?
I mean, Kid Bomba is playing distraction back. Sapat finds a penalty zone. It's a two-way fight on two different ends. Sapat does go down, but Chibi found a kill on tomorrow, and this should be Lord for Homeboys. A double kill for him as Zorn takes the Lord away. Sabo chased down by Nets. Homeboys finds a wipeout against Team Spirit.
A triple kill for the to the hands of Chibi. They even gotten the Lord. That is massive coming in from Homeboys. Really great play throughout. It seems as though Sapat was in a really tight spot, being hooked up coming from Hiko, but it seems like it was all in their game. We've got Chibi and Zorn just preparing to come in from the back, and we've got so much attention just tunnel visioning onto Sapat. Team Spirit used so much just to bring down this one Terizla, and the moment that Zorn as well as Chibi comes out, they don't have an answer to Chibi anymore.
And remember what we talked about, the Lord changes, right? The Lord was helping Homeboys batter Team Spirit with the true damage. Zorn does get caught. Final slash from Kid Bomba. Implosion committed by Sapat again. Finds the back to force Sunset Lovers Flicker out. Chibi with the Tempest of Blaze. Kid Bomba and Savo both go down. And Team Spirit not able to hold back Homeboys. The fleeting time for Udo also helping Homeboys stay in the fight longer. The Lost starts pummeling on the top inhibitor. Zorn is going to be pulled back, but the damage from Maro not enough. They're going to do it again. Hiko finds the hook, and that will be Zorn down. Team Spirit defends the base. Inhibitor will all be kept standing.
Very aggressive push from Homeboys. They have put so much of their resources up in the top lane and really forcing things out of Team Spirit. And in fact, being able to get a kill down on the Kid Bomba as well as Sao at the cost of Zorn. I think that is absolutely massive. But especially since we're looking at a sub 12 minute slot, they are able to bring down all of the outer turrets and even be able to bring the middle lane inhibitor down to a sliver. In fact, is barely standing up. So Homeboys, they've got a great stand on Team Spirit, and I think that they just need to get one more good fight before the Lord, and they should be able to put the nail in the coffin onto Team Spirit.
Sapai is starting to become an issue as well. His penalty zones have been detrimental to Team Spirit, constantly catching the back line, and it's not like they can burst him down.
Oh, Zorn! Ooh.
Zorn does find Savo, not the ideal target that he wants to go for. Just wants some info. Team Spirit, at least they can drag it out until the next Lord, but you know, Link's Playground is when the map is open for business. And Chibi is going to have the luxury to do that.
Yep, he's just going to be getting Farm City. He's quite literally going to be playing Farmville for now for Chibi. And he's just going to be getting as much gold as he can right now. With 4,000 gold lead on top of Homeboys. They have massively spread themselves throughout the entire map of Team Spirit's Northern Jungle. And they have a very good idea what they are trying to look out for, especially since the Lord is going to be popping down in the bottom lane. Applying all these pressure up in the top lane will require Team Spirit to take a lot more time to really respond to the Lord that will eventually appear in the bottom.
And Homeboys have set up the side waves as well. The bottom one, I believe, is going to be neutral, but the top one will eventually push in their favor. And if you're Homeboys, I don't think you're in a rush to take the Lord at any time. In fact, you can just constantly fish for Team Spirit.
I need to have everyone keep their eye up in the top lane, because that is an Angela that will be pushing up in the top lane. Having global presence, he can actually just hard guard on the Chibi anytime he wants. So that is going to be a constant pressure from Homeboys onto Team Spirit's top lane, and Team Spirit, they have to respond to that. We also need to remember that we have a Ling, we have a Claude. They can respond to every one of these lanes and be back for the Lord's fight in the nick of time.
Flicker, Earth Shatter, the counter engage from the side of Kid Bomba. Chibi reaches the back line, Sapai will be taken down, but it's just immortality as Homeboys finds the jugular of Team Spirit. 4 in a row is Chibi with a triple kill, and Hiko not to stand. Maniac for Chibi, and Homeboys in a blink of an eye deliver first blood in this best of 2 against Team Spirit. EECA will taste defeat for the first time in a long time under the hands of Homeboys.
Very clean, precise plays coming from Homeboys. They understand that the early game is just not quite their game, even though they have, of course, the Ling and the Angela battery to keep Ling alive for longer periods of time. But late game is where the game really starts for Homeboys. A full open map is just the playground of Ling, and the moment that they are able to execute that split push pressure, that the opponents will be dancing on the palm of their hands. They have so many ways that they can hold on to lanes. And the moment that they see the Rubies in the top lane dealing with the creeps, that is where Homeboys is just gonna floor it. Full throttle in and engage on whoever they see.
And we've kind of talked about this, right? Homeboys, they are the scariest when they are ahead. They are the scariest when they are confident. And I think this fight is definitely kind of the turning point. Homeboys getting the lore and almost a full wipeout onto Team Spirit afterwards. Chibi was just out of control. Really nothing much the Team Spirit could do at that point. If Maro goes down, they just run out of damage.
Yeah, so Homeboys, they just eventually just racked up in all of these items and of course winning in all of these objectives. I think the one thing that Team Spirit didn't really make full use of is Marl's advantage in the early stages. To get a triple kill onto a Roger that early in the game, it definitely is supposed to be a lot of a bigger hit over to Homeboys. But unfortunately, I think that they managed to hit a bit of obstacles here and there and wasn't really able to fully utilize the amount of gold that has been funneled over to Roger to really just kick up a fuss.
Yep, and I think, Homeboys did a very good job of, stopping the Rogers while recovering. Or like, okay, we kind of fumble on the first objective, but it's not the end of the world. Just let GB farm, let Nets farm. Eventually, we're going to have enough damage to overcome Team Spirit. And my personal MVP, gotta give it to Sapat though. Now, Chibi's been racking up the kills. Udio has been supporting him for sure, but Sapat's sets with the penalty zone was really what made life hard for Team Spirit in these fights.
It's always the crucial timing coming in from the penalty zone. They come in at the perfect time, and I gotta have to say, we gotta have to give it over to him. However though, we do have Chibi that did manage to get a Maniac, so we cannot completely dispel that. Thus, in earning him the match MVP.
Yeah, the first pick Ling, this is how you made it work. I think Team Spirit, I feel like they know that this Ling pick is coming, but they just were not able to kind of really stop the choo-choo train from Chibi, right? We've seen this first pick Ling even in the wild cards, and Chibi has been tearing up a storm, and he's still doing the same. We're seeing even the emblems and the talents, right? Warcry, Monster Hunter, and even Fatal. So it's just full-on raw damage on top of some extra farming speed for Chibi, and he's able to make use of it.
I mean, it's understandable. Going full-out damage, especially since if they manage to score an Angela on themselves, they pretty much have got the game in their pockets already. They know what they're trying to do, and they will be able to just force Team Spirit in such an uncomfortable scenario whereby they want to play as a death ball, they want to play together as one, especially since they have so much heroes that plays as a setup. But one thing that they probably lack over to the late stages of the game is damage. They don't have anyone that can really do too much into the later stages, and especially when it comes down to a gold lane Ruby, they don't have someone that can really have that kind of high ground that they truly wanted. And losing out in team fights is probably just the lack of damage, although they can drag out team fights for an extended period of time with all the crowd control that they have on their lineup.
Yeah, I think Homeboys definitely feeling really good about themselves, but whereas for the side of Team Spirit, the Cho band, maybe you have to consider letting it through because there are a lot more prior picks, but we're going to let the teams deliberate amongst themselves. I'm pretty sure Team Spirit are not out of it just yet. There's still a chance to fight back. We're going to head for a short break. When we come back, Game 2 between Team Spirit and Homeboys will commence.
Holy shit, I'm so sorry for...
Welcome back to MSC 2024, happening in conjunction with the Esports World Cup. We are here in our third match of the day, and it's between Team Spirit and Homeboys, with Homeboys taking game number 1 in a convincing fashion. Game 2 coming up in just a little bit. For the commentators, Amaski, alongside with a guy whose name is not real, but he's real after all. He's abstract.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I gotta have to say that the very first game of this series has been definitely a banger. Of course, nail biting for Homeboys, because when it comes down to the early stages of the game, I was hoping that they will be able to bide their time and just kind of play things slow, completely leave out all these objectives and try to look for trades elsewhere, such as looking for kills in the gold lane due to the superior mobility as well as the global presence that we can expect from the Angela. However, they went all in, not say all in, but they did try to challenge for the turtle and unfortunately yielded 3 kills over to Marl, which we would thought would be the death of Homeboys. But fortunately for Homeboys, it doesn't seem like Marl managed to take advantage of that 3-kill lead.
Yeah, and I think it also, on the side of Homeboys, right, Udio also looks very comfortable being back on the international stage. Last time, his last rodeo, in fact, was M2, right? He finished 4th. He was the champion of MSC 2019. That was kind of the Kage era where he was with, with people like Sasa, people like Anti-Mage, people like Dyron. So, been so long. So, it's good to see Spicy Boy back on the stage as well. I think Homeboys in game 1, very dominating. But now, I think I personally will shift my attention to Team Spirit. I want to see how they adjust from game 1.
Indeed. I think that we are back over to understanding how Team Spirit usually plays, and of course what have been what is kind of like the history of Team Spirit, right? Especially since we have saw them in the previous international appearance in M5. They did manage to get themselves 4th place, although they didn't do that with Hiko around, unfortunately. But still, Hiko is still a very big player that we gotta have to look out for, right? We did definitely saw how he played in game number 1, but hopefully game number 2 would be a lot more dominating, right? Especially since the first game is already done with them losing 1 point. I think that it would be really sad to see our previous M5 4th place team go off in the group stage, and I think that it will definitely jerk some tear over to the fans of Team Spirit.
It's more of kind of the tip of the spear for EECA now, facing a potential 0-2 loss, right? I mean, we've talked about Hiko and Marl, especially Hiko. Young Star, this is kind of like his first big stage, and you look at the accolades that Homeboys have under the belt. I think they've been here multiple times. They're used to the pressure. And when Homeboys are feeling really good about themselves, that's where they are the deadliest. And so I think for this game 2, with Homeboys still on that blue side, I want to see Team Spirit really utilize the counterpick potential that they would have on red side to deal with Homeboys. Because, I mean, I think just don't ban the Cho, right? I feel like Cho isn't the pick that's going to lose you, that's going to win Homeboys the game.
It will definitely be pivotal, but like you said, not exactly one of the main win conditions. But Team Spirit will still disregard that and go on to go for that Cho ban, giving a lot of respect over to Zorn. As such, we do have Valentina that is currently available to be picked, but Homeboys have decided to immediately first pick onto the Claude, onto our friend here in Nets.
Yeah, we've been saying that Nets' Claude is kind of his signature, is one of his best pick, but not many teams first pick a Claude, so Homeboys is one of the few rare ones, considering, like you mentioned, there are Valentina up on the table, Luo Yi even, which would have been a first pick for Homeboys, you know, during NPL MY, but they've definitely moved past that. Even the Ling is led through, right? So Homeboys switching it up. They're like, we have so many prior picks for Team Spirit to choose from. What are you going to go for, right? Regardless of what you pick, we're going to get something in return.
They're spoiled for choices now, but they will prioritize onto the Ling as well as the Valentina. Understandably so, you know. We did manage to see Marl being pretty darn scary when it comes down to playing as the Roger with early kills, and I think that if they are able to replicate that again onto the Ling, I think that they are definitely going to have a very good game all the way from the early to the late stages of the game. But with these two picks, I think that Homeboys will be able to posture themselves up pretty nicely to really understand what could be the main answers to really deal with this Valentina pick. Because they gotta have to be real receptive to this. Do they really want to give such big ultimates over to Sunset Lover to make such pivotal games and pivotal plays? Or do we want to look at small little usages, such as maybe Loyi being thrown right in? There's that you can use with the diversion, except for, you know, getting some information or going for some very cheeky plays.
Now we can see the Terizla and Arlet again. So this is gonna be Arlet for Zorn. A lot of setup for the side of Homeboys, and again, Arlet, one of the best part about him is that he has incredibly high base damage, even in the roam role at level 1, something that can be deadly, you know, if you don't check yourself on the side of Team Spirit. But at least we know that the Edith now ceases to be a consideration for Homeboys because it is also one of their power picks. Ruby will be the choice for Team Spirit again, but considering that it is a Link jungle, this Ruby is most likely going to be either Roam or XP.
I would say that is likely... oh man, it's actually kind of tough. I mean, we already have got Valentina with pretty good lane priority. I mean, so if they even want to put... if they don't want to put Ruby on the roam, I think that that is completely fine. Sunset Lover will still be able to work with the mid lane pretty effectively. However, with the link in check here, I think that it is still nicer to see Kid Bomba play some other heroes that will be able to win against this Terizla to ensure that our support would not just roam around completely free, because we have seen the amount of impact that support has got in battles, countless of these battles. As such, picking heroes such as Yuzhong in the EXP lane to really win out against Terizla has got to be one of my favorite picks for them.
Absolutely. I mean, even right now, right? I think when you look at kind of Homeboys trapped, you can start betting on the Angela because it is what complements Link the most. I personally would, as always, prefer the Ruby into the Terizla, but if Kid Bomba gets his hands on like a X-Borg or Benedetta or Paquito into Terizla, then Ruby roam would be nice as well.
I mean, send back Ruby in the EXP lane. I think that is good as well, as they can pretty much balance the EXP lane to the jungle. You'll always want to have one damage dealer, either or, with the EXP or the jungle. So Ruby in the EXP, I'm totally down with that as well. So that will open up a lot more advantages for the roam role, where we can actually see Sao be able to pick a lot more big ultimate heroes. Unfortunately, Minotaur being taken away already, we still have Grog that is currently available to be picked.
Oh, so it's gonna be the Aurora ban, really trying to kind of clamp down on Udio's hero pool, but that means the Farsa gets let through. And there really isn't much that, I mean, since Team Spirit already has a Valentina, right? So I think Farsa going over to Udio isn't that bad of a choice as well. All this considered, I think right now, for Homeboys, they can just take the Farsa if they want. Either Farsa or Novaria. And then for the jungle, that's where Chibi Assassin picks ain't that bad.
I think Team Spirit would definitely be expecting the Farsa pick from Homeboys, and yes, that would pretty much mean that Homeboys will have the high ground advantage. At this point in time, Team Spirit don't have any high ground, so I would definitely be putting my money in the bag for a Beatrix being picked up from Hiko. In fact, we have normally always seen Hiko being first pick, and we will always want to see Hiko being prioritized for his lane picks. But this time it's completely different. It's completely off the script, but they do now have the advantage to play around with how they want this gold laner to be and how the gold laner's position is going to be against Homeboys, who is stacked up for a death ball comp.
And I like the Damos pick as well, right? Completely forgot about that. Here we go.
Oh, Joy!
Joy. We saw that in the wild cards, and we talk about the far side as well for Udio. Very straightforward pick for Homeboys. Very telegraphed. Felt like I know them like the back of my palm. But this Joy pick, assassin against assassin, you talk about big magic damage snowball. I mean, Homeboys have it.
It's kind of tough to really draft against Homeboys, isn't it? I mean, even when we want to answer an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, high ground for a high ground, putting a Beatrix in Team Spirit might actually be relatively difficult because there is just so many counters. We are looking at a Joy, we have a Joy, we have a Terizla, and as well as Ala. They all can just jump onto this Beatrix, no issues. So honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if we are to see the Ruby going into the gold lane again, just so that the gold lane would not be heavily prioritized in terms of being killed over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now, for the side of Team Spirit, they're gonna go for the Tigro again. So second time coming for Savo. I mean, so there's been a change to Joy's ultimate, right? The Electrifying Beaks no longer gives you CC immunity, but it doesn't mean that it's easy to catch her still, right? She's still mobile. She does get slow immunity though. I'm looking forward to see what Team Spirit could do, but I want to hear win conditions from you.
I gotta have to say that with the amount of aggressiveness coming in from Homeboys, they are definitely gonna be all out trying to pick up fights and trying to go for pickoffs. So pickoff potential onto the members of Team Spirit is ultimately super important, and especially since late game looking at a Ruby in the gold, I think that going off to the late game, even for Homeboys, they would be relatively happy about that. With such a death bally scenario for Homeboys, I think that early game is gonna be good too.
I do worry for a lineup whenever it has a Ruby gold lane, which means that your other carries will have to really step up the game. So we'll see, game 2, Team Spirit against Homeboys. We'll see if Homeboys can deliver sweet revenge with a clean sweep. Zorn, as always, trying to force out the retreat from Mar, gets it, no problem.
I definitely want to see Kid Bomba playing as a Thamus to really step up his game, because we know that Thamus is ultimately really strong at dueling. So as long as Kid Bomba constantly attack and damage over and over again, it is very tough for him to die, and he will be able to go off of very good trades against the opponents. That is, of course, with that all said and done, Thamus' main weakness is crowd control, which is something that Homeboys does have quite a bit, Sapat, especially with his penalty zone.
I mean, Zorn is just eating up all the damage as well. Thamus, he does scale off pretty hard as the later the game goes, right? He's strong for the first 10 to 12 minutes, especially when he has Vengeance. So we'll see if how much can Kid Bomba do. It definitely relies on him to somehow get a lead. 30 more seconds until the first turtle spawns, and Chibi is gonna be right on the mark with the timing.
Yep. Down in the EXP lane, it's definitely gonna be a pretty boring game, because both of them is always gonna be hiding. They don't want to give any free kills over to their opponent's side. You don't want to recall in this kind of dire situation, especially since the turtle is gonna be popping out in 10 seconds. Your presence is very much expected to make a very big mark in the battles. Especially since Team Spirit, they play a lot on crowd control. With Hiko as well as Sao, they need to find a lot of these damage output coming in from someone else. And in this case, it has to be Kid Bomba as well as Sunset Lover in the early game.
I mean, the first turtle up as well. He's not in a rush to get the objectives, but it's going to be jumped on by Kid Bomba, but the damage not there just yet. Udio also arriving to provide assistance. And clearly, you can see both assassins not really prioritizing the turtle as much. Sabo will not able to get the push, and final slash from Zorn also goes wide. Both supports not able to find a catch just yet.
With that final slash actually being used, Team Spirit understandably would want to take a little bit more of that turtle control, just so that they know it's not gonna be that big of a problem anymore. But Team Spirit's Ling is actually quite a fair bit away from the objective. So Team Spirit, I think that they are trying to look for something else here. They might have something more interesting.
Ness actually saw him as well, but Maro is gonna use it in time. Penalty zone use. Chibi gets the turtle, and it's going to be just everyone on top of Sapat, and that is just first blood going over to Udio. A double kill for him as well. The artillery strikes just too devastating.
Sunset Lover picking up that feathered airstrike definitely been quite devastating to Homeboys, but not quite enough, I gotta have to say. 2-1 is the current scoreline, and Homeboys do have 1,000 gold advantage. In the meantime, Udil almost going down.
Blazing duet from Ness also. Sunset Lover actually goes down, so Net picks up a kill. That could not have gone any better.
So with that all said and done, top lane, they are still going at it.
And Maro now is the next target, gets clipped by the final slash, and Chibi finds that kill.
It's just all about aggression from Homeboys, and luckily they are playing that out. They're constantly trying to look up for these kind of pick potentials and trying to go for kills over and over and over again. But it really relies a lot onto Zorn. His movements have got to be on par, and Team Spirit, I think that Team Spirit is just lacking onto that mirror capability, whereby Savo is not exactly trying to look out for where Zorn is, especially since Zorn is one of the main playmakers of Homeboys. If you're able to see where Zorn is constantly going about, you can actually avoid a lot of very potential team fights that would catch their side lanes off guard.
I think right now it's also, Homeboys in the zone as well. And that means that they can only get deadlier. And even Chibi finding Mar, right? Winning that fight. Savo sucks him in with the implosion, but there's no follow-up. Still a better airstrike. Is it going to be enough? Well, seems like it is sufficient. They pick up the kill on the Chibi. Mar gets out as well. Higo able to find a catch onto Zorn, reel him in. Zorn flickers, vengeance, heals back up in time. The great escape of Zorn, both teams trading one.
Really crazy movements coming from Zorn. The only one that went down, understandably, is gonna be Chibi. And Homeboys have managed to get a good amount of trade on top of Team Spirit. And Turtle is still up right now. So one Turtle to the side of Homeboys, and this upcoming Turtle is understandably gonna be quite a big mark to Team Spirit if they want to get themselves back into the game and really be able to contest against Homeboy. Especially since we're looking at a jungler for Marl, currently at level 8 and Chibi at level 9. It will be a tougher challenge for Team Spirit if Homeboy's Chibi is just going to be around.
Energy Zone catching Kid Bomba and Savo. Zorn able to keep everyone away. Chibi gets the turtle and now better strike. Artillery support from Udil to find a kill onto Savo. Kid Bomba in the midst of things, tried to tank it all up. Sunset Lover with his own better airstrike was not enough. Kid Bomba ends up going down without much in return. Hiko chased down to the ends of the earth. Nets finds the double kill. And Subba just stands there and takes the beating. He doesn't even go down. And Chibi once more. Mar, he is not safe at all. Loses everything. Homeboys finds 4 kills.
Now, with that 4 kills and with the current positioning of where Homeboys is, they are definitely going to be getting a free bottom lane Tier 1, and that is understandably going to further accentuate the amount of gold that Homeboys have got in their pockets. Team Spirit not having a great time in the early game, and understandably based on their lineup, they're not exactly a team that will be extremely happy into the late stages too.
I mean, when you look at this replay, right, Team Spirit, Mar, he was looking for the perfect opportunity. Well, Sunset Lover was looking for the perfect opportunity to use the ult, but Mar just does not have the health to fight. And Chibi just got a Sky Piercer, so good luck surviving 10,000 volts from this Pikachu. Gonna completely just one-shot you. Not really sure how Team Spirit is gonna deal with that though, now that the current ultimate for Joy does not have fall-off damage, so it's gonna hurt even more.
9-2 is the current scoreline. Team Spirit, they want to look for more of these kills and these advantages, especially since their killing potential comes in from Marl and Kid Bomba in the later stages. Sunset Lover, especially picking up that Feathered Airstrike, is one of the main name of the game that we want for the early team fights.
Kid Bomba forces out the Vengeance, but again catches the bag, and Ness is just gonna come in. It is a duet. Just dance, bit too beautiful. Chibi dies, but Team Spirit loses 4 again.
So with 4 down for the second time, we do have at least Marl trying to go for a trade for what they have lost already. So at least the tier 1 in the bottom lane is taken down. Marl is still trying to look for external ways to get themselves income. Since teamfight is not something that they can get their income anymore, it gotta have to be from waves, it gotta have to be from money bags from the turrets.
Even Final Slash to force out Marl's Tempest of Blade. Just gets purple buff though at least. Homeboys will get the turtle for sure. I don't see Team Spirit contesting them in any capacity. In the driver's seat though, like what, 4,000 gold lead for Homeboys right now.
Team Spirit, they don't have a lineup that once again is all that amazing in wave clear. They do have Hiko with the wave clear though. I mean, understandably, if Hiko have decided to build up onto the Sea Halberd and a little bit more of damage items, they can clear wave pretty okay. But it all boils down to time. Hiko as a Ruby with 0 kills, 2 death and 1 assist, how far of an item can he actually get for himself? But in the meantime, we do have the replay coming up. Once again, it's always been Sapat. Sapat's ultimate and all the penalty zones is always super crucial. That breaks apart Team Spirit's lineups. And whenever they wanted to do something, Sapat comes in and puts a break to all of that.
He is a hidden MVP for sure, right? His sets have been immaculate. Homeboy is taking control of almost the entire map. Maro trying to pick up scraps, obviously, to get a split push going and make sure that Homeboys always have ways that they need to fix. So what do we do with it? But I think Nance knows that Maro's in there. The Art of Thievery stops the recall. Maro is found. Tempest Ablaze just to get invulnerability, but stunned on the end. The tip of the spear from Zorn is just lethal.
Oh boy, not how you want to end your life. Not being able to jump from obstacles to obstacles. Was hoping that his recall will be able to go off well, but that map control as well as those just Nats doing Nats things, I gotta have to say. He have very good idea of where his opponents is, and boy oh boy, Homeboys, they may actually be able to get a very convincing 2-1 off of Team Spirit.
Yeah, this 2-0 looking more and more realistic. Homeboys 14-3 so far. Lord coming up, but I don't see how Team Spirit can even contest the Lord, right? We're starting to get to the stage of the game where this Stamos is going to eventually have a sprinter drop off. You know, he's like someone who ages rapidly, right? He's very strong when he's in his youth, but he also falls off very, very quickly.
Especially since as a Thamus, you want to hit in order to not die. It's very counterintuitive, but that is literally the kit of a Thamus. So if you're unable to stay alive even with your Quadrant Inferno and just hammering away with your corrosive scythe, what more can you do? The only thing that you can do is do a couple of damage and then you die a horrible death. So Team Spirit, they gotta have to find ways to really keep Kid Bomba alive, and that idea really boils down to all the burst amount of damage that Kid Bomba have to suffer, meaning Udil as well as Chibi. These two magic damage dealers really need to go, but I don't think that Team Spirit really have an answer to these two at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, unless Maro can get to the back line and kind of one-shot them, right? Or Hiko finds a good catch, but even then, it's a lot to ask for. Mid-tier 2 under siege. Homeboys, Team Spirit wants to hold on to the structure, but it's just not feasible. And even Maro, he has to give up top side a little bit, right? He's doing his best to keep that minion wave under control, but Supa is just gonna cut the wave as well. So top side is gonna be equalized, but Homeboy still sieging in the mid and bot.
So with the Lord just gonna be pillaging down to the bottom lane and Udil using up the Feathered Airstrike, Homeboys is posturing themselves to get a inhibitor down in the bottom lane, and Team Spirit can't even come in to stop all of that. So it's really an unfortunate situation from Team Spirit, but at least one thing that they can do is to bring down this baby Lord, which doesn't have a charge, and Homeboys have got more than just a bonus out of this Lord.
I think the saddest thing for Maro is that, okay, wait, Zorn, well, figure safety, but yeah. I think the saddest thing for Maro is, as much as he tries to pressure the wave top side, it gets cut by Homeboy, so he ends up getting nothing, and he's gonna lose his tier 2 after so long, after all that effort. Conceal from Homeboys as well. Zorn looking for a pick, ain't gonna find it though. Again, flick a penalty zone on the 2. Zipa splits the fight apart, and Nets, he's able to get out, and Hiko in the midst of things. Implosion gets used by Savo, but the electrocution from Chibi is just way too strong. 10,000 votes and 2 kills for Homeboys.
And now even the bottom lane's mega creep just marching in and threatening the throne. So Homeboys will take this middle lane.
And final slash onto Maro. Tempest Ablaze force down. Nets is just face fighting Sunset Lover. And Team Spirits are going to be the ones not be able to see Sunset victory so far away. And Homeboys looking to exact revenge. Kid Bomba next to go. A wipeout in front of the base. Homeboys finds revenge and serves it up too cold, too old to Team Spirit.
What are we looking at? Sea supremacy? We are looking at Homeboys being able to get a 2-0 on top of Team Spirit, and in the previous series, we are also looking at NIP Flash that managed to get themselves a 2-0. Today's games is out of control, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have got their favorites, and all of these favorites are just being knocked down by some of these wildcard X-Factor team. Homeboys, 2-0 onto Team Spirit, that is something to celebrate.
Yeah, coming out of wildcards, you know, putting themselves on the map. I believe in an interview, Zorn even said that actually wildcard was pretty easy, but we just made it hard for ourselves. We just need to be a bit more disciplined. And discipline indeed. Completely dismantling Team Spirit's, you know, playbook, right? This is the best way to prove that, okay, we definitely lost to you in the M5 group stage, but we're not going to stay the same forever. And in fact, we come back bigger, better, stronger, and we show you what Homeboys is truly about.
Now, this rival match has come to a conclusion with a 2-0 in favor for Homeboys. In fact, very convincingly. As such, it's pretty fair to say that Homeboys have leveled themselves up to a substantial level. And Team Spirit, unfortunately, will have the big red cross to their match profile for now, as they are unable to take even a single game away from Homeboys. Congratulations over to Homeboys! The wildcard team, slogging all the way through one entire qualifiers, come in with their very first game winning a 2-0. That is definitely gonna be super big for their momentum as well as their mental strength.
Yeah, still undefeated since wildcards, right? I mean, Homeboys right now, they have a 5-0 record, 3 from wildcards and 2-0 from just now against Team Spirit. Just so well done. I'm just proud of my boys. I'm just proud of Homeboys. I remember the moment when they finally lifted the trophy for MPL MY Season 12, and you saw that big dip, that big decline when they dropped out of M5 group stage. And so this, I think, is redemption. No matter how people want to put it, I see it as an achievement for Homeboys, be it then kind of a rebirth in the season. I think haters out there, you also have to admit that Homeboys are looking fine.
They are looking more than just fine here. They are crazy, and I definitely love the fact that, well, Singapore and Malaysia have got representatives that have done very well coming into the day one group stage already. So now the question gotta have to stay if whether we have the second representative of Malaysia that will be able to do the same thing coming from SRG, Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, I think that is also something that I look forward to, right? SRG against SYS. We talk about that group being the group of death. Literally, all 4 teams are local champions, domestic champions, and at least from what I heard, from what I expect, it's going to be very interesting. But I feel like we have to just kind of wrap up the series of Homeboys and Team Spirit, because I think Team Spirit just definitely, Homeboys dominated them for sure. But I want to hear your thoughts, like what didn't go right for Team Spirit?
Honestly, it really boils down to the fact for me is that we've got Homeboys that drafted their first 3 core heroes in a foolproof way, right? Whereby they know what they want out of the lanes, and they know that they know what is going to be their game plan. In the meantime, for the side of Team Spirit, it seems like they're trying to flex out a lot of things, and they're just trying things out. So especially since Hiko has always been the first pick, but this time that's not the case. Something is very different.
Yeah, and with that being said, Team Spirit, they're not out of the group stage just yet, but they're in the red zone. We gotta take our time and shift our attention to the winners of that match. Let's bring in Zorn from Homeboys and talk to him about that win.
Hello guys.
Hello Zorn. Hello Zorn, how are you?
Zorn!
Hello.
Hi, I've been following your
good.
trip. I know the weather you say is the temperature is quite high. Okay, so how have you been adjusting, right? Is everything okay? How's the team feeling?
I think for now it's kinda adjusting. I think we all already feel like we already adapting to their weather right now.
Interview, you did say that wildcard pretty easy, right? It's a very easy wildcard. You guys just made it hard for yourselves. What changed from wildcards, right? What are the adjustments that you guys make to take this win over Team Spirit? Because it's a revenge match, right? You finally beat them after losing to them in M5. So does that feel good?
I think the adjustment we did was not very much. I feel like we just playing on our skill and strategy, and that's why we can win against them.
Now, one thing that I wanted to ask Zorn is that how do you feel about being respect banned for your show time and time again? And in fact, have you guys been expecting this kind of respect bans over to your show? How do you make out of this?
Ciao. Yeah. I feel like my show was already that good for them. That's why they kinda don't like my show. I don't know. It's whether they don't like my show or they cannot control my show.
I wonder
Right.
if whether it's actually a deal breaker for the show.
I mean, it could be, right? So I know you, unfortunately, you didn't get to play the show at all, but I know, JPL from NIP Flash played the show. You think you think you're a better show than him, or do you feel like JPL is on par with you?
I guess my show was, I think, just an average show. But an average show also, they want to ban, so I don't know why.
Right. We'll hope we get to see your show down the road. Congratulations again to you, Zorn, and for the rest of the team. Send my regards to them as well. Good luck for your future matches, and
Thank you.
keep on recalling. Tas, 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 tas. Well, that was that's Zorn. I don't get to speak to him often, but I'm glad to see him see him playing on such a high level on the international stage. Definitely not an easy road, but Homeboys at least now gets kind of a safety net in that Group C.
Yep, never talked to him before as well. But hey, he sounds like a very fun guy as well. So now we do have the chance to take a look at the quick little recap of what happened in the previous game. And you did ask me the question about what really happened with Team Spirit. And to continue on to that question, it's got to be some changes to their drafting, right? I want to see Hiko playing the conventional gold laders. And we didn't really get to see that going on. And some people may actually just attribute to the fact that, oh, Hiko is not doing, is not carrying his mantle as the gold laner. He's not having a good time, so on and so forth. And I think it is put to a point that it's very difficult for him to do anything. So honestly, we gotta have to hope to see Team Spirit will actually draft Hiko the gold laners that he wants, instead of being too flexible with their game plan here.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's nothing wrong with a Ruby gold lane, but there has to be conditions that you need to fulfill. So we'll see. Hopefully for Team Spirit, they can pick themselves back up. They got 2 more best of 2 to go. Just like for you guys out there, if you guys have not heard of this news, just know that on 7th July, the Soul Vessel skin series is going to drop. You have Ammon's Vessel of Deceit and Hanabi's Vessel of Rage, and they look stunning. If you've ever seen the trailer, they look gorgeous. If you haven't, search it up right now on MLBB's official social page. And when it drops on 7th July, you can start getting your hands on them.
These skins are one of the main reasons that makes me want to play Amon now. Like, I'm genuinely not an Amon player nor a Hanabi player, but looking at the Amon, oh my goodness, that it makes me want to play a jungle now. The only jungle that I play is like what, Fredrin, Barats, the traditional tank junglers, but makes me want to play assassins now thanks to that.
I hope we get to see more of your Amon. Who knows, right? Who knows? Your Amon might be the one that makes the splash. But of course, that concludes our 3rd match of the day. We still got one more coming up, the final one, the battle between the Giants. See you soon, taking on Selangor Red Giants. That one's coming up in just a little bit. We will see you after the break. Welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 in conjunction with the Esports World Cup. My name is Husky alongside Abstract to bring you guys the action for the final match of this evening in the group stage. It's between See You Soon and Selangor Red Giants.
We are definitely going to be seeing them very soon because after a long drawn out day, we are finally reaching the end per se, because now See You Soon versus SRG is definitely going to be the trial of the Giants, right? Because it's literally the clash of the MPL champions, and how would that eventually fare? See You Soon versus SRG, both of them shown crazy progress, and SRG, they have been taking up the headlines quite a lot.
Yeah, and of course we gotta look at See You Soon as well, the Kings of Cambodia. We got Sorry, I'm Felix for the XP lane, MP the King in the jungle, Ra in that mid lane, Boxy the King in that roam, and Soul for that gold lane. And I gotta say, Cambodia has always brought upon fresh chaos, and I don't see it being any different for this best of two. So I really want to see how far can See You Soon push SRG.
Now, SRG, they definitely exceeded expectations in M5, and we are expecting them to do the exact same in MSC 2024. Sorry, I'm Felix, Ra, and Boxy the King pretty much been both MSC and the M series, so we gotta have to look out for that. In the meantime, for SRG, Selangor Red Giants, they have been taking headlines with Cram, Sekis, Stormy, Yums, and Innocent that will be coming into this lineup. I gotta have to say, only Yums have been both to MSC and the M series, and pretty much no one else, right? However, this is pretty much one of the dream teams as well for SRG, and they showed exactly how that was like in MPL MY.
Absolutely, this is more than just a dream team. This is kind of the dream for the region, right? SRG, it's been more than 100 days since they last experienced defeat. So they've lost games, but they've never lost a single series. Even in MPL Malaysia, they've dropped like 3-4 games in total, but none of them ended in a series loss. So they had a perfect season, right? This team started in season 11. They finished 5th and 6th. Season 12 finished 3rd. Season 13 champion. So they took 1.5 years, and throughout all of that, the only remaining active player is Sekis in that jungle role, and I believe he just finished his SPM, so that puts him at like 17-18 years old. Young superstar, almost same age as Dax as well. Plays a mean assassin jungler. But if you want to go even further back into the past, back in M3 when Yums was with Todak, he did beat Felix and Boxy the King, who was on See You Soon 2-1. So that's some trip down memory lane as well.
Yeah, so honestly, I think that with that all said, Yums might have a generic idea as to how See You Soon has played before, but those could be, or not could be, but those are very outdated information. M3 after all, but now we are looking at MSC 2024, so we have got a lot of involvements and evolving gameplay and meta since then. So with SRG coming in to meet against See You Soon, I think that we gotta have to expect some big plays, and especially since, Homeboys from Malaysia has already gotten a 2-0 on top of Team Spirit, I think that SRG may have quite a lot on their shoulders now and a lot of expectations that would be weighing them on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at these two teams, right, they also have their own stories to tell, especially for See You Soon. They are repeating champions of their region, but when you look back to M5, they actually lost the playoffs against Daewoo, and it was a heartbreaking defeat. It went to all 5 games, and Daewoo just outlasted them in that series. And I personally remember when See You Soon lost, it was just tears on the stage. So this is the comeback, right? They won the domestic league, and right now facing off against SRG, which is basically on everyone's lips. If they can draw blood from SRG, this is gonna set the stage for the group that they're in, which is Group B. And earlier on, Fnatic Onyx took a 2-0 over Team Falcons. So it's only going to get even more volatile.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Group B, the group of death, in my opinion, with Fnatic Onyx, See You Soon, Selangor Red Giants, and Team Falcons. It's honestly really difficult for me to even put a finger on it as to who is going to be the top two. Like, okay, understandably, when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx, they have been super big when it comes down to the international tournaments, and when it comes down to MSC 2023, they were the champions. M5, they got themselves second. So understandably, they are going to be at the top of the tables. But for the second seed, it could quite literally go to anyone, and we may actually be able to see our very first 1-1 scoreline between See You Soon and SRG.
And right now, I think we look at the side of both teams. I personally am very interested to look at both Boxy the King against Yums, right? Both very proficient roamers, both are into the Cho, especially as a pocket pick, so that is interesting as well. But the goal lane also, I think, is something that's worth looking at, especially when you have Soul and wow, it's not Innocent. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm tripping. So it's Innocent against Soul, and Innocent has been regarded as one of the deadliest gold laners, right? I believe even Super Marco said in an interview a couple of months ago that in scrimmages, Innocent gave him the biggest problems.
Innocent gave him the most problems. Okay, but for now, let us just okay. I guess we are not moving on with these bans, huh? Because are we going on with these bans? Okay, no, we're not. Nah, we are not.
No way.
Yeah, nah, it's too fast. It's way too fast. That's way too fast.
I got the shock of my life.
I
got the shock of my life when I saw Gojas in that gold lane, right? I mean, Gojas is also he's the sub of the team, but man, Gojas go Innocent roam is gonna be a special day. Yeah, we're gonna.
Funny.
It would be hilarious. Though from recent results, I mean, even from recent results, right? SRG has been not only doing very well in scrimmages, they've also taken down big teams from other regions. Like for example, I think in a recent match, they actually took down the majority of Fnatic Onyx roster. So I think that was a big moment as well for SRG as a team, and they weren't even playing with Cram and Innocent, right? They had to play with Malaysian players. So with that taken into consideration, I think SRG, they have a lot of weight lifted off the shoulders when they dropped their first game in MPL, because I think, getting a perfect streak, a perfect 2-0 record isn't part of the plan. It was just a byproduct of their performance. But not having to think about that allows them to focus more on just playing the game right and keeping some records alive.
Now, speaking of keeping records alive, I'll say that See You Soon, they gotta have to hold on to the fact that in M5, they managed to put quite a show, don't you think? 5th to 6th place. They have so much that they're going to be holding on to based on their previous international appearance. In the meantime, we are looking at SRG, and they are a team that is kind of like a mish and mash. It's kind of like, okay, how is that supposed to be like? Because Stormy representing SMG went over to M5 for 9th to 12th place, and for Yums is like back then MSC 2023 5th to 8th place under the flag of Kodak. The rest, such as Cram, Sekais, as well as Innocent, never really had proper international appearance. So the question will always be there, like, will SRG be able to withstand that kind of pressure being on such a big stage?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is kind of like the one true test for SRG, right? Like, how far can they take it? Can they deal with the the international pressure? I mean, Yums, like you mentioned, right, is the only team that has been to both MSC and M Series. I mean, this is Sekai's literal first international appearance, first international tournament at such a young age. I mean, Cram and Innocent, they've had their moments back in MPL Philippines or MDL Philippines, and I remember Innocent received a lot of flack, right? People were like, why are we taking Innocent? Because he didn't perform that well in MPL Philippines, and right now he's regarded as one of the deadliest gold laners. So I think the individual growths for these players are just it leaves you breathless when you look at the timeline of how they got here. Even Stormy, who was kind of the uncrowned mage prodigy, finally getting his first trophy in the recent MPL MY Season 13. And that's not even kind of the half of it, right? You have Coach Ozora Vecchi, who waited so long to become a champion. He was an ex-player under GeekFam, never won a trophy, went on to become a coach and analyst, and finally won a trophy after so many years. And of course, decorated coach Arcadia as well, being the head coach for the team of SRG.
Now, one thing that I definitely want to look out for, I believe that you mentioned it before, is going to be the matchup between Innocent versus Soul, right? I mean, Innocent being the undefeated giant, which was awarded the regular season MVP and Grand Finals MVP in MPL MY Season 13. So we have so much of these titles that's weighing on to Innocent. In the meantime, on the flip side, we have Soul, which is a newcomer to the team and really just only started his career in MPL Cambodia Season 6. So yes, he had definitely proved to be strong, especially since he himself is also awarded the Grand Finals MVP. So we have quite a clash of MVPs just in the gold lane itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, to make it even more interesting, SRG, 4 of their members got voted for the dream team. Everyone except for Sakai's, right? Sakai's role was taken by Chibi, so that's why he basically slaughtered Chibi in the grand finals. We were saying that he took it very personally. But that aside, I like the Nolan ban. It's big respect to Sakai's because Nolan, an assassin jungler, has never gotten a win in MPL MY playoffs until Sakai's got his hand on Nolan, and then he went on to win 2 games in a row, and both of them were in the grand final. So imagine how crazy that is, the achievement of this young man.
Definitely one of the top three heroes of Sekai's, just whacking out Nolan like no tomorrow. But we draw we pull our ideas and of course attention over to the drafting with Loi, Nolan, Chip, as well as the Harif being banned out already. As such, we are looking at actually not much of a pattern, I gotta have to say. In fact, when it comes down to SRG going out for the Chip as well as the Harif, it really just boils down to them wanting to eliminate the really annoying heroes, just not wanting to deal with a gold laner with great, with massive lane priority. And in the meantime, Chip is just ultimately a very annoying hero, especially if CU Sud will want to play more of a death ball kind of all-out team. Then Chip is definitely going to be great for their kind of playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on top of that is also the Grok ban, right? And I think if you have studied SRG enough, you will know that like SRG, they're gonna face the Groks for Yumes whenever they can. And of course, to clear some confusion for people watching, they're like, wait, why is Gold just in the gold lane? It's actually Yumes, innocent gold lane, Yumes Roma. It's this same old SRG lineup. Angela banned out for SRG, so if SYS CU soon wants to go for the Ling first pick, it's going to be a bit harder without that Angela. We see though, the Roger is still open, Moskov as well. Both are picks that SRG would get their hands on in a heartbeat.
One thing that I kind of like from SRG is that they don't really bother trying to go for any of the assassin bans that is targeted over to MP the King, considering the fact that MP is famous for being able to pull off super off-meta heroes such as what we've seen before, Alice, Hellcat, and Bane. So honestly, just leaving out the Ling and just banning out the Angela is definitely something that I absolutely love from SRG, as they have more or less prepared for this very possible pick from CU Sud.
So the Ling first pick still. See SRG, I mean, I'm looking at potentially, I mean, it could be a Roger pick, right? Roger, Fredrin is something that SRG, they are very comfortable
Moskov,
going for. Moskov as well. Plenty of options for the Red Giants, and they are one of the few teams that would go for the Aurora. I mean, and then the Cho as well. Remember we talked about the Yumes Cho, is it a Yumes or Boxy? Cho comes out first phase alongside Cramps Terizla.
Okay, so they didn't really quite focus on to the Moskov as much as I expected, right? I mean, to me, whenever you look at a Ling and Moskov is currently available, especially in this current patch, it almost feels like a no-brainer. I'm gonna pick it because I'm gonna be relatively safe from a Ling whenever I see him, or if I want to engage on a Ling, that's an instant auto stun. But of course, it's always based on scenario. It's very scenario based. But all in all, having a Cho as well as a Terizla pretty much sets up a pretty strong core, and there is still quite a lot of ideas and flexibility that we might be able to see. Would Stormy play a Terizla in middle lane?
No, I don't think so. Stormy is more of the utility type mage. They did take his Valentina away, and they showed the Roger as well. So no smokes and mirrors there. It's a very direct draft, you know, Roger go, Ling jungle. But the Cho Terizla opening also allowed SRG to at least see 2 more picks. and then decide whether they want Innocent's hero. And even then, they have the first pick in the second phase, right? So it's not too big of a deal.
I mean, with Terizla as well as Cho, they can actually get themselves a pretty good river control. As such, picking up a blind Novaria here might be actually pretty okay. Otherwise, if you want to take a look at some of the other top 3 heroes of Stormy, I would say that Aurora could also be a decent pick if they are wanting to go into team fights. Like, okay.
Watch out, you think the Nolan is nasty, but this kid has the Fanny. It's a forgotten pick. But Sakai, whenever he gets his hands on the Fanny, I feel like he has already won half the game with it. What a blessing it is to see the Fanny getting picked up in their very first debut on the MSC stage.
Wow! I mean, that pretty much means that lane control as well as river control is ultimately super important, right? If XianYou soon ultimately drafts up heroes that have very strong have very high lane priority heroes, especially since we're looking at Valentina in mid, the Roma, if they are able to supplement Valentina's wave clear in middle lane, that is definitely going to be a little bit tougher for Fanny to eventually pick up her purple buff in the 5 minutes mark onwards. So SRG gotta have to really look out for that, especially going for a Fanny on the first half of picks.
Yep, and instantly with the Tigro ban already from the side of SRG, want to eliminate those anti-dive cons, want to eliminate those big crowd control supports, because they already have the Cho, so this could be a Minotaur ban afterwards. And if the Minotaur gets banned out, I'm looking for potential Franco or Kaja pick for Boxy. At least there is a way to catch the Cho or the Fanny if they kind of jump in. So I think it's more direct in terms of the second phase bans. We'll see though, SYS, they still have to think about Innocent and Stormy's heroes.
Yeah, quite a lot of potential roam heroes that could actually still fit the bill for XianYou soon. If they really want that point-click stun onto that Fanny, the Kaja is good, especially since he can also be able to clear waves just as effectively together with some of the many other roam heroes such as a Tigro, a Minotaur, or perhaps even an Edith coming into the middle lane, right? So lane priority is probably the name of the game for XianYou soon, since they have already picked up the Ling, who also requires the purple buff, which both teams, they are... I think this game is all about the purple buff. Whichever team is able to get a strong control of the river and being able to completely overwhelm the opponents, I think that they are going to be in a pretty good spot. And looking at the fact that we have an early chill picked up from the side of Yums, I think that they should be able to take very strong control of all of that.
So actually it's the Barras ban coming out from SRG. They want to make sure that XianYou soon does not have as minimal a way as possible as controlling the Fanny and the Cho. I mean, sure, there's Minotaur, but at least you can steal cables away from the Minotaur aerial effect compared to being sucked in by the implosion, where there's no way out. So I think SRG, considering, went through all of the permutations and decided that the Barras being taken out actually does benefit them more, not just to protect Sakai's Fanny, but also the Cho and the Terizla. I mean, SRG, the thing about them is that they are very methodical as a team, right? Like, the way they play the game, you don't feel like you are falling behind until it's too late.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what's scary about them.
I do agree with what you say, especially since when Minotaur, if XianYou soon is picking up Minotaur, it's not going to be that big of a problem, especially since Sakai is playing as a, sorry, not Sakai, Yums is playing as a Cho. He can very easily just iframe out of that final hit of his of the Minoan's Fury and being able to weave his way over to the back lines to really deal with the Cho. So no problems for SRG at all if they really want to look out for that.
It's gonna be a carry pickup for Innocent. Just as even if there's no tanks on the side of XianYou soon, the late game potential is good. I mean, SRG preparing for XianYou soon, right? Like they need to pick a tank eventually, so this carry solves that problem. The fact that there's a Kadita ban as well, so yeah, worry about Stormy's Kadita. I mean, XianYou soon, they've done homework and going into the deep pockets of SRG where a lot of teams wouldn't have even considered, wouldn't have thought about. But that means Stormy gets to see the entire SYS draft before he gets his hero.
So with the last two picks from XianYou soon, they are heavily lacking in crowd control. They need to find a way to really fill up the gaps, and Roamers understandably will do that. And the main thing I can look out for really boils down to either an Edith or perhaps even a Minotaur.
Wait,
but they completely blew my mind with this Yu Zhong and Lapu pick.
Wait, Wait,
Rome?
wait, what? Who?
Who is the roamer?
Valentina Rome? I suppose
Can't
that would.
be.
I suppose that would make the most sense, right? Because you get extra XP from your passive from Valentina when you damage someone whose level is higher than you or same as you.
That's the biggest. I mean, that's the right logic. I mean, unless they're trying to look out for very strong early game aggression into the opponent's jungle, then they can essentially just bump up onto Yuzhong and just go all straight to clear the wave in the middle lane together with Valentina and immediately just raid onto the opponent's buff from that point on, because Yuzhong has such high Q potential in early stages.
And we get the Kagura for Stormy, and I never thought I'd see this again, but
wow, this is what, 3 MPLs ago for Stormy?
I don't know, it could be longer than that, but we just have to see, right? Because this is yeah, so it is the Valentina Rome. So Boxy on the Valentina.
My.
I mean, I say that, you know, Cambodia, they have their own technology, but this one, I know as far as it goes, I've seen Yves support, but as Yves Rome, but Valentina Rome?
Valentina Rome? It's got the mobility, it's got the EXP whenever you hit the enemies, but do you really have the survivability? That is mainly the question that I have, and I would want to see you soon actually just kind of, you know, blow my mind right now. What exactly will they have in store for us? Boxy the King, what do you have? Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite a series, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. My mind was already blown. Seems like, wait. I maybe it is a mistake. I hope it's a mistake. I don't want to know Valentina Rome. I don't think that they are that crazy. We'll see. It could be. Yeah.
Look, they're in the lobby.
Yeah, probably an error. Oh man.
Oh.
Okay, so the Kagura pick was also a feint. Well, at least we know leading up to kind of the very last 3 picks. We don't know what the last 3 picks are. You know, the last 2 for SYS and the last one for SRG. But everything else, I suppose they'll keep it the same, right? What we've seen.
I think that definitely the first 3 picks coming in from both sides is going to be solidified. The core picks and all. So Lapu, Yuzhong, and I guess the Kagura is not going to be counted for this game. Like, we might just get a complete changeover in the drafts.
This is we'll have the Marshall sorted out, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
End of the day, we gotta ensure fair play, right? And you know, it is unfortunate, but we'll see. I think this does give the teams a bit more time to deliberate about the draft, and you know, for us to kind of look into what we have seen thus far. At least I would assume that at least the first few picks that were confirmed leading up to the Lapu Yuzhong would be similar. But we'll see. I mean, let the Marshals handle that.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those people that have just tuned in to the stream, you are watching MSC 2024 Day 1 Stream B, or B stream in this case. So, we have Stream A and Stream B. We are featuring 2 very different games within of MSC 2024. So you can take a look at the schedule that you can find in the MLBB official page to see which games you are really interested in. Or if you like, you can always dive in and take a look at both the games.
It's also pretty interesting as well. So if you guys want to check out that series, I think it would also bring upon pretty interesting results, right? Some revelations, at least for us. You guys are gonna be with us for a while. We'll see SRG and see you soon. At least we can confirm that that's most likely a mispick for SYS for the last 2.
Very likely it's gonna be a mispick, and just kind of like went for a defaulted pick or something. But you know, all of these players, they look kind of confused. They all have kind of like a confused look in their faces, like what's going on next? Are we going for a full-on redraft, or are we going to be drafting the same for the first 3 picks and the 5 bans? That is always gonna be the question. But we focus a little bit more about this upcoming game here, right? For the start of See You Soon, what are their tendencies and some of the interesting stuff that we want to know about them. I do have one small little fact though, is the fact that See You Soon, they do have a kind of like a unofficial title for the fact that they are the trollers of their region. So I'm not too sure how that is going to fare against the Malaysian teams, because in my books, the Malaysian teams are the one that have the greatest showmanship for BMs and trolling.
I know that the See You Soon fans also say that they're pretty good at acting. And
They're good at acting.
Pretty good at acting. That because they were ranked 4th in the regular season back in MPL Cambodia season 6, and then in the playoffs they swept through everyone and they won the whole thing in the upper bracket as well. Nonetheless, so fans were like, man, these guys are so good at acting. That they only showed up in the playoffs. I mean, I think See You Soon is kind of a kind of a regular name, right? Like every time it doesn't feel like an international tournament without See You Soon, especially with the roster that they have. I know that So is the newcomer. He only started his career back in season 6, and he didn't like play every single game. But it's good to see that he kind of gets a second chance, and he was able to kind of prove himself in the grand finals as well, and even being rewarded as the grand finals MVP at that point in time. So this is the next step, the next chapter for him.
I see. So I think it's relatively fair to say that he had some soul searching.
I got me with that one. Took me quite a while. Yes, he went soul searching.
Yes. Sorry, being a dad actually gives me all of these dad jokes coming out of nowhere. It's a legit thing, guys. It's legit.
I believe you're trying to say being a dad makes you lame.
Dad jokes, you know, we don't tolerate the word lame.
Yeah, I thought we're gonna. I thought the last series was gonna be a bang, but here we go. We've fallen into dad jokes.
But don't worry, that's the last of my dad jokes. No more.
All right. I assume Yums is telling dad jokes to his teammates. I know that when SRG picked up Yums, and not just Yums, honestly, when SRG reviewed the roster for season 13, a lot of people had a lot of doubts. There was a recent interview with Coach Arcadia, and he talked about how people were really questioning Yums, or why SRG even picked up Yums in the first place. There were a lot of other options, right? Because Yums, when he played in season 12 under the banner of Todak, didn't perform the best, right? There were moments of brilliance, of course, but he also had his moments where he made some errors, and even in the playoffs they lost to SRG. SRG eliminated from playoffs. So when they picked up Yums, and people were like, why Yums of all people? And Coach Arcadia said that as much as someone underperforms, right, he will always remember the glory days, that the golden age, the golden era of that player, and his goal is to bring it out of Yums again, and he's done a fantastic job. Now Yums really feels like he is back to that optimal state when he was playing at his best.
Whoa, that's quite some information, something that the general audience would never know about MPL MYs, you know, especially when it comes down to Yums, because from the outside point of view, we're looking at SRG, we're looking at the all-star lineup, and we look at Yums and just like, yeah, the best roamer in Malaysia. Understandably, because he have been representing Malaysia time and time again in M3, MSC 2022, MSC 2023, and even M4 under the banner of Todak. He's been representing so much. So it only makes sense that with the amount of experience that he have, he would be able to impart all of that knowledge over to this new dream team, SRG.
Yeah, especially when, you know, both teams like assassin junglers. I think that, you know, See You Soon has actually talked about the patch as well, and patch for assassin junglers. It does give them more options. You can see that Ling is one of the biggest benefactors of the patch. But I think for them, SYS, actually they don't see SRG as the team to beat, right? Like, SRG is not the final boss. For them, I think it's Fnatic Onyx. This patch is a Kyrie patch. Or I think a lot of people would say it because of the assassin junglers. Even SRG, I remember speaking to some of the people behind the scenes of SRG, and they say that this patch makes Fnatic Onyx incredibly scary because Kyrie, Assassins, do I need to say more? Yeah, so that itself is pretty fun as well. I mean, both teams have a lot of history. Even SRG, I think at one point, when they first started, it was just Veki, right? In season 11, finished 5th and 6th, and then when season 12 rolled around, they realized that Veki realized that he himself is not enough. He needs someone, you know, someone that is more experienced, someone that can even teach him something. So when Arcadia came into the picture, he actually volunteered to take a pay cut so that they could, or not get pay at all, just so they could get Arcadia. But in the end, obviously SRG made it work. The management made it work without him taking any pay cut. They got Arcadia in, and you know, 2 seasons later, they are the champions of MPLMY. Quite a heartwarming story, right? The sacrifices made.
Yeah, the entire history itself is definitely super golden. So with that all said, with such a golden history, I would want to see SRG being able to move on over to the playoff games, right? Just really just show everyone what Malaysia is about, what the region in Southeast Asia is all about. Because we have constantly been seeing Philippines and Indonesia being the top dogs of the Southeast Asia, and in the meantime Singapore as well as Malaysia just like a by the way kind of thing. So I think today we have managed to kind of solidify what Southeast Asia really is, what Singapore as well as what Malaysia really is. Looking at the fact that we are looking at very convincing 2-0s coming in from Homeboys, and a very convincing first game from NIP Flash winning up against Fireflux, and game number 2 even netting that in the bag. I think that Southeast Asia has is pretty scary now in this current patch.
I think we're in a pretty good space, right?
Pretty
There's
good
no
spot,
doubt
yeah.
that, no doubt that the Philippines and Indonesia are still the top regions, but at least the fact that everyone is catching up, I think it's a good sign for the rest of the region. Though I would say that you know, when I look at a team like SRG, sometimes it still feels surreal, right? Because it's been so long since we had a team that absolutely crushed the competition. The closest we had was Todak back in season 8, I believe. I could have remembered it wrongly, but there was a time where Todak was also leagues ahead of everyone else. But then you look at the landscape and the competitiveness. The fact that SRG was able to pull it off in MPLMY makes them even more scary compared to Todak in his prime. So I think that comparison really does show that this is probably the best we're gonna get, the best team that we've ever seen coming out of Malaysia. And this is the first step for them to really make a mark, right? If they can take down the champions from the side of MPL Cambodia, then whatever we've heard about them, whether it's scrimmages or from past tournaments, MPL or not, it's going to be solidified even more.
Now, we have a lot of information coming in on the side of Selangor Red Giants. Our friend Husky here is from Malaysia after all. So with that all said, how about see you soon, right? I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of Cambodian fans out there that has been rooting for see you soon. And I also understand that Cambodia is such a scary region, and their support for the teams are just on another level. If we remember back in MSC 2023, where we have got MSC 2023 held in Cambodia, boy oh boy, the atmosphere was absolutely crazy, with a lot of people that actually turned up for the event, and the roars that echoed throughout the entire building, the tremors in the building is actually very devastating. As such, I wouldn't be surprised that See You Soon will be able to really show their Cambodian fans what they are really made of, and the fact that Cambodian players, they are super expressive, right? So See You Soon, they know what they're up against, and we definitely want to see them being able to show us a very good show.
Yeah. Well, while the marshals and everyone else behind the scenes are working tirelessly to get the problem fixed, we're gonna give them the space that they need, and hopefully everything will be settled. For now, we're gonna head for a short break, but don't worry, See You Soon against Selangor Red Giants. They ain't going anywhere. We will still get our series in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup 2024. We are getting ready for the final match of the day. It's See You Soon against the Selangor Red Giants, champions of their own respective region. And finally, we are going to be back in the draft with the conclusion of what we have witnessed of the previous issue. All is fine, everything is fixed, it's Husky and Abstract here to continue the action.
Yeah, so what we saw in the previous, or rather, what we saw in the draft previously was exactly what we saw from SRG, right? All 4 of these heroes are pretty much selected. But for the side of See You Soon, we definitely saw something different, such as the Yuzhong as well as the Lapu Lapu. So that is wrong. We have the Yuzhong that is correct, but the Lapu is not right. So I suppose that now they're going to be looking out into a more solid roamer. And in this case, yes, it is understandable, since they definitely need more of that crowd control capabilities.
Yeah, and just to give those who just tune in a bit of context, we had a bit of a remake as See You Soon had a unfortunate mispick at the very end of the draft. But what you're seeing is basically it's almost the same, right? The first 4 picks for SRG remains the same. The 4 picks except for the Edith for See You Soon is also the same. So not much deviation for both teams. We'll see what SRG has in store for Stormy in that mid lane. I'm looking at potential Aurora. That could be an option as well. It's one of his favorite picks. He likes control mages, utility mages. Yves could be in consideration. Kagura, I assume that's not the intended pick as well. So we'll see what SRG comes out with.
Yep, not too sure if whether that is okay. It
Okay,
is
still
an
goes to the
intended pick.
All right. So the
It
only
is an intended pick.
yeah. So the only one that deviated was the Edith, right? Which was previously a mistaken Lapu Lapu. So yeah, at least we get that out of the way. This Kagura, I've been seen it for such a long time. I believe we did talk about it a little bit. So any expectations?
Honestly, when it comes down to both of these teams' draft, I am generally just pretty concerned for the fact that See You Soon's lineup doesn't have a lot of doesn't have very much confirmed crowd controls, and they're all just relying on onwards as well as Earth Shatter. Nothing else that really comes into my mind. While for the side of SRG, definitely seems a lot stronger in my honest opinion, and it will definitely take some time for them to eventually get themselves into the point whereby they will come online and being able to take the game by itself. But I'm genuinely curious how things is going to be panning out for this game, especially with Ikagura in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is game 1 of the 4th final match of the day. One of the most anticipated one between See You Soon and Selangor Red Giants. Obviously, it's been more than 100 days since SRG lost a series, so you could say that they have a perfect record up to this point. See if SRG can, see if FYS can at least leave a stain on that, right? Get a game off of them. Earth Shadow connects and a Terrify onto Yums. Looking for first blood, Boxy the King going for the chase, but unable to find it.
Oh, unfortunate. Wasn't able to land final hit in, but well, it's not that big of a deal even if they let loose that Cho. But that pretty much makes Yums a little bit more scared in trying to be that aggressive against Boxy as well as Ra. So at least that is a statement that has already been thrown over to the side of Selangor Red Giants. Now, we take this opportunity to take... Oh, Sekai!
Wow, what? Sekai just goes for the invade, right? This is a Fanny.
Huh?
We talk about the tempo of Fanny. That's how fast he can be. First blood on the enemy jungler, nonetheless.
Wow, that's a big deal. A jungler on top of a jungler. That means that Sekai is very likely gonna hit level 5 for the next Lord if he really opted to do so.
Absolutely. And that means that the tempo has already kind of shifted over to SRG a little bit. So guys, looking for Boxy the King finds the execution. That's 2 for Fanny.
Big start from the side of Selangor Red Giants. And once again, it doesn't seem like the members from the side of See You Soon is actively working out as to where this Fanny is, or information perhaps is just not exactly given all that much. So I am definitely going to be a little bit more concerned for what See You Soon may have got for themselves, especially since both of their junglers is very reliant on their purple buff. And I said before, Yums playing as the Cho, he's definitely going to be able to give a lot of these information as to what MP the King is doing, if whether they are actually in the purple buff. Selangor Red Giants will be able to make their move a lot earlier as compared to See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, even so, right? He went for he's got the gold lane Roger with the war cry, and usually you would dominate a carry in the lane, but Innocent, he is prepared for that. He has the Brace Mind, so it's a slightly tankier carry build. It's harder to force him out of the lane. They can put some pressure on the Cram, get the Shard residue out, but Terizla not really affected. It's gonna be a killing spree. Guys! Now takes out Soul on the top side, Innocent freed from his lane. Meanwhile, at the Turtle, they lose MP the King again. Too brutal to show on screen. Black Dragon form is going to be out from the side of Story on Felix. He wants to go on to Cram, but this Terizla is an immovable object.
Oh, that's not good. Coming right out pre 5 minutes.
I mean, even Rai stole the Will of the Dragon, can't find a way to use it. This is the perfect start for SRG and a complete disaster for See You Soon.
Massive disaster. MP the King losing the purple buff twice because of the fact that he, well, died. So definitely would not be able to put a lot of impact into the game, and is just pretty much stuck in farming throughout this entire situation.
Humes is finding so much info, right? They can't lock him down. And remember, Jit Kundo covers a lot more distance in this new patch. So Humes gets away very easily. Flicker still down for another minute, but Humes looking for Ra. Can't find him as Ra gets to safety as well. So SRD, they're not really gonna care too much about the turtle, but See You Soon sure as heck are in a rough place. Thankfully for MP the King, he will get his purple buff finally.
I think it's starting to really show See You Soon's weakness, right? The lack of crowd control. No one can really be able to stop the Selangor Red Giants once they start steamrolling. They can't stop them physically.
The King, pretty rough spot. Onwards dashes away. Here comes Sir Guys from the back. Stormy finds the kill. MP the King will take the turtle away. The Black Dragon forms Sir Guys with the remnants of his energy, tries to get away, but they will catch him. MP the King finds the kill. Yumes zones out the rest of SYS, but Sorry on Felix not so lucky. Kicked back into the rest of SRG. Sorry on Felix finds distance, but picked up by Stormy on the way out. And SRG continues to fight Stormy still once more, but this time Soul will be a part of the fight. Finds the first kill, can't go for more. See You Soon retaliate.
So out of all of that, I believe that through the end of that is
whoa.
2 for 2.
Woo!
Almost. Sekai's literally took the highway down middle lane, trying to go for a quick little assassination attempt. Good try though, but not quite enough. Even though Sekai's, we're looking at 3 kills and 1 death, I'm pretty sure that the amount of gold that he's managed to amass for himself is quite a bit already. But we're only looking at about 2,000 gold lead in favor for the Selangor Red Giants. And while in the meantime, Yumes as well as Innocent, all the way up to the top lane, it kind of seems like they really want to take control of the gold lane as much as possible.
And SRG have been able to amass almost 2,000 gold advantage. This Stormy Kagura is pretty scary, right? Talk about the lack of crowd control from See You Soon, but at the same time, you get caught by the Kagura, one Yin Yang overturn, a full combo, that's gonna be lights out. Puts it to bed in an instant. See if See You Soon can recover from that. Seems like they have been making some pretty good ground. Penalty zone is gonna be used though. Sorry on Felix, loses majority of his health bar. It's just gonna get slammed down into the ground. Umbrella doesn't find enough damage, but still, a short win. Guys, make sure that the effort from his teammates was worth it. Finds the kill onto Sorry on Felix. MP the King does take out Yumes in the mid side and a double kill for the lane. And See You Soon finds recovery. 3 in the mid lane.
Wow, and even a turret dive. See You Soon didn't really care about anything throughout the fight at all, and yet they're able to draw 3 blood away from Selangor Red Giants. That's definitely not going to be one of the ideal situations for the side of SRG. In the meantime, turtle fight is something that we're going to have to watch out for.
Cram's gonna dodge the onwards, Innocent, trying to put out the damage. Turtle will be secured by MP the King. Should be able to get away with a finished poise if needed. See You Soon, basically making sure that SRG are not gonna start running away with the lead. In fact, with those few kills, as MP the King definitely has recovered. In fact, he's ahead in experience compared to Sakai's.
Yeah, within such a short span of time, I'm surprised.
He's gonna be kicked though. Baited, Innocent. He's dangling out in the open. So, all that praise, and he went down.
I don't know what's going on with this game, to be honest. This is kind of like, it feels very scrappy at the fact that, yes, we're looking at assassins versus assassins, so both teams want to go for as much kills as possible. But to the point that it kind of feels like is greed coming in from both of the junglers. They are just looking for any and every opportunity to just dive in, go for kills, and dip out. and didn't really quite focus too much about team fight per se. It's all about pickoffs, and pickoffs.
Yeah. And I think at the same time, it's also, we said that SRG, well, excuse me, SYS is a very scrappy team, right? They like chaos. That's what they thrive in. That's the region, the identity of the region. SRG playing to their tune and playing it better somehow. Top tier 1 should be defended. Conceal coming out from Yumes. Potential target will find a turret. 3-man knockout with the Jikundo. Yumes will stall out time for his teammates, but Black Dragon Form will be used. But MP the King, well, at least from Story and Felix to the back, MP the King still looking for potential opening. Now finally shows up. Cram, the first one to fall. Yumes also not that healthy. Guys wants an angle but cannot find it. Petrify. Stormy locked down. Yin Yang overturned. Goes for the swap. So now it's going to be chased down by Guys. The knockup from the Earth Shatter is insufficient. Innocent will end up going down. Both teams trading blows, and see you soon coming out on top.
I would definitely say that Selangor Giants didn't really get too much out of that fight. It would have been great if Guys did manage to connect quite a lot of those shots, but in the meantime, middle lane, Stormy finds himself taken down by Boxy, but Guys
will get the immortality and get the follow-up kill onto Boxy the King. Just wants a bit more, finds the kill, needs to get away.
Ooh.
Finds safety as RG again striking back. But it's an even game so far for both teams, right? What seemed to be a potential snowball for SRG completely stopped by See You Soon.
I think that this game, we can't exactly put a finger as to who's actually winning. It's just kind of kills here, kills there, kills everywhere. As much as I find someone that is low in HP, Guys is going to go for it. Or perhaps MP the King is going to go for it. It's very scrappy, and you can see Guys all alone. He's just
punished.
Jumping into 3.
It's absolutely punished by See You Soon. SRG, you gotta start to watch out a little bit, right? Guys had a good lead, but now all that down the drain. Lord gone on as well. Innocent. He's not gonna have a good time. Everyone from the side of See You Soon onto him. Innocent ends up going down, but it seems like SRG still wants to fight this. They feel like they have the damage. Penalty zone from Cram. Only locked them down for so long, but now they're on the retreat. See You Soon finds an exposed SRG vulnerable under their own turret. Stormy falls, and is actually a team wipe for See You Soon.
It's kind of confusing how that fight turned out to be, how it was initiated with Guys just jumping into the opponent's jungle. They don't really have information. Like, I don't think that Yumes actually opened up the map to really show that, okay, Ling is here in the purple buff and how many people is around. There is almost like a blind take coming from Guys. Just so happened that he found a couple of them.
King won't be able to chase Guys down at least. The split push still there. Innocent just went for the brute force breastplate, so this is confirmed tank carry, something we haven't seen for a long time. I mean, SRG, I feel like they need to buy a bit of time, right? See You Soon have a minor lead with the Lord in tow, and SRG will need to take care of it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, when it comes down to the later stages of the game, will Guys even be able to do much?
Look at Flicker Earth Shatter, only hitting onto Cram. See You Soon should be able to get this mid-tier 1. Sorry, on Felix to the back. The Guys is baiting a little bit, trying to fish for resources. Cannot get it. Yumes now finds the kick. That's the Jit Kundo. SRG finds the turnaround. Stormy finds the double kill. MP the King takes down Yumes, but See You Soon overwhelmed by SRG. And that's the clapback that they've won.
It's finally, I gotta have to say, they're just waiting for that perfect opportunity whereby they actually can be able to win in that fight. But with all of that said and done, it was scrappy after all. They're just looking down onto whoever's the lowest amount of HP. We bring that down. We are just going to be focusing onto whoever that can die fastest. Kill that guy first, and then we move on to the next. But I gotta have to say though, Yumes did manage to get a pretty nice lock on to Felix, which is understandably one of the most annoying heroes from the side of See You Soon. Once he's down, I don't think that there's a lot of ways whereby See You Soon is able to just drag onto the team fight and potentially cause Selangor Giants in a tougher spot.
A bit of a pause as well, so we'll see what the issue is going to be from the teams. But so far, I expected. What I expect for SRG is, methodical play, try to get the lead, get the snowball rolling.
Me too.
They have done that. See You Soon, play scrappy, play chaotic. They've done that as well. But to see SRG play into that game and still find a way to come out on top, right? Taking on See You Soon head on every single time is definitely something that I didn't expect. At least not throughout the whole game. Like SRG is just fighting See You Soon.
Yeah, at first I'm really thinking that as what I'm gonna be expecting from SRG is just Top lane and bottom lane, super sufficient, and we are mostly just going to be looking at the roaming trio that just makes their way over to the side lanes to really help around or just just put on some river control, so on and so forth. But so far what I've been seeing, it really just boils down to the assassin junglers just taking the highway to the opponents and just try to do something. And if it doesn't, then they will just dip out, because both of these junglers, they have high mobility. As such, if they fail an assassination attempt, they can just very simply just walk away. It's almost like there is no threats that can really just lock them down and punish them. So I think this is kind of like a jungler's game, whereby they are just completely disrespecting their enemies and they are just doing whatever that they want.
I think at the same time, it's also, especially with these weights, are really going to test the mettle of the players, right? Like, how can you deal with the pressure? It's not like you are allowed to speak too much to your teammates, and it's the waiting that you have some time to reset, but so does your opponents. So I think for SRG, considering the fact that we went through the history of some of these players, but fun fact, Yums and Stormy used to be very, very reserved players, right? They don't really talk much, very introverted. But ever since SRG, they've been giving calls, right? Stormy is providing calls. Stormy is actually the true shot caller of the team. They say that Stormy is the commander and Yums drives the car. He's the one that makes it happen. And Yums also the current captain of the team as well. We'll see, back in the game, as far as you soon still have a 2,000 goal lead.
Yep, that lead is primarily onto MP the King, and I think that that's definitely going to be a little bit tough, right? Initially, I'm just thinking, yeah, they don't really have a lot of crowd control, and Selangor Giants can probably just completely floor it, and no one can just really deal with Sekais. It's pretty darn scary. However, see you soon, they completely ignore the fact that they don't have those crowd control by supplementing with damage. It's kind of like an all-strike kind of situation that we have seen long time ago, the all-strike meta, whereby every single one of the heroes are capable of killing. They all have the kill potential. And it makes sense. Every single one of them do have the kill potential. Even down to Boxy the King playing as the roamer. The moment you just go for Primal Ref, someone may die.
Yus wants a kick, but he's gonna be stopped. But not that it matters though. Ra exposed in the back, taken out by Sekais. They want to chase Sekais down, but Sekais is out of there. So SRG finds a great pick, but at least we'll see you soon. They keep the mid-tier 1 alive.
Most important thing, keeping the tier 1 alive. Just so that they will be able to hold themselves on a little bit more and ensure that the opponent just doesn't casually walk into the jungle. But see you soon, do they have enough of that crowd control? Or sorry, do they even have enough of that wave clear? Which is probably one of the main problems that see you soon may actually experience as well.
Yeah, again, keeping that turret alive for now, but one thing that See You Soon needs to address eventually is the side lanes, right? Very set up very well by SRG. Sure, they're not having a snowball lead that they expected to have, but they kind of restructure how they play the rest of the game by playing the side lane. Two out from Boxy, that's a flicker of Shatter on the 2. Innocent's one of them. And so he's gonna be zoned out by Sekais, who wants to go for the kill, but Sekais gets control and taken out with the stolen Way of the Dragon. This is an opportunity for See You Soon to strike right back. SRG forced to run.
But I have to say, MP the King's amount of damage is definitely crazy. With both of those puncture shots just gonna be hitting onto Stormy. Just 3 hits is all he needs to really bring Stormy down, and there's nothing they can essentially do. So I was essentially just looking for that burst damage from this Kagura, and understandably with a total of 7 kills on the Stormy, I believe that he can do that. But unfortunately in the team fight, it doesn't seem like we are able to see too much of that, especially since there is so much kill potential and threat coming from See You Soon all over Selangor Giants.
SRG put behind, still on the back foot. Even when we look at this replay, right, SRG, they have a very good idea, but unfortunately Sekais alone is just not enough. And like you said, MP the King's damage, otherworldly. So Ward is spawning bot side. He's gonna be pushing that wave in, see what SRG's plan is gonna be.
All they need to do is just hold themselves onto the jungle and hope that they will be able to hold it out. In the meantime, Yums.
Kick onto Ra. What's the follow-up though? Boxy the King loses to Immortality. Sekais will retreat first, penalty zone to the back. Stormy also tries to hold See You Soon back. They lose Sekais and take down Boxy. MP the King also gets away. It's not enough for SRG.
Yep, it's just 1-for-1 trade for now. But Krem, it just seems like
Wow,
he's gonna
and
kick too.
the flicker stolen kick from Ra, that's crammed down.
The Lord is now going to be punching into the bottom lane, and there is going to be so much kill potential from the side of See You Soon. Selangor Red Giants now going to have to deal with a trifecta push from middle lane and top lane, and even the Lord. How exactly are they supposed to get themselves out of that? Especially Sorry, I'm Felix just right in front of them.
Yeah, Lord is now hammering on the crystal. Yums is gonna kick MP the King, has the immortality. Lord will be taken care of. There's still a catapult that Innocent needs to get rid of. That won't go down. Yums will sacrifice his life for this. Sakais is back in the fray. Wants to look for an execution. Can't find any. And See You Soon in control of the game.
So Selangor Red Giants, they did manage to kind of at least be able to hold themselves out for the almost end game, right? Well, they still have the inhibitor turrets in the top lane, so I think that is still pretty much a-okay for them to hold it out. But See You Soon, they are definitely expecting a big push coming in since See You Soon is very aggressive.
The King will find Cram. Gonna go for more with the Primal Wrap. Box to the King, a lot of damage. MP the King finds Stormy. As Stormy disintegrates, Innocent jumped on as well. See You Soon. Really have found the coup de grace onto SRG. Sakai's number 3 to 4. MP the King 6 for number 4, and Yums not able to do too much. And it seems like See You Soon have cracked open SRG. We wanted to see them draw blood, and indeed they did. Bring the chaos to the Selangor Red Giants, and See You Soon will show them how to play the game. Game 1 for SYS.
Well, that is a very scrappy game. Like, we gotta have to keep our eyes on the map 24/7. If we're looking at middle lane, something may happen to the top lane, something may happen in the bottom lane. And exactly as you said, this is how See You Soon plays Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And indeed, it did manage to work out. A lot of things that I was looking out for that makes a team essentially is a good balance of everything, right? A good balance of crowd control, good balance of damage, good balance of sustainability or perhaps durability. So honestly, this is what I was expecting, because this is something that we would normally see from the side of See You Soon as well. But this is where See You Soon focuses more on their rotation and their initiation in the early stages of the game. So they have a strong EXP laner that can work their way. They have a strong mid laner coming in from the side of Valentina. So all in all, they're trying to win every single lane, win in the micro game, and slowly pave the way for MP the King to eventually get all of these farms.
Yeah, I am personally shocked as well. I mean, I expect See You Soon to really bring their flair, because that's what they are good at. But to take game 1 in such a fashion against SRG, I think a lot of people would definitely be surprised, be shocked with the result. But like we said, right, this group of death is incredibly volatile, and See You Soon off to a fantastic start.
It's definitely confusing to a couple of people, including myself, right? Like, how exactly is See You Soon even supposed to win in a game like this? All they have is damage upon damage upon damage, right? And we even looking at Fanny, who could snowball out of control. Initially, in the first 2 kills, that is exactly what happened onto MP the King. But somehow, MP the King still have managed to find his way and just kind of wiggle himself out of that very difficult scenario and earn himself the MVP.
Yeah, MP the King got dealt with the worst possible start, and still, See You Soon was able to recover in the match MVP presented by Sony. I think overall, it's just, we see that we talked about the differences between these two teams, right? And how SRG are playing into the tunes, of See You Soon. See You Soon, they have perfected this craft, right? You want to fight scrappy with us? We are going to bring the fight to you. And it feels like there's just not enough space for SRG to breathe. And SYS just choked them out.
I mean, I honestly feel that SRG have played very methodical games throughout MPL MY, but when it comes down to going up against See You Soon, it feels like they're also trying to kind of adapt to what See You Soon is trying to do, to the point that See You Soon is just going to be throwing hands at every single opportunity, and for SRG, they'll just be like, okay, if you want to play the game, let's do that. And they got kind of pulled to their level, and unfortunately, they can't win See You Soon in their own game.
Yeah, so it's very, very unfortunate for SRG, but again, this is a BO2, so SRG still got one more chance to at least make it a draw. You know, I think a draw would be suffice, at least for now. to give them a chance in that Group B, considering that this is the first BO2. But perhaps it's just that first game jitters will give these teams some time to prep for game number 2. We'll come back to you in just a little bit after this break. Welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024. We are getting ready for our final game, the final match of the day. Selangor Red Giants against See You Soon. And the Cambodian domestic champions just drew first blood against SRG. Something that I personally wouldn't have expected. But this makes me look forward to game 2 even more. Is Husky and Abstract on the desk.
I myself am definitely surprised with the results of SYS versus SRG, right? I mean, SYS getting themselves the first win is not exactly that big of a surprise per se, but it's more of how SRG has been playing in this game against SYS. Scrappy games and just kind of played onto their level, and unfortunately just not quite knowledgeable enough how to play scrappy, right? So coming into game number 2, definitely would want to see SRG being able to play their typical game, being super fluid and systematic with every single move that they make, being able to win in their side lanes and then just kind of going all ham with their roving trio. That's the kind of play that I want, focusing onto the micro on the sides and macro in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with that because we've been talking a lot about SRG and what makes them unique, right? Self-sufficient side lanes and Cram and Innocent, and then you have the mid-jungle roam trio to make these plays, but we don't see that in game 1. It really felt like they were playing into the hands of See You Soon, and See You Soon brought them into the arena and beat them with their own game. Something that I wish is going to be adjusted in game number 2. For SRG, losing that game 1 is definitely it definitely makes Group B a lot more interesting, because now the best they can get is a draw. And for See You Soon, it is a big confidence boost, right? Because they are looking at Fnatic Onyx as the final obstacle. So SRG to them, perhaps it's just a stepping stone, and they're one game away from claiming a 2-0.
Now it's just waiting for SRG to humble See You Soon to see whether they will actually be able to pull off that 1-1. Here we are as a casters. We definitely will want to see very, very volatile and very close-knit matches. 1-1, the kind of draws is what we want, because that would eventually bring us to tiebreakers, where it's extremely nail-biting kind of situations. Speaking of draws, on the other side in Stream A, it does seem like we do have got a draw as well, right? I believe that we do have RRQ Akira that managed to draw against EVOS, which I believe that would be quite a surprising result to the people that have been supporting EVOS.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, EVOS Glory, they had quite a run back in MPL Indonesia, right? One of the strongest recovery in the group stage, only to fall short in playoffs. But let's see if SRG can pull a recovery for themselves as well. This is the second game. We're in the second draft, and right off the bat, sides have switched for both teams. Angela and Nolan banned out.
Okay, so other than that, I believe that we're gonna have to look at some of the other marksmen that we should be focusing on. Innocent and Soul definitely deserves those kind of respect bans going out. So understandably, throwing a couple of typical heroes such as Moskov as well as Roger would be nice. But so far throughout the entirety of today, we haven't really quite seen any Nathan being thrown into the picking phase just yet. And I absolutely love to see all that.
Feels like a hero that has been forgotten, right? They went to some changes in numbers, a bit of nerves and the items as well. Yeah, I think it happened because of Radiant Armor changes, but in terms of the onto Sakai's hero pool.
So coming up, we also have the Ling being thrown in. So very assassin-based bans coming from See You Soon. They definitely do not want to look at Sakai's with that kind of thing going on, as Husky has mentioned. Perhaps we'll be looking at the third hero ban, which is also going to be focusing on the Sakai's, and that pretty much shows just how much respect that they have onto him. But not only are we looking at assassins, right? Because Sakai's is ultimately very good with Fredrin as well as Akai as well. Something that should be addressed too, but maybe not just ban-worthy, but perhaps they're gonna have to cater their picks towards what Sakai's might potentially have for themselves.
Yeah, even a chip banned out. So Loi is still open. We'll see if See You Soon wants to consider that as an option. I would say for the side of SRG, one of the questions people have been wondering is, how is this new patch treating them, right? Sometimes the teams can be at the top, but one patch could change it all around, and I think we're gonna get a better inkling, a better grasp of how it has affected SRG by the end of this BO2. But we're gonna see you soon's last ban. Is it gonna be Loyi? Seems like it will be.
That will be it. As such, with Valentina, Fredrin, we've got the Roger as well as Moskov that is currently still available for the picking. SRG, understandably, they have a very strong lineup that could be pretty flexible all in all. And understandingly, picking up heroes that could be very strong in lanes is something that I absolutely want to see them going out for right off the bat. If they want to pick up a couple of Cho or Grok for them, for Yums, that is something that would be nice to see.
Perhaps the Grok, I think if you want prioritization, probably the Grok. But the Roger is also still open, right? Roger, Moskov, something that I think Innocent would really like to get his hands on. Novara first pick is also kind of a thing for certain mid laners, but we're going to go back to basics. Innocent Roger.
So same thing as always, if we are always looking at rock, paper, scissors kind of game, a Moskov could be a potential pick coming in from the side of See You Soon, especially since when we are looking at the scrappy kind of gameplay from See You Soon, we want to see heroes that is very self-sufficient. But one thing that I've completely forgot is the fact that Harif has been completely leaked from the banning pool. As such, See You Soon will take that opportunity to seize that and take up Valentina and Harif.
Seems like a pick a poison moment, right? Giving that Harif away. And also, Ra comfortably getting to Valentina. We'll see SRG, what is going to be the response this time. We did see Harif getting let through earlier on in an earlier series, and that was shut down as well. See if that is going to be the same in this game. I mean, See You Soon, they've proven to be a team that thrives in the chaos because they create the chaos. Once they're in the lead, they are the ones that would ultimately assume control. So SRG, I want to see the adjustment, right? I want to see the SRG that I'm so used to seeing, methodical, having this solid trio mid-jungle roam. Sakai gets his hands on the Fanny again, but at least some adjustments made with one of the picks. We're gonna get the Arlet, and SYS responds with the Bane.
Oh, Mage Bane again? I highly doubt so though.
Could be Jungle Bane though.
I mean, it's very likely gonna be a Jungle Bane actually. I mean, as much as I want to see the Mage Bane as we have seen before from the side of NIP Flash, but Harif as well as Valentina is already dealing magical damage. So if they kind of like triple down to get him to be a Mage Bane as well, it's gonna be a field day for SRG to very simply just pick up a couple of Athena shields as well as Radiant Armor to really nullify some of these damage dealt by these three.
See the Grok banned out again, SYS sticking to protocols. Yep, very good ban. Yum's one of the most efficient players on that hero. SRG, you might have to start considering banning out heroes like the Yuzhong or the Lapu Lapu. I think Yuzhong takes priority considering the impact that Sorian Felix brought to the table in Game 1.
I do want to see See You Soon going for kind of like an all-strike position again from like what we saw in the previous game, where every single one of these heroes have got potential for kills. As such, with the with the Edith currently still available, I think that See You Soon would very likely want to pick that up again. That is if SRG just doesn't want to go for said ban. But going for the Yuzhong ban makes absolute sense since we do want some lane priority out of See You Soon. That has kind of been the MO thus far. So if we are expecting to see a Arlet that is going over to the EXP and piloted by Cram, there's actually quite a bit of heroes that could still work really well against this Arlet in order to really get themselves out of lane a lot earlier.
I think a couple of options for Cram. There is the Arlet that can be flex. Terizla still up. The X-Borg, something that Cram does go for. The Barats as well. We haven't seen them in a long time. As Barats this started getting, fallen off as the patch progressed. Tigreal banned out by the side of See You Soon.
Right now, I'm still focusing on the fact that Bane will go over to the jungle. I can't exactly see why they would want to specifically bring the Bane to go over to the EXP lane at this point in time. So it's relatively fair to say that they are lacking of a roamer as well as a EXP laner. So SRG, they've already focused on the Yuzhong to be taken out, but the roamer in this case, they definitely want to look for crowd control capabilities. If we want the damage and the crowd control, as I said before, Edith is definitely good. But if they were to go for someone else like a Minotaur in this very instance, yes, massive amount of crowd control all across the board, but it doesn't really quite have the damage to kind of work with that all-strike team comp that XianYou made in Game 1.
See, I mean, show this get banned out by SRG. Good respect ban towards Boxy the King. You know, he himself also on the field, premier show players. That's the matchup that I've been looking forward to the entire time. You see, though, this 4th pick could still, we are still looking for a roamer and an XP laner for SYS. It could leave XP for last, so you can get a good matchup for yourselves. Roamer wise, I suppose, there's still the Edith. Yeah, they're gonna pick it up.
Yep, quite simple. So they are still going for the all-strike. We are now left with the EXP laners. Paquito is nice to see. Terizla may not have that big of a kill potential. However, he will be able to go toe-to-toe against a Alet pretty effectively. But I do want to see an Akai though, as much as Akai hasn't been seen all that much in today's games, but having the combination of Akai being able to lock someone down from the side of XianYou and completely displace everyone, whilst still triggering a lot of that damage potential from Alet, the roam Akai is what I want.
I suppose Akai roam, I don't remember which region picked it, though. Yeah, Terizla, Aurora, kind of what we talked about, right? The Terizla is still a pick for Cram, the Aurora for Stormy, that has been one of his signatures to a certain degree. So it is going to be an Arlet roam onto Yums, decent setup, a lot of targets that you can catch, but we've seen the power of the Bane. Bane jungle means that as much as you are a fanny, you jump on top of the Bane, you have to be careful to not get one-tapped by his combo.
The final pick coming up. So far, when it comes down to SRG, they have got pretty annoying mid laner thus far. They have got really good damage all across the board, and they gotta have to look out for someone that could go toe-to-toe against a Terizla now that the Arlet is confirmed to be going over to the roam position. As such, Sorry I'm Felix is now gonna be looking at a Lapu Lapu, which looks a lot more into the survivability as well as the utility side of XianYou, being able to be that one frontliner that will go as a duo together with that Edith. So all in all, XianYou still have got a pretty good draft for themselves. They are pretty nice. They're pretty nice in lanes, except for the Lapu, I suppose. He's probably just gonna keep throwing onto his swords and might not be able to leave the lanes as early as Terizla. But all in all, middle lane, they should be able to get a good control with the Edith as well as Valentina to really just offer a lot more pressure to the side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we gotta see if XianYou can claim a clean victory against SRG and officially delivering the first series loss to SRG more than 100 days since the last. Game number 2 happening right now. Selangor Red Giants blue side, XianYou red.
So right off the bat, we are looking at both teams' junglers that will be favoring the turtle side first. So they will be ending up their entire jungle rotation by the gold lane. So there could be a very high chance that we are going to be looking at very early aggression coming from both teams. It really kind of depends on how they will want to play this out.
I gotta say though, I mean, Ra has been so efficient on this Valentina. Even game 1 performance, right? You would think that normally Valentina steals penalty zone, but he has been so good with Way of the Dragon. Guy plays Valentina like he is Cho as well. So far, the jungle path for both junglers is going to be inverted, so they won't bump into each other for now. Crown will have to back off, concede the lane pressure a little bit to Sorian Felix.
So coming in, of course, looking at the Harith versus the Roger, it kind of seems as though that the Harith gotta have to really respect the Roger quite a bit with all that pokes and aggression from Soul, pokes and aggression from Innocent. Soul is just pretty much stuck underneath the turret, but this pretty much means that Sakis might be able to find some good opportunities to just dive onto a Harith if his HP eventually goes down to an all-time low with the massive amount of pokes that's capable from him.
Cram is just under immense pressure thanks to MP the King. Of course, this level 4, just like game 1, will be very volatile. A lot of big ultimates form both sides to take objectives. And whichever jungler gets ahead is going to have that lead. Quantum charge onto MP the King, so not the impure rage that I was expecting. Both supports also wanting to hit level 4 off of that mid wave. And Cram continuing to be put under pressure.
Pretty sad that we haven't really quite seen a lot of temporal rain, but in the meantime, Cram started the fight.
Yep. Flicker penalty zone of Shatter. Dodge, so guys now has an opening. Return penalty zone from Ra, and that's 2 for See You Soon. We've been talking about Ra, just so good on the Valentina, continuing to deliver. That's 3 for See You Soon, double kill for the Lapu Lapu.
Oh, that's not good at all. Unfortunately, Sekis just literally just jumped into a standard array of abilities and just kind of threw himself over to hungry pack of wolves. Kind of sad to see, but hey, it is what it is. And Selangor Red Giants, unfortunately, will suffer their first defeat of this game with a 1-3 scoreline, giving the turtle over to See You Soon too.
Very, very unfortunate. Let's see, I mean, right now for SRG, they gotta slow down a little bit, right? Even just the replay, the guys felt like they had a good opening. They didn't even get the kill onto Boxy, which is the biggest slap in the face. They took out the jungler, but lose 3 in return.
Kind of looks like an ultimate fiesta up in the top lane, where See You Soon just decided to take every single one of the ultimates that they have, as well as, let's not forget about Ra's stolen ultimate from onto the side of Cram. They're just tossing right out, and they're not gonna give a single damn as to who's gonna be there, what's gonna be the prioritization. It just so happened the Selangor Red Giants, they were all just kept together in such a small coagulated area, and it's just very unfortunate positioning altogether.
Yeah. Final slash, finding Boxy the King. Challenge is on right here, comes the deadly cash, and Cram again, penalty zone, finds Boxy the King, where's the primal wrap? He is gonna eventually pop the stolen final slash to keep the guys away, and still finds the kill, but at the cost of Cram.
141 EXP for the Roma, unfortunately. So pause 5 and pause 4, you know, that not that big of a deal, but See You Soon will be able to find that opportunity to try to push out the top lane just a tad little bit to give Lapu Lapu a little bit more gold. And that is something that Lapu definitely wants, right? Especially with the new War Axe, we would want to see this Lapu Lapu go completely crazy once he's got that into his arsenal.
Sky Piercer done for Sakai's, War Axe purchased by MP the King, Enchanted Talisman for Ra. One of the best Valentina performers I've seen, or at least we've seen today. So at least for SRG, they're not too far behind, just a measly 1,000 deficit. Still very much within recovery range.
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe that with this upcoming total as well, See You Soon is definitely going to be trying to contest for it. Sekis is just going to be coming in real soon, but Cram...
And Cram is controlled for days on end. Sakai finds the bag once Ra Turtle secured by MP the King.
I would say that there's definitely going to be some finally good trades to a certain extent, but because of the fact that they didn't manage to get the turtle, it just kind of thrown everything completely off guard. It's a pause 3 for a pause 4, so we can definitely expect a little bit more from the side of Selangor Red Giants as they slowly try to get themselves back into this game.
Check the bush, now sees it, Box to the King. Gonna flick out the onward, but ends up losing soul. Box to the King will be sacrificed as well. Double kill for Sakai. See You Soon to back up late to the party, but Storian, Felix, and Ra will be there to be able to find anyone.
With all of the turrets plating already taken out by 5 minutes into the game, I'm pretty sure that we can expect the Selangor Red Giants will want to be extremely aggressive with all of their movements and positioning thus far. They have been putting themselves right onto the map and constantly trying to take more of these river control as time goes by, especially with Sekai being extremely aggressive with all of these kills. Even though he's not taking a lot of kills per se, he's been really throwing himself out there to just kind of bruise up the enemies as much as possible.
Even doing some limit testing on the top side onto MP the King, right? Just one full combo, that's half his health gone.
Half HP, yeah.
Didn't have the
but now he's also
continue.
picked up the Blade of Heptases too.
But the execution and target's very apparent, right? If I can get on top of Ra or so, that would be optimal. Stolen ultimate, stolen Aurora ult. See, Yum's gonna find Ra, who so far has played an immaculate Valentina game, despite having one death. Innocent forcing out the bravest fighter from Sorian Felix as well.
I wouldn't say that any one of these teams is currently having their back against the wall. It really just comes down to a punching match whereby both teams are just currently really testing the abilities of their own skills, how much damage that they are really able to bring out over to the side of their opponents. So this is kind of like a testing phase, if whether they are online yet or if whether they are able to really burst someone down, because we don't necessarily see a lot of batteries here. But in the meantime, Dooms immediately lose the flicker.
Oh, Phoenix follows up with his own flicker Landshaker, boxing the king, trying to fight Cram, mano to mano. He was able to get away. Sorry on Felix now in the red zone, able to be saved by So Innocent. Still trying to fight on. Turtle also underway. Split fights everywhere. Cram keeping boxing the king around. Finds the 3-man penalty zone to the back. MP the king frozen still. Gets the Turtle, and Cram unfortunately might be given away. So picking up the kill, and See You Soon stops SRG.
The third objective in a row that unfortunately Selangor Red Giants hasn't been able to get for themselves. As See You Soon has been pretty methodical with every single one of their movements, albeit a little bit scrappy still, but they know exactly what they are trying to go for. They have got a system whereby they are just going to be focusing onto the objective. Take control of the river. Whoever that they see, they would just try to go in because they're not too afraid of being punished at all, considering the fact that Selangor Red Giants, the only thing they gotta have to look out for is the final splash coming from Yumes as well as Stormy's shots.
Yeah. Stolen purple buff, but MP pays with his life. Sky's Piercer stack granted to Sakai's.
It's 2-7-6. Manageable level for Selangor Red Giants. 2,000 gold lead for the side of See You Soon, and all of the turrets are still standing up tall. The only difference is See You Soon's middle lane and the bottom lane tier 1 turrets have suffered quite a bit of chip damage. So I wouldn't be too surprised that the amount of split push potential from Selangor Red Giants would eventually get themselves some of these money bags lying around the Land of Dawn and put themselves right back on the map to really threaten See You Soon's potential in winning the mid game.
And I see Rod just picked up the glowing wand as well. See You Soon still ahead in terms of goal, but definitely not as big of a lead as they would have wanted. Waiting for the first Lord to spawn though, that's where the turning point was for game number 1. And SRG definitely a lot more in control, right? They're not being forced into these scrappy fights. They're not taking that risk. They're not running into See You Soon and trying to fight them to the death. A bit more controlled.
A tad bit more controlled, yeah. Especially since See You Soon now no longer has the link that will just jump in and run out completely unpunished. Well, Selangor Red Giants, they still have the Fanny, so they still have that kind of element of just jumping in and out for no apparent reason kind of thing. But it is still an act of bruising. You're able to find out information with no repercussions.
Deciding one is down. In fact, trying to look for a jump, finds the flip. That is Yumes. Surely gonna go down. Innocent comes in. Lycan Pounce gets the kill onto Soul. Looking for reset. Sakai now joins the fight. It is a push and pull, bait and swish. It's a in and out for SRG. Innocent in the back line. Looking for Felix. Trying to find the final blow. Gets it. But can he get out though? MP the King on the chase. Triple kill for Innocent. Jumps away. Transforms into the Lycan. MP the King misses the crab claw cannon. And Innocent just juking it out. Sakai joins the fight. MP the King standing out. Deadliest Cash. That one goes wide. And See You Soon being pulled around like a ragdoll.
Oh, MP the King being played around, chasing the Roger, missing the skill shot. Sakis joins in. He refocuses his target only onto a cable flying Fanny. Unfortunate. I mean, we're talking about Bane after all. It definitely takes time for him to eventually be able to walk up to someone, especially with that big belly of his. So See You Soon missing out quite a bit of kill potential there, but regardless, it's not that big of a deal. Selangor Red Giants did manage to pull themselves right out of the ditch though, putting themselves right about 500 gold lead on top of See You Soon.
Yeah, and final slash, Foxy the King, onwards to dash. Crabpaw Clannon starting to hurt as well. The Earth Shadow onto the guys. Primal Wrath committed. See You Soon using cruiser resources. Dash this frozen combo from Stormy to find a kill on a Boxy, but Innocent is to become penalty zone from Crab to save Innocent and allowing Sakai to come in for the kill. But Sakai ends up going down. MP the King finds a double kill. Innocent with the execution. Finds the combo, finds the timing. Sorry, I'm Felix on the run. Innocent dodges the synchro fission from Soul and ends up escaping. The only person left alive on SRG.
Oh man, a nail-biting situation whereby Selangor Red Giants Innocent is just playing his micro game and just hoping that he will be able to turn things around. It definitely comes to the point whereby he could have outplayed I'm Felix at that point in time, but Soul came into the fray and completely flipped the script around. But luckily for Innocent, it didn't go down there, and that is what is most important about that team fight.
That's one of the reasons why Innocent Roger is a different being, a force of nature. Still see you soon. Able to get a small victory off of that fight. SRG now focusing down on this Lord. Front of Feast definitely sees this. Can MP the King arrive to the scene on time? Doesn't seem as possible. So guys will get the objective, but Foxy the King finds the flip onto Yum. They will have to give it away. Yum dashing with the Avengers, wants to find safety, but a bullet to the back, and that's him down.
Unfortunate, but now Innocent, he's just gonna try to get his way out of that, and unfortunately have to expend his flicker. But not that big of a deal, since they do have a lot that will be marching in the bottom lane.
Krem just cleared out the top wave, but might be cleared as well. Penalty zone, flicker, flip back, Boxy just on the mark. MP the King gets assassinated down bot, but Krem will have to be traded back. See you soon though, not able to do much in the top side because minion wave not in their favor.
They smell blood in the water and they are swimming right into the face of Cram. They knew that they gotta have to get out of that fight with a single kill as the least amount of trades that they gotta have to get out, they gotta have to get for. So at this point in time, Selangor Red Giants, they did manage to get on par with See You Soon. One of definitely the closest game that they can have against See You Soon. So we're definitely going to be looking into how the late game is going to pan out for both of these teams. See You Soon definitely have got quite a bit of potential, considering the fact that they do have a Bane with crazy amount of burst damage as well as great aerial denial from the side of the deadly catch. And when it comes down to Ra, he's able to steal quite a lot of skills that could be very pivotal to team fights, such as the penalty zone or perhaps even the final slash, to really cater to what they really need in the team fight in the later stages.
Even Innocent decked out in items as well. Great Dragon Spear, Rose Gold Meteor. First inhibitor down for See You Soon. Bottom side, courtesy of the Lord. So you can assume both teams are just going to wait for the third Lord to spawn and fight over it. Actually, the second Lord, in fact. First Lord took quite long to take down.
Yep. And to add on top of that, that very first Lord that Selangor Red Giants managed to get for themselves is not only just getting all of the outer turrets, albeit they did miss out the outer turrets in the top lane, but what's the bigger bonus is the fact that they did manage to bring down the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane, which is not something that you would naturally expect from the very first Lord. So I would take that as a very big win for Selangor Red Giants. They no longer really have to care about the bottom lane all that much, while See You Soon, they have to put a lot of attention down the bottom lane, especially since there are money bags down in the bottom lane as the two turrets.
Innocent's gonna take care of the top tier 2 as well, opening up the map bit by bit. Last out the tier defense of See You Soon, demolish. And SRG in prime control, right? When you have a side lane open up without an inhibitor, that's where heroes like the Fanny can really go to town and really start taking, start pulling you apart, playing the map, playing the side lanes.
This is where Selangor Red Giants also apply a little bit of that mental damage over to See You Soon, because See You Soon really have to constantly keep an eye on the bottom lane. They need to have very good map awareness to make sure that, okay, bottom lane is taken care of, we're able to clear out the bottom wave fast enough for the next objective, because the Fanny can always come in any time, either in the Lord's pit or perhaps even in the lanes to kind of push out the entire waves. As you can see you soon, they do have the Lapu Lapu that is situated in the middle lane, ready to kind of push down the bottom lane whenever is absolutely required. And Fanny can always jump back into a Lord's pit if they so absolutely needed it to.
You can see the intention of See You Soon. They refuse to let the Lord fully reset. They can rush it down and threaten Sakai's to show up and not continue to push that bottom lane. So in the end, it's a full reset initiated by SRG. Final slash does miss. Force to the King, that's the flip of the Innocent. Gets away. Escorted out by Stormy. Some resources out from both sides.
Primal Wrath also going to be initiated for See You Soon, so we are lacking quite a bit of damage potential that See You Soon could be putting out for this match. While Lapu Lapu is still preoccupied in the bottom lane to kind of deal with all of that, stuff. Sakis is not seen in the map at all, so this sneaky beaky action may actually reward them handsomely.
Yeah, Ra has a stolen penalty zone, right? So he is going to be a crucial target to take down Sakai. They show up, that's the final flash, catching 2, and everyone just crowd control, frozen to bits. Cram finds Soul with the penalty zone, but they need a follow-up, and Innocent needs to be there. Unfortunately, can't do too much though. Stormy's passive expires. Cram tried to beat Soul in submission, but cannot get in range, and Cram will go down. Sakai wants to clean up, finds Soul, loses his own immortality. As Cram is on the run, Sakai finds safety. Both teams trading blow for blow, but it's See You Soon again coming out on top. And Sorian Felix looking for Cram, and it should take a while. It's just a waste of time. And Peter King on the Lord.
It's definitely tough for See You Soon, but in the meantime, it's also really tough for Fanny to be able to go for any form of assassination attempt, as we saw that he went one-on-one against Soul, and it didn't really, it didn't come out all that beautiful for Sakai. I was hoping for sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies and such for Sakai as an assassin, but he got kind of outscaled by Soul, especially with the Zaman Force, the massive amount of shields that's constantly regenerated for this Harif. This Fanny can't go for instant kills.
And Boxer King missing the onwards. That could have been fatal for Sakai. All things considered, right? This is still dead even. We've reached critical point, the point of no return.
Still second Lord.
Still second Lord.
It's still a long way to go, I suppose. But See You Soon, they're finally making a mark on this Lord's fight. And they have all 5 men poised and postured for this fight going on. Now, how about Fanny, though?
At penalty zone, Cram's gonna throw his body. Stormy commits everything, gets one-shotted. And then Peter King goes down. Sakai seems to be around, but can't get close to the Lord. He wants to run away. Ra on the chase, can't find him. Innocent, so isolated. One-shot Soul with the help of Yumes. And Innocent, he is just a wild beast on the loose. Final slash, Rad brought back Innocent, continues, dodges the blaze from Sorian Phoenix, and sidesteps the bravest warrior. Nothing can stop Innocent. He is unleashed. Triple kill for Innocent, looking for number 4. Boxer King ain't got nothing on him. Innocent cleans it up for the Maniac, and Selangor Red Giants ties it up and takes down See You Soon.
Oh boy! See You Soon unfortunately wasn't able to win in that very final fight, as they went all in for that Lord's fight, and we have seen the effect of how much a Lord can really deal in terms of damage the longer you kind of pull it out for. And especially when we're looking at this, just the second Lord, we are 18 minutes into the game, definitely a very painful Lord. But all in all, I gotta have to say that it's just so many push and pull kind of elements in that final team fight, as we can see in this highlights. We'll eventually be able to get that, but that final team fight is definitely going to be one of the major highlights as to how Selangor Red Giants even managed to get it, because that fight could literally go any way. And the winner for that fight would eventually be able to either storm in and end the core, or just bring down every single one of the turrets in the middle lane to kind of end it all off.
It's a testament also to how good Innocence Roger is. If I get $1
not a single death
for every ability he dodges, or for every single time he got out with a sliver of health, I wouldn't have much, but I have at least $50. That's how good he is on that Roger. There's a reason that he picked Roger as his signature hero when after the MPL MY finals, where he was picked as the Grand Finals MVP. He picked Roger as the hero that he wants people to remember him by, and that game too is perfect evidence of it.
Not only just Grand Finals MVP, but even the regular season's MVP, and for very good reasons, as you all can be able to tell throughout all of that, right? I believe that he ended the game with a total of 10 kills, or maybe was it 11, with not a single death to his name, despite that kind of scenario whereby it is an all-strike team from See You Soon. Very aggressive front with a lot of damage that could very potentially just kill off this Roger in many ways or another. So with this scoreboard coming up here, we can have a very good idea about every single one of these items and how the things are, how the entire game eventually transpired into. So we do have a very good understanding that it's a very teamfight based game coming from SRG, and they are funneling everything that they could over to Innocent, being the main linchpin of the team, with a completely decked out, with a completely decked up items with Immortality, Wind Talker, Rose Gold Meteor, Malefic Roar, the Great Dragon Spear, as well as Endless Battle. He just went all in and just shredded everyone else from the side of See You Soon. Initially, I really didn't think that Seoul would go down that easily, but it is relatively amazing to see that they went for the side of SRG. They did whatever that they could, and they knew and understood that the main problem was Harith. And the moment that Harith goes down, SRG would be able to kind of play that push and pull method and just kind of trade and cycle the amount of damage that See You Soon is dealing onto them.
Yeah, and I also have to add on the fact that Innocent went deathless in a game like this. It's so chaotic. It's incredible, right? You have to imagine how on point you have to be on that Roger to not only on point, but the fact that you're dodging key abilities, you're able to weave in and out of fights, you are able to judge when you can find a killing blow threshold. Everything that Innocent did just felt like he had done it 1,000 times in his head before the execution. So props to him, but also props to SYS, right, for being able to draw a game from SRG. They were not able to convincingly beat them 2-0, but at least we know that they gave Selangor Red Giants a dang good run for the money.
Definitely. The scrappiness of See You Soon is definitely gonna put a quite a mark in my heart for how crazy, how random things are. But definitely that is the case for game number 1. Super random. But for game number 2, they definitely have a little bit more system. So it's kind of, what can I say, an organized chaos from the side of See You Soon, whereby they know what they want, but in the meantime,
And we gotta see today's schedule, today's schedule in terms of the score as well. We have Falcons APBren, excuse me, taking a 2-0 over XianYou Gaming, and then Cloud9 dropping 0-2 to Falcons Esport. Then Fnatic Onyx 2-0 Team Falcons. We have NIP Flash getting a 2-0, a clean one over Fireflux Esports. And that's just the first half of the day. And you'd think it couldn't get any better, right? We witnessed one of the most incredible comebacks on live from Falcons Esports. And then we have the second half of the day where we also witnessed some incredible feats from some of these teams. Team Liquid Philippines a 2-0 over Twisted Minds. Homeboys a 2-0 getting revenge over Team Spirit. And both streams ending their last match with a draw. Evil Glory drawing with RRQ Akira, and See You Soon fighting a draw against Selangor Red Giants.
what a way to end the day, don't you think, Husky? 1:1 for both streams. It pretty much just shows us the level of competition that we can see here in MSC 2024, and we are not even done. This is just day number 1, and we have so much more to cover throughout the entirety of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup at Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. It has been a blast covering every single one of these games, and it has been a blast to also look at all these skins that Muntan has managed to push out, because the battle within for the Soul's Vessel skin series, they are coming out really soon. So make sure you guys mark it on your calendar for July 7th as the Soul Vessel skin series, where we have Amon as well as Hanabi be part of these series. We have Vessel of the Seed, which is the name for the Amon skin. In the meantime, we have Vessel of Rage, that is the name of Hanabi's skin as well, as slated for a quite a bit of a stunning feel.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it, right? I feel like, the skins can only get better. The particles, the attention to detail. We are heading down a very colorful path. Even the Starlight theme for this year, up to this point where we get cushions.
Yeah, so nice.
Starlight has been so nice. So who knows? This is just day 1 of the group stage, right? I can't imagine what we can expect down the road. Every single game, every single series has delivered in their own way, whether you are a fan of the team that won or whether it was a big upset. It shows one thing, that regardless of what team, from what region, everyone is catching up. The battlefield, the competitiveness has not been this close in like ever.
Yeah, we are looking at the epitome of evolving stages of the game where every single one of these teams and regions have got a lot of time and practice being drilled into them, and the level of competition is just growing higher and higher and higher, to the point that the skill ceiling, can we even touch that? Are we able to reach all to that? Will we be looking at the fall of Fnatic Onyx at one point in time, or perhaps even for the side of Liquid Echo? These would not be a dream anymore, or it would not be something that we dream of, because at one point in time we will never know one of these dark horses may actually come up on top and beat every single one of these big names.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, we had such an amazing day, right? Even when you kind of look back at the individual highlights, right, or the overall highlights of the entire day, it's just the teams being able to kind of put up a good fight. I feel like today, for me, the most memorable series is definitely FCon against Cloud9. Like we talk about how both teams came in here with their own reasons to restore the glory days for their region and for themselves. And then you see FCon pull off 2 comebacks in a row, completely unheard of, but that's what makes MSC so darn competitive. And even SRG not being able to have a smooth path, right? Fighting tooth and nail against SYS. Who knows? Perhaps the upset is just the beginning of something greater.
Now, throughout the entire game, or rather throughout the entire day, I gotta have to say that the highlight of the series gotta have to go down to the trial of the Giants, right? With See You Soon and Selangor Red Giants. Both of these two teams, they played one heck of a game, and I mean, it's a 1-1. We are always looking out for 1-1s.
Yeah, I mean, I am personally always looking out. It's either, you know, we get a draw. I mean, you know, who doesn't like a good tiebreaker, right? I mean, audiences will like it, but maybe the players are gonna feel a bit more stressed. End of the day, I think the most crucial part is just how these high stakes situations really bring out the best of some of these teams, right? For example, when the odds are stacked against FCon, you look at what Royal Milk did, and he was one of the players that at the start of the show we said Royal Milk, he has his moments, but he also could be the weakest link of the team, and he ended up becoming the savior of Falcons esports. So I think these storylines, when you build on top of it, it just feels so rewarding to see the players that might have been doubted along the way prove their worth.
So, of course, I believe that we gotta have to talk about the fact that it's a best of 2 game once again. And the next few days, it is still best of 2. So remember that when we are looking at the entirety of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, we even have the play of the day coming up, and I wonder what that one is going to be. I have a play of the day in my mind, but let's take a look at what it is. Yeah, and I think the play of the day is, I think, the Royal Defense, right? Royal Defense by Royal Milk.
God, this
1v4, the flicker on top of Basic to basically smash his skull in, the immortality to buy time for Benny to come back, and it's just crazy. I mean, Royal Milk, this man.
Yeah, I mean, that must be really difficult to watch for the North American fans out there, right? It really seemed as though there could be a chance for Cloud9 to be able to end the game right there and then. But no, one random Terizla that is able to come in like that and being able to, number one, sustain throughout the entire battle, being able to clear the entire wave itself and still hold things out. Boy,
yeah,
gotta love it.
That's the pop-off I want to see. If I'm FCon, if I'm the coaching staff, if I'm the fans, that's the reaction that I want to see. That's the reaction I'll get, right? You could have not planned a better way to end the game. And even not just for FCon, even for teams like Homeboys, right? Finding their revenge against Team Spirit after a devastating loss on the M5 stage. The kind of just how the team
the dance.
And the dance from Nets as well. I'm telling you, players that join Homeboys naturally become more expressive on stage. It's just our thing, you know.
I think it's kind of like a Malaysia thing as well, huh? You guys naturally just have great sportsmanships.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the end of just day number 1 of the Mid-Season Cup 2024 in conjunction with the Esports World Cup. It's been a hell of a day, but if you guys think that this is all we got to offer, we got more to come for you. Starting for tomorrow, group stage continues. Remember, only 2 teams from each group will make it to top 8. May the best team wins. That's all for us. We're gonna draw the curtains on you all. I'm Husky, alongside my friend Abstract right here, wishing you guys a very, very good night and enjoy the rest of MSC 2024. Goodbye.